Welcome to 500 Days in Minecraft, but it's chill, the full movie. Guys, I am so excited for this one. I wanted to put all 5 parts of this series so far into one big movie so you guys can watch it while you're doing some housework, while you're cleaning up, while you're studying, or maybe going to bed, whatever the case is. This is going to be an absolutely perfect video for that. The chill vibes are at an all-time high, and the progression throughout the series is so much fun to watch. I can't wait for you guys to enjoy this. Watch what we've all accomplished together in one big go. And yeah, if you guys do have any suggestions, make sure to let me know. Obviously, 600 days is going to be next, and I'm super excited for it. I want to see what you guys think my plans are for the mega base and that sort of stuff, and I read every single one of your comments. I reply to basically every single one, so make sure to leave a like, comment, and I'll be sure to answer those comments as well. But without any further ado, let's get right into it, and I hope you guys really enjoy. Welcome to 100 Days in Minecraft. But it's chill. Today what we're going to be doing is obviously playing 100 Days in Minecraft, but instead of racing to defeat the Ender Dragon and always being in a rush and not enjoying the little things about the game, we're going to take a more relaxed approach, a more chill approach, and we're going to have a lot of fun doing it. One rule I've set for myself in line with the chill philosophy is that we will not be abusing villagers. This means no iron farms, no trading posts, no farms that use villagers as slaves, none of that. So that should make things a little bit more interesting and a little bit more relaxed. But anyways, let's get into it. On day 1 we get a lay for the land, have a look around. I am using some shader packs which makes the game look really nice. And then yeah, we get to work. We craft ourselves our first workbench, and of course we're going to craft some tools to go along with it. Number 1, we get the trusty old wooden pickaxe, and then we also grab an axe as well. And then we mine some birchwood. And we take out some fish as we are already starting to lose some hunger. I then find a nice plains biome to lay out our base, place a workbench down, and start building a nice noob shack. Grab as many planks as I can, and get to work on the construction. Now, I don't want to toot my own horn, but this might just be the nicest starter base I've ever seen in one of these Minecraft 100-day videos. But unfortunately, we ran out of materials, so we do go grab some jungle logs. And we place a door in. Then we grab our first stone of the game. And we find some coal as well. And we keep mining until we use up all of our first wooden pickaxe. We don't like to waste around here. And we get back to our glorious noob shack, craft a furnace, craft another one, grab some stone picks, start cooking up some fish as our hunger is getting dangerously low. And of course this is survival mode again, just trying to align myself with the kind of chill theme I'm going for in this video. If you guys do want to see a hardcore playthrough, let me know, maybe we can make that happen. And yeah, we get back to work mining. Grab some more coal. And we find our first cave. Now, you guys will not believe what I find in this cave. You know, we're only on day 2 here. Obviously, you're going to be expecting just some coal or iron or something like that, but wait till you see this. And if you guessed nothing other than some copper, you'd be correct. Brutal. Could not find any decent ores in there, but hey, what can you do? And we run into our first mobs of the game, not prepared to take them out. Our hunger is low, so we make a run for it and get back to the safety of our noob shack. Craft a couple chests. Then we get to work flattening the area around our noob shack, give ourselves a little room to work with. And head back into our mine so we can keep gathering resources. Luckily, I do find quite a large vein of iron here. Absolutely fantastic. This allows us to craft an iron pickaxe, as well as an iron shovel. And again, struggling with food, we go out and hunt some fish. We then make a bucket, as well as a hoe, and get to work flattening some more of the land around us. Test our combat skills on a couple of zombies. This one had an enchanted shovel, but unfortunately he did not drop it. And just keep flattening the area. And after some flattening, we place down a couple spots of water. Make some building blocks. And then we just get a small starter farm going. And we plant down the little seeds we have. Then we go out and grab some more seeds. Give ourselves a bit of a head start with this farm. And plant those seeds as well. Next up, we decide to place some flowers around our noob shack just to brighten it up, make the colors pop a little bit more. And it's looking absolutely fantastic. Don't worry too much, guys. I do improve my base quite a bit as this goes on, so jokes aside, we do have a nice base by the time this thing is over. Make sure you stick around to see how nice it looks in the end. But yeah, we end up finding some lapis, and we find another cave that has some iron and other goodies inside of it as well. A little bit more lapis there. Some redstone. So yeah, we get to work mining the different ores that we had found, and we stumble across a creeper. Take him out with our axe, and get to work mining all the iron in the area. And then we find this massive cave, completely opens up inside as we take out a couple zombies. Grab some more iron. Take out another zombie. Really hoping these guys drop some carrots or potatoes or something, but no such luck yet. And this iron vein was absolutely massive, which was fantastic. And then I found even more iron. Creeper snuck up on me, but we were able to get out of the way, at least for the time being, but then a skeleton sneaks up from me from the other side. I run away, peek the corner, and that was a huge mistake, as the skeleton, of course, has aimbot and does not miss from there, so I do end up dying. And we make our way back towards our base camp. Then we get back to the cave, but I only have half a heart left, and again get aimbotted by a skeleton. I was getting pretty frustrated here, but what can you do? This time I was going to be a little bit smarter about it, so I grabbed some melons on my way back to my base. The skeleton almost took me out. I only had half a heart left, but I got away. Got back to my stuff. Ate some of those melons. And then waited patiently for the skeleton, but luckily he was not following me anymore, so we were safe. So I continued mining out the rest of the cave, grabbing as much coal and iron as I possibly could. Now, I haven't played Minecraft for a long time. There's a lot of new updates, and even Deep Slate is something that's new to me, so I was very surprised at how hard it was to find coal. You used to be able to find it everywhere on the same level as diamonds. Now that's definitely not the case, so coal was definitely a little bit of a grind for me. I actually ended up making a lot of charcoal in this playthrough. But yeah, let me know, if any tips on finding coal. I heard mountain ranges were good, but yeah, if you guys have any tips, let me know. So we continued farming. Our base is looking really nice. Go out and hunt some more fish. And then we make some more iron pickaxes, as well as an iron axe, and an iron sword. We also decide to craft up some iron armor due to our recent string of 3 deaths in a row. So now we're all kitted up in iron armor and ready to go. So we head back down into the mine, now feeling more confident than ever. And we find another cave. So we explore around, and luckily we find some diamonds. Obviously, we go ahead and grab those, and not only did we find diamonds for the first time, but it was an absolutely massive diamond vein. I believe there was 8 or 9 diamonds here, so yeah, just fantastic. And then we grab some redstone. I always grab redstone, even though I always end up with more of it than I'll ever need, just because it is pretty good for experience and leveling up. But yeah, we then find a skeleton spawner, which was really cool. But I was terrified of these skeletons after those deaths I had earlier in the video, so definitely took my time with it, made sure I was somewhere where I had quick access to cover, made sure I was eating. But yeah, eventually we worked our way through the skeletons, and we got ourselves a golden apple, some wheat, some gunpowder, some strings, and the second chest had some gold, some iron, a saddle, some horse armor, as well as a CD, which was awesome. And then we find some more diamonds, and some more diamonds, and some more diamonds. Grab some redstone, and head back up. And today it was raining outside. We worked on our farm, planted down some pumpkin seeds we had got from one of those skeleton spawner chests. I then made some cobbled deep slate walls and worked on setting up an area where we could have a couple of animals. So yeah, just created a couple really small animal pens for the beginning here, just something to get us started. Then made a path between our animal pens and our farm. And then I found some sugarcane. Obviously this is very important for fireworks within Elytra in the future, but also to get our enchanting table going right now. And then after that we did find a group of 4 cows, so we pull out our wheat and tempt them over to our new cage. They're being a little bit difficult, but eventually we get them all the way back to our animal pen, and we lock them inside. It's also very difficult to get this last one through the door. He did not want to come no matter what I did, but eventually we convinced him to get inside here. It was a little bit annoying, but finally he does come through. Although it definitely takes a long time. I was getting really frustrated at this point, as you can imagine. Alright, and there we go. Now that we had some cows, next up was to find some sheep. This was not as easy as I thought. It took me multiple in-game days. I was running around everywhere. I could not find any sheep. As you can see, just exploring some different biomes, trying to look everywhere I can. I do find some dogs, which was cool. Some wolves, I guess, until they're tamed. So yeah. And then, looking for a sheep, I found 2 more dogs, except look what I found beside them. Yeah, considering I had just spent a couple in-game days looking for sheep, that was about the most frustrated thing I could have seen, but what can you do? You know, sometimes it's just not meant to be. And then we found a baby drowned with a trident. I didn't even know that baby trident drowns were a thing, to be honest, but quickly learned. That is for sure, as he did kill me. But the good news is, on my way back, I did find out where I could grab a sheep. So we found not only 1 sheep, but a second one as well. And using our trusty old wheat, we coax them back to our animal pens. Lost one along the way, so we had to go back for him. And we get them back to our pen. This one also did not want to come inside, just like the cow, so eventually we do figure it out and get him inside. Then we let him breed, and start getting some baby sheeps on the way. Next up, I create some shears. This way I can grab the wool off the sheep. And using that wool, I do create a bed. And at this point, I decide it's time to move on from our noob shack. We need something a little bit more sizable, a place where we can store all of our items, and something that might look a little bit better as well. Alright, and after the demolition is complete, we get started on our... I guess this one would be like our proper starter base. The first one was just a little noob shack to get by the first little bit. This one is more of a proper starting base, decent size to it, and it did really well for us for quite a long time. But don't worry, we upgrade our base even much further past this one, so yeah, you'll definitely want to see the end of the video to see what I'm talking about. But yeah, we start off with some jungle log pillars, and then we make some stone bricks and use those as the lining along the bottom. I had misplaced a couple of these pillars, so I quickly fixed that. And we continue placing the stone brick around the bottom as the foundation. We then used cobbled deep slate as the middle layer. I think it looks really good with the jungle logs as well as the stone bricks. We then make some stairs out of cobblestone. And along the top layer, we place those down. And as you can see, the shape is definitely starting to come together. Next up, we do make some wooden slabs for the roof. And then we make a little pattern on top and fill in the rest with slabs made out of deep slate. We make a little design in the middle that allows us to place some torches on top so we don't get any mobs spawning up there. We then light up the inside. And then we work on the floor of the interior. Now, one mistake I made here is I decided it would be a good idea to use some wool as part of the floor on the inside, but my sheep were not producing wool fast enough, so I did have to go floorless for a little bit. But that's okay, we managed. You know, floor of dirt in your house isn't ideal, but we slowly got enough wool and started filling in the floor properly. But in the meantime, we went and grabbed some coal and found a nice mountain. Really nice view around here, as you can see, with the mesa biome in the distance, as well as a savanna biome. And we found a couple more caves and just kept grabbing as much coal as we could. And we then had to take care of some zombies. And grab some more coal. When we got back to our base, we ended up crafting our first diamond pickaxe. And of course, we wanted to test it out, so we go down into the mines. And then we find a cave. Grab some redstone, grab some diamond, grab some iron, some more diamond, some more redstone, a little bit of gold, even more diamonds. As you can see, this was a very successful mining run here. I also found a spawner. I believe this one was a spider spawner. Got some iron horse armor, a little bit of coal, and a little bit of redstone. This might have been the easiest spawner I've ever had to worry about, as the spiders just seemed to want to stay up in the corners and didn't really pose a threat at all. But yeah, I'll take it. Makes my life easier. So we took out the dumb spiders, and we headed back up with all of our newly found loot. The next morning we wake up, we're able to finish off the floor of our second starter base. We then decide to dye some of our sheep, and we work on expanding our sugarcane operation. And then we start flattening out even more of the land around our base. Really just wanted to give myself as much room as possible to work with. Next up, we do craft a diamond axe as well as a diamond shovel. And then we place down some birch trees. When it comes to harvesting wood and farming trees, I always like to use birch because oak and jungle and all the other types of trees, they can just grow so tall with logs going in different directions. Birch, it's always, you know, 5, 6, 7 blocks tall. You can always reach the top one, and they never branch out a million different directions, so it's super easy to harvest. So yeah, that's why I was using birch. We light up our base and then get to work farming. At this point, we finally have enough seeds to cover the entirety of the farm. And now we get to work breeding our sheep. And our cows. Accidentally let one escape there. And unfortunately for him, we have to prove a point to the others that escaping is not okay. We then make some bread. And we go back into the mines where we find even more diamonds. We then start working on a 3x3 mine shaft area. Just a nice long 3x3 tunnel where we'll be able to branch mine off the sides of it. So that's what my game plan was with this. So as you can see, we've cleared out a nice little bit of space here. And the birch trees have now all grown, so we go ahead and harvest some wood. A lot of the materials I like to build with do require coal to be cooked down. So I did end up converting a lot of these birch logs into charcoal to help with that. Back inside of our base, we decide to add a second layer of workbenches, furnaces, and chests. and then we go to bed for a good night's rest. The next morning we wake up and we get started on building a wall. For the wall I decide to go with deep slate bricks. Find it's a really good looking block, especially for a structure like this. And yeah, we just keep placing them down. And we decide that the best way to do it is going to be to follow the natural coastline of the river/lake that runs adjacent with our base. So yeah, I just kind of follow the natural water line and it ends up looking really good. So a lot more work to do, but I'll give you a quick peek of where we're standing, and yeah, this is what it looks like so far. And I definitely want to get my enchanting setup going ASAP at this point, so I do work on expanding the sugarcane farm further. In the future, we're definitely going to automate all of these farms, but it is a relaxed playthrough, so we don't worry about it too much in the beginning. And then we grab some iron and some lapis and some more iron. And then the cave opens up. This is the same area we were in before where we had unfortunately died a couple times, and these aimbot skeletons were still there, so as you can see, just got absolutely sniped. So I respawn in my bed, and I head back down to the mines to get my stuff. I am able to get my stuff, but I don't last very long and end up dying again. So this time, I decide I have enough diamonds, it's finally time. Let's make ourselves a proper set of diamond armor. And that's exactly what I do. Looking spiffy in our new blue gear, we head back down, and this time with the help of the iron armor we are able to retrieve our items and take out any skeletons and zombies that come across our way. This guy literally just drop-shotted me from the roof. Pretty crazy, but luckily we were able to finish him off. Then we run into a creeper, use him to damage these zombies a little bit, move in to take out the zombies, tactfully retreat, and then I have a nice little vantage point up here where I can just finish taking out these last 3 remaining zombies. There goes one. There goes 2, and there goes the 3rd one. And then we continue mining, and we do find some more diamonds. And some more diamonds. At this point I make a fatal error. My pickaxe breaks, and now these 2 diamonds are trapped, so unfortunately, you know what that means. I have to stand here and break this with my fist for about, well, it seemed like hours. But we finally break through and retrieve our diamonds. And we go ahead and build ourselves a replacement pick. And then we continue working on our wall. And this takes us well into the night. And as you can see, the wall's coming along nicely. This is what it now looks like from across the river. Looking really good. And then I decide I'm going to mark out the rest of our area using some dirt. So as you can see, I now have a perfectly good idea of exactly where my perimeter is going to be. I do plan on flattening it all out and that sort of stuff, so you guys will see that as we keep moving forward here. But in the meantime, I keep working on that wall. And then I decide to take out our little birch forest we had made. Can never have too many logs, that is for sure, especially when you're playing Minecraft. Then harvest all of our wheat and replant all of the seeds. And then we work on breeding our sheep again. As you can see, we have a light blue baby now. It is pretty cool how the white sheep and the blue sheep will combine their genetics and make for a light blue baby. And I then find this cool looking wolf that I decide to make my buddy. Feed him some bones until he falls in love with me. And we find a friend for him as well. We then decide to test out the power of our new friends, and yeah, they are, well, they're definitely doing their job, unfortunately for those little chickens. So we bring them back to camp, put them inside where they'll be nice and safe. And as you can see, we have quite a few baby sheep at this point. The cow population is also doing really well. And we go back into the mines where we find even more diamonds. At this point, the diamonds are just flowing in. We also got a bunch of deep slate, which allows us to keep expanding our wall. And then I accidentally placed down a couple of the wrong blocks, so I have to go and rectify that and then find my way back up to the top of the wall. But eventually we figure it out, get back up there, and yeah, the wall is now finished, at least the exterior part. So yeah, as you can see, it just, you know, goes right with the water line. I followed the water line all the way around and it looks really good. Now I know it is really flat and kind of uninteresting, but don't worry, we're going to rectify that in the future. But yeah, next up we get to work flattening out the inside. My plan is to bring the grass level all the way up to meet the top of the wall, as well as dig out underneath completely down to water level. That way we'll have a nice large underground area we can make use of as well. So yeah, I continue just digging my way through all of this dirt and grass. Eventually we go through my entire diamond pickaxe. As you can see, we did clear out a nice little area, but really just scratching the surface is, you know, it's probably only about 10% of the area we need cleared out. But using all that dirt we had got, we then begin flattening out the top as well. And we place down our last 3 dirt, and as you can see, we've made quite a large flat area now. But again, only probably about 15% of the area is covered, as you can see once we round this corner. There's a lot of work yet to be done. So we get back to work, mining even more dirt. Or I guess it would be digging dirt, not mining. And yeah, we just continue that well into the late hours of the night. And now you can see we have a pretty decent sized flattened area down below, as well as lots of dirt to continue flattening out the surface. And we again work into the long hours of the night, just flattening the area as much as possible until we're completely out of dirt. But yeah, as you can see, got a nice chunk done there. Everything's starting to take shape. I know it definitely looks like a work in progress at this point, but don't worry. Have a little faith. It'll look a lot better. Just give me a little bit of time here. But yeah, basically over the next couple days here, we just keep repeating the process, flattening out the bottom, taking all the dirt, and using it to build a flat surface up on top. And in between, you know, digging and placing, we do make the occasional stop to breed our animals and farm our wheat, of course replanting every time. So we go ahead and breed some more sheep, And we don't forget about the cows either. Make sure that we're breeding them as well, but I accidentally opened the door. Then decide to color the collars on my dogs blue. And at this point I decide it's time we get some obsidian. So I use some water to create a bunch of obsidian on this, this exposed lava pit up on the surface here. And then I place down more water. That way the second I mine obsidian, the lava below it turns to more obsidian, and I don't damage myself or any of the obsidian blocks that I am mining. Really love the way the water looks in this texture pack as well, with the shaders I have. Looks just absolutely awesome. Right, and then we get to work even further expanding our sugarcane farm, as now with the help of the obsidian we had just mined, enchanting will be just around the corner. So of course, we make a book, actually 5 of them. That way we are able to make our enchanting table. We then place it down and had enough books left over for 1 bookshelf for now. We'll work on expanding that soon. But first, I had accidentally made a monster spawning zone right under my base. With all the dirt I had been placing, it had gotten really dark down here, so I make sure to place down some torches. And then we take out the spider. Next up, we get to work chopping down some birch trees. Again, logs are always needed, especially because I was using them for charcoal as well. And after that, we get back to work mining out all of the dirt. We then find a zombie. Looks like a villager zombie. Take him out. And get back to work just shoveling away. There's just something I find about these sped up clips where I'm either placing down blocks or digging dirt or mining stone. I just find it like super serene almost, you know? It's just very relaxing, very therapeutic, so satisfying, just awesome. So yeah, I'll let you enjoy with the classical music in the background. And we did use up our entire diamond shovel, so we then go to work using all that dirt we had just dug up to flatten out our area even further. A little more than halfway done at this point. And as you can see, we are almost done flattening out this top area. And at this point I decide to make a nice cozy little fishing area. Because I don't have the ability to use villagers in this playthrough, it's going to be very hard to get mending books. One of the only ways I'm aware of that you can do it without the use of trading villagers is by fishing. So I definitely wanted to have a nice cozy little area where I could spend my time fishing, as fishing was definitely something that we were going to be doing a lot of in this video. And place down a chest where I can put down all of the resources I do get from fishing. And then I place down a second little bench area. I fooled around with trying to get the design right quite a bit here, but couldn't really find anything I liked a lot, so eventually just settled for a nice basic kind of bench. And we put down some torches to make sure there's no mobs spawning at night, and then we start fishing. Things are really starting to look nice here with our cozy little fishing spot and the wall that goes along the water line. Just a really cool place to fish. It looks absolutely gorgeous. Alright, and after the quick little fishing break, we do get back to clearing out the underside of our platform we have built up here. I then find an absolutely massive horde of zombies. Debated taking them on, but then I got shot by a skeleton from behind and creepers were spawning, so I decided to tactfully retreat. And back to work digging dirt. And then we get back to work placing all that freshly dug dirt. We then had to make an example of some escapees, as well as take out some zombies. Alright, and now we are down to just the last strip before our entire top level is completely leveled out and finished. Last few blocks here, and just like that, we have an absolutely massive area to work with. I do have a lot of plans for this area, some of which we get to in this video, but we may need to do a 200 days video to complete it all, so if that's something you'd like to see, let me know and let's make it happen. But yeah, then something happened to my cow population. I'm not sure what it was. Perhaps it was overcrowding, or maybe a disease went through the cows. I'm not sure. But yeah, a bunch of them ended up dying. I have no idea how. But the good news is, because of that, we did get a lot of leather, which allowed us to make a bunch more bookcases, which we then used to increase the power of our enchanting setup. I definitely wanted to get some good enchanted tools, especially because we had so much area under our base to dig out still. This one we did get Silk Touch as well as Efficiency 2. Didn't really need Silk Touch on that, but I guess having some grass blocks around is never a bad thing. Next up, we do work on taking out our little bit of birch forest that we had constructed, and trying to blend in with the birch trees. This guy thinks he's camouflaged, but this escapee was not going to escape from me. I tracked him down. I saw him through his camouflage and took him out. Alright, and as you can see down below, we do have a pretty large-sized area cleared out. I then do place some chests down here as well, because we were getting a lot of dirt from digging out this place. And my chests in my, starter house up top, they were quickly becoming full of dirt. And then we head back down to the mines, grab as much deep slate as possible for future construction projects. We also find some diamonds while we're at it. And some more diamonds. And a spider. And then we find another spawner. Eventually we take out the skeleton and the zombie around the zombie spawner. We then light up the area as another zombie comes and tries to get vengeance for his buddy. Unfortunately for him, it did not work out. And inside of the chest, there's a little bit of bread, some iron horse armor, a saddle. Nothing too good, but what can you do? Then found some more diamonds. A lot of single veins of just one, but that's okay. The next day, my dogs were giving me a very funny look. I'm not sure what happened there. But yeah, they were definitely questioning the way I looked. Maybe I'd forgotten to shower. Alright, and in the morning we do a little bit more farming. Of course, we do some more breeding of the sheep. And at this point I decide I'm going to start shearing the sheep for their colored wool. I was planning on using this colored wool for a future project and figured I should probably start collecting it now. After that, we head back to the cozy fishing spot where we continue fishing. Another nice thing about fishing, other than the chance of getting a mending book, is the fact that you do get experience from it as well. And then I decide I'm going to expand my mine shaft, give myself a little bit more room to work with, so that's what I do over the next couple days here. And I got really sick and tired of just the stone and dirt and granite and diorite, so I wanted to give myself a proper mine shaft, something that looked good. But as we expand the mine shaft, I actually come across some diamonds and gold. Definitely a nice little surprise there, especially this high up. We weren't even low enough to be in the deep slate area. I didn't even know you could get diamonds this high up in this new update, so that was cool. But yeah, after that, you'll see we have a nice expanded area to work with. So next up, what we're going to do is we're going to work on renovating this area and making our mine shaft look a little bit better. So we get back to base, and storage is becoming tight, so we expand our furnaces, workbenches, and chests to a 3rd level. I then decide to place down a bunch of birch saplings, as I am going to need a lot of birch for the construction of the mine shaft. And the first block in the construction of the mine shaft gets placed down incorrectly, not the start I was looking for, but we make up for it with, you know, barely any mistakes the rest of the way up with placing down these stairs. And then we start to fill in the walls as well. Grab some more birch wood. And then we continue placing down the birch stairs inside of our mine shaft. And we also place upside down birch stairs along the roof. And we finish off building the walls. Alright, and now it's officially finished. Nothing too crazy, nothing too fancy, but it looks a lot better than it did, that is for sure. I did like the texture in the roof as well. I thought that was a cool little touch. Yeah, and then all these doors are going to lead to mine shafts, so now we have a place to do some strip mining. So to celebrate the renovation being completed of our mine shaft, we decide to have a nice relaxing day of fishing. And as the sun sets, we decide to store all of the items we had gotten from fishing and go do some enchanting. So we enchant a diamond pickaxe and we get efficiency 4 on breaking 3, so not too shabby. With our new and improved pickaxe, we head back into the mines and grab some redstone. And then we find a little bit of iron, as well as a spider spawner. I tried to sneak under this spider, but he was smart enough to jump down. So we take him out quickly, finish off his buddy, make sure we light up the area. We then open the chest to find a music disc, some gold, some beetroot seeds, and a little bit of other junk. We then grab some iron, and then we find a cave spider that almost is the end of me. I get down to half a heart, so I run away as fast as I can, make sure to eat a bunch of steak, get that health regenerating, and keep running away. Eventually we do heal enough health, and he was actually only one hit, so I probably should have just finished him off earlier, but what can you do? We then find some more chests in an abandoned mine shaft and grab some rails and bread and other sorts of stuff. A little bit of iron in another chest that we find. I then find a diamond behind a fence in an abandoned mine shaft. Unfortunately, it was only one, but that's okay. We then find a Luck of the Sea enchanted book. Nothing special there, but what can you do? And then we find another diamond. And actually it is a vein of 3, which is awesome. Then we light up a cave spider spawner so it doesn't spawn any more cave spiders on us. Find another diamond. And at this point we decide we're going to try and take on our first Enderman. Luckily we were able to take him out very efficiently, and he did drop an ender pearl, which is awesome. So we find some more diamonds, grab those, and then we mark our mineshaft with some redstone just so we know that that one has been completed. Once we get back to base, now that we're level 30 again, we enchanted another pickaxe. This time we got Fortune 2, Efficiency 3, as well as Unbreaking. So yeah, pretty good little pickaxe there. And then just to get some more levels and some more food, we do some more fishing the next day. And it starts to rain, but that's okay, because I've heard that rain actually makes the fish more likely to bite, and it seemed to work for me. We got quite a few fish there. And then we decide to enchant a diamond shovel. Again, we got Silk Touch on it. I would have preferred Unbreaking and Efficiency if I had a choice, but what can you do? So we get back to work, clearing out even more of the dirt underneath our base. Alright, and as you can see, we've made some pretty good progress. It's starting to become a lot of room down here, and yeah, just look at all that dirt that we've dug up, and that doesn't even include all the dirt that we've placed above. Next up, I damaged my ears by going and shearing some sheep. Find an escapee, so of course we have to prove a lesson. And then we start taking out some of the stone down here. Alright, and yeah, as you can see, we're making good progress. We now have a lot of cobblestone as well as the dirt, so definitely racking up a lot of nice building resources too. And then, back when I played Minecraft, you needed an apple to tame a horse, or sometimes multiple apples. So I wanted to take out some oak trees in hopes of getting some apples to tame a horse. Little did I know that you actually don't need apples anymore, but they still do help, so it wasn't a completely lost cause. And then I decided that our cows and sheep, you know, they need a little bit more room to work with here. They were definitely a little bit cramped in their current setup, to say the absolute least. So next up, yeah, we do make a nice, much larger couple of pens for the sheeps and the cows. Alright, so we'll start off with the cows, and we grab them and haul them over. I'm not sure how a sheep got mixed in with them, but one did, but that's okay. We get as many of them in as possible, put the door behind us, and then take out all of the, well, all of the cows that weren't chosen for relocation, we'll say. And then we repeat the process with the sheep. Get as many of them over here as possible. Place the door down. Start breeding them. And again, we take out the less fortunate ones that were not chosen for the relocation. Alright, and using our apples that weren't necessary, we go and we tame our first horse. I guess the way it works now is you just try and ride it as many times as possible, and eventually you'll break the horse and he will become yours. So that's what happened, and we put some iron horse armor on him as well as a saddle. Unfortunately, this horse was pretty slow, but what can you do? We got him back to our pen. And then in our other open pen that was now vacant from relocating the sheep, we decided to throw some eggs and get some chickens going. But unfortunately, out of all the eggs I threw, only one chicken had spawned. So we decided to go and tame another horse. Hopefully this one's going to be a little bit faster for us. And luckily he was, so we equip him with some iron horse armor as well as a saddle and get him back as well. We also found 4 more eggs on our journey, so we were able to get a second chicken going in our chicken coop. I then decided to name some of our dogs after some of our subscribers. So Kylie, Carl, decided to go with the K theme for this episode, but thank you guys so much. Your subscription is very much appreciated. And we continue just mining away at all the dirt and stone underneath. You can see the floor of our starter house up above there too. Alright, so the next day I wake up to find a trader has invaded our chicken coop. So he didn't have anything good to trade, so to punish him for not giving us anything good, we do take him out. Now, obviously, I said that we were not going to be abusing villagers, but I never said anything about traders, so I think we're safe there. But yeah, I was going to keep the llamas, they're already in my pen and everything, but unfortunately they kept spitting at me, so had to take them out as well. I then made the mistake of letting a chicken out, but that's okay. With some seeds we were able to lure him back in, and we bred the chickens. Alright, and then, yeah, we found some pillagers who definitely made me familiar with their crossbows as soon as I got close, but that is okay. They were no problem for our diamond axe and diamond armor. Do a nice jump shot on this guy, jumping from above down into the water, and finish him off. And then we take out the last one. They did drop an ominous bottle. That is a new item. I'm not sure what that does. If someone could let me know, it would be much appreciated. Yeah. We then placed down the banner of a signal of our victory, and to hopefully scare off future pillagers from raiding our base here. And then we decided to take out some phantoms for the first time. After killing the phantoms, we did go back to clearing out the underside of our base. Got some coal while we were doing it, which was a nice little bonus. And then it was about time to replace these dirt walls with something that looked a little bit better. So that was our next project, and I started to remove these walls. Had to kill a butterboot zombie, but that was no problem at all. And just, yeah, back to taking out these ugly dirt walls. Alright. Now there's just a little bit of stone left. So we finish mining all the stone, a couple little pieces of gravel, and then we get to work placing down some deep slate bricks. And we ran out of deep slate, so that means one thing. Back to the mines we go. And luckily we do find a diamond, except I'm an idiot, and I destroyed the block below it, and there was lava, so yeah. Oops. Luckily we do find some more diamonds, and this time I do manage to collect them. Also grab some gold while we're here. And then I find a lush forest, so of course we grab a bunch of moss blocks. There was a diamond here as well, so we're not going to pass that up. But yeah, we keep exploring the lush cave. It looks really cool. And of course, while we're here, I did have a bucket on me, so we were definitely going to grab an axolotl. I then found a geode, so I collected some amethyst. Alright, and then we mark off this mine shaft, as we have now completely explored it. And now that we have some more deep slate, we are able to finish putting down that wall. Alright, and as you can see, everything's starting to look really good from up above here. We have a nice, huge, green, grassy field on top. And you'll see as we go underground, we just have a massive space underneath to work with as well, which I have a lot of plans for. I don't want to spoil anything, but yeah, definitely have some plans for this area that you will be seeing very shortly here. So we go back up to the surface and get some more ear damage from the sheep. Alright, and then we start working on a design for the floor of this underground area we had cleared out for ourselves. I elected to go for some deep slate tiles as well as some chiseled stone bricks. And then some blue and light blue colored wool in the middle. And overall, I thought it looked really good, but it was missing something. It just looked like a little bit too plain. So I ended up making a decision to change this just slightly, and you'll see that coming up right away. So my idea was to inverse the middle block of each of these 3x3 wool tiles with the opposite color. And after having a look at this, it gave the pop I was looking for, so I was really happy with the design there. I then enchant a pickaxe and a shovel. We got Silk Touch on the pickaxe, which will be useful later on. And we head back into the mines to collect some more deep slate, as well as grab any diamonds we find. And we definitely did find some diamonds. And this time I am very careful to ensure my diamond does not fall in the lava. Was not about to make the same mistake twice. And then we grab some iron and some more diamonds. At this point I had more diamonds than I knew what to do with. but I don't think you can ever have too many diamonds. Maybe we'll need them for a beacon. I also wanted to get a full set of really good enchanted diamond gear, and sometimes you can get a little unlucky with enchanting, so having, you know, some extra diamonds laying around is never a bad idea. But yeah, we continue out just building out the floor of our underground area here. And then we go and grab some more wool from our sheep, as we are going to need a lot of wool for that floor down there. And then I decide to take my horse on an adventure, do some exploring. So we do come across this abandoned nether portal. I grabbed the obsidian and some other stuff out of the chest. I then found this mountain range, which had emerald, so of course I'm going to grab the emerald. It's our first emerald of the game. Without a trading post it's not as useful, but still definitely does not hurt. And we also grab as much coal as I can find. As I mentioned before, I just always felt like I never had enough coal in this playthrough, so anytime I saw some, I was definitely going to be digging it up. We then make our way to the top of the mountain for a nice overview of the area around us. As you can see, it looks absolutely gorgeous. And we then find a village not far from the mountain. So we go ahead and we grab some loot. In this case, some bread and a horse saddle. We then find another abandoned nether portal, actually within the border of the village itself, so that was pretty cool to see. I then steal a brewing stand, as well as a cartography table, and loot a chest. And then we head back to base after our adventure. Back into the mineshaft we go. I need so much deep slate for the construction of this place, so I felt like I was constantly mining, but that's okay, it's going to set us up well for the future of this series. I then found clay for the first time, so I wasn't going to pass up that opportunity. Found a little bit of gold. And we finished off that mineshaft. Back on the surface, we keep shearing sheep. We need so much wool, so anytime I had an extra second or two, this is where I would go. A lot of it I did put in the video, but way more of it, not even in the video. Yeah, there was a lot of shearing going on, let me tell you. So we get back down underground and just keep building out our floor. And as you can see, we are now on day 69. We then enchant another diamond pickaxe. And then we combined it with our fortune pickaxe to make one really good pickaxe. And we put it to use by mining up some diamonds, and yeah, it definitely worked out nicely for us. Grab some more diamonds. And we grab some gold while we're here as well. Alright, and then you guys will not believe what I found here. This is absolutely crazy. We end up finding a double spawner. It is a zombie spawner and a spider spawner right beside each other on the same level. Absolutely insane. I cannot believe that we managed to find this in our world here. I just used a random generated seed. I didn't pick out any seed or anything for this playthrough. I just wanted to play Minecraft as it is, out of the box other than the shaders, so yeah. Crazy luck here. Now unfortunately, it is kind of hard to work with spiders, so in terms of building an experience grinder of some sort, it wasn't an ideal combination. You know, 2 zombie spawners or a zombie spawner and a skeleton spawner would have been much better on that front, but I'm sure we can figure something out with this later. I'm sure there's a way that we can make it work, so perhaps that's a mission for a future episode. But yeah, we go ahead and loot the chests, and then take our loot, finish off that mine shaft, and head back to the surface. We put some diamond horse armor on our fast horse, and then we get back to work shearing sheep. And yeah, if anybody knows where I can get a good set of earplugs, let me know, because those sheep were driving me insane by this point in the video, that is for sure. Find a creeper down below, but took him out fairly easily as we continue constructing the floor of our underground area. And back on the surface, we do shear some more sheep. The amount of wool we need for this floor down below is absolutely insane, so lots of shearing. I think I may have mentioned that once or twice already, but it's definitely true. And we decide to break up the construction of that floor down below with a little bit of farming. And then we decide to start working out a design for the roof while we're waiting for enough wool to be able to finish the floor. I basically mimic the cross beams of the deep slate bricks as well as the chiseled stone. So it mimics the floor, but the center parts are going to be a lot different. I wanted to use half slabs on the roof to give us as much verticality as possible, as it was starting to feel a little bit cramped down here, and I wanted to, you know, give us as much space as possible. And I ran out of deep slate again, so back to the mines we go. But luckily we find some more diamonds, as well as one piece of iron there, and some more diamonds yet again. Grab a little bit more iron, grab some gold, and as much deep slate as possible. Then we find a couple more diamonds. And then I decide that I'm going to take out this Enderman inside of a geode. So we take him out and we get an ender pearl, so that's absolutely fantastic. Find some more diamonds. As you can see on this little mining run alone, we're already up to over a stack of diamonds. Absolutely crazy how many there were. And we get back to the entrance of our mine shaft, mark it off with the redstone, and head back to the surface. On the surface, you guessed it, we're doing some more shearing. And then back down underground to keep working on the construction. I can't wait for you guys to see how this all looks when it's finished. And then I ended up deciding on stone slabs to go in the middle. A nice neutral color palette. I thought it worked well since the floors were already so bright. And yeah, I definitely wanted a half slab up here, as I was saying before, because I wanted to give the illusion of as much vertical space as possible. Another nice thing about the half slabs is that they added some depth to the cross beams, so just kind of made the build have a little bit more, detail to it as well. But yeah, next up, I decide this wall is way too boring, way too plain. We're going to take out the middle section of it, and yeah, you'll see what I have planned for it later. I don't want to spoil anything, but I'm very happy with the way it turns out. And back to work constructing the roof. And then we keep working on the floors. And I just could not get enough wool for the life of me, so just constantly shearing anytime I could. And as we wait for the sheep to regrow their wool, we continue working on the roof. We then find this Enderman and decide to kill him in the most inefficient way possible, just jump-shotting him. He did not want to teleport over to me, so it is what it is. And as you can see, we get this final shot in slow motion, finish him off. Yeah, that was a little ridiculous, but hey, you gotta have some fun sometimes, right? But yeah, after that little bit of fun, we get back to work, grinding away on this roof. This was definitely a grind, but in the end it is worth it. I love these larger scale builds, and I know this isn't anything super massive compared to, some of the videos that are out there, but for me it was very impressive, especially not playing Minecraft for so long. I was very happy with the way it turned out. And then one of my sheep decided it would like to now identify as a cow, which was fine by me. And we get back to work just placing down these wool floors here. And as you can see, we've made quite a bit of progress. It's really starting to look good. But we did run out of materials yet again, so back to mining we go. Grab some lapis. Grab some gold. Find some more lapis. A little bit of redstone. And some more gold. Then we get some diamonds. Fortune pick is really paying its dividends at this point. Alright, mark that mineshaft off as being completed, and back to the surface we go, where we continue the construction of the roof. And at this point I was getting sick of waiting for enough wool to finish the floor, so I decided I was just gonna, give the sheep farm a massive expansion. Unfortunately, we did have to take the life of one of the escapees, but that's okay. And then we decide to breed up our sheep and our cows. and then get back to shearing. At this point, we almost have enough wool to finish off our floor. But unfortunately, we didn't have quite enough, so we had to do another round of shearing. And then we found some more pillagers. They were hiding out in the water, which was kind of frustrating, but we didn't let that stop us from exacting vengeance upon them. Really wanted the banner the guy was holding just so I could have two banners in front of my starter base there, just to make it symmetrical. And back to shearing we go. And with all the freshly sheared wool, we get back to carpet installation. And then we set out on an adventure to find a desert biome. I needed a desert biome, number one for sand, but most importantly for cactus. And unfortunately, it was very difficult finding a desert biome. I did find this like beach area, lots of sand, which is great, but I still needed cactus. So we continue further. We go through a savanna biome. Then we find a beach with a lot of sand, so figured while we're here, you know, it's not a desert, there's no cactus, but we may as well grab some sand. And that's exactly what we do. Nothing is more satisfying than digging sand with an enchanted shovel, oh my goodness. But yeah, then we found some cherry blossom trees, and of course we took out a couple of those so we could get some saplings to bring back home. And then I found this snowy mountaintop. Now this must be new too, I've never had this happen to me in Minecraft before, but I was sinking into the snow and freezing to death. Yeah, that was interesting. But I found a wolf, made him a dog, tamed him with a bone, and then continued on through a jungle biome. I found another wolf, so of course we tamed him as well. This one looked really cool, I love the colors on him. Tried to test out my new acquaintances with Spider, but unfortunately they were pretty useless against him. And a creeper snuck up behind me, but luckily the diamond armor protected us well. So we get back to base. Unfortunately never found a desert biome, but at least we picked up a couple new buddies for our base. So we then decide to go out during the evening and shear some sheep. Blah! Apparently I can't talk anymore, just too much sheep, too much shearing for one video. But the good news is, despite not being able to talk anymore, I was finally able to find a desert biome. Alright, so we grab some long-anticipated cacti, munch down on some mutton, and then we find another abandoned nether portal. This one had some crying obsidian on it, so of course we made sure to grab that. It was also a new block to me that I hadn't seen before, and it looked really cool, so... I then found an enderman, and wanting his ender pearls, I decided I would axe him to death, but got a little bit too close for comfort. As you can see, I get down to half a heart here, but luckily he was one hit away, so we were able to finish him off by the skin of our teeth. And on the way back I found a bamboo forest, so I definitely made use of that and collected some bamboo. And yeah, you guessed it, we're back to shearing some sheep. And at this point, I'm very close to having enough wool to finish off the floor. I believe I actually do have enough wool now. And just like that, we have completely finished the floor of our underground area. So the roof is done, the floor is done, things are looking good. Now we just have to figure out what we want to do with that open wall. And I have just the perfect idea. With the help of the cactus, we are able to make some light green dye. And we use that to stain some glass. And then we turn it into glass panes, and we get to work placing down the glass. And as it becomes night, we finish up placing down the last couple pieces of glass panes. And yeah, overall I think this looks really cool. We now have a nice view of the river from our underground base. It's really coming together at this point. And from outside it looks really cool as well. It almost looks like a, futuristic evil base or something, I don't know. But I'm really happy with the way it's turned out. And as we're getting a nice view, 4 phantoms come out of nowhere, knock me off a tree, so I run back to our base and get some cover. And as you saw, we're now on day 87, so just 13 days away until day 100. We go to the desert, kill a phantom, and then collect a bunch more sand for some more glass for another project I have in mind for our base. So back at the base, I decide to flatten out an area just outside of our retaining wall here. Alright, and then we get to work crafting a nice large staircase as an official entrance to our base here. Now, I didn't completely finish this project. I still want to add some more depth to it, and I still have a couple ideas for it, but I did want to get the staircase down as soon as possible just so we had a proper entrance. So don't worry, it's a little bit lacking on detail and that sort of stuff, but we'll amend that in the future in the 200 days episode if you guys enjoy this one. Light up underneath the staircase to make sure no mobs spawn underneath, and yeah, there we go, we have a nice functioning staircase now. I like the look of the stairs themselves, the slabs with the chiseled stone. I think it's a really good look. The walls could definitely use a little bit of depth, but like I said, we'll work on that. Yeah, and then with all that sand we had collected from the desert, we turn it into glass and we stain it light blue, and then we use that as like a railing to kind of go around the top level of our base here. Alright, and after we finish placing down the glass, we'll have a bit of a look around. I think it looks really good. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. But yeah, especially from this angle, I think things are turning out really well. And then do a little bit of housekeeping stuff. There's a little bit of stone still in our grass field, so I got rid of that and planted some dirt down. Enjoy a nice piece of mutton and the view as the sun goes down. Alright, and then I decide that it's time to work on a proper storage area for our base. I was sick of just the 6 chests in that starter base. I wanted a proper storage area, so that's what we work on here. Using a combination of obviously chests and workbenches and furnaces, we come up with a little design that I think looks, pretty good. And it's very functional as well. We then plant down some birch saplings, as the amount of wood I needed for all of the chests was pretty crazy. Basically, it works out to 4 logs per double chest, and I had a lot of double chests to place down, so we were going to need a lot of wood. But yeah, you'll see I just kind of continue working on setting up our storage area here with the furnaces and the workbenches while we're waiting for the trees to grow, so I have enough wood for more chests. And we go grab some more wood once some of the birch trees have grown. Of course, we turn that wood into chests, and then we head back underground to continue building out our storage area. But we still need a lot more wood, unfortunately, so off-screen I took out a bunch more birch trees and made a bunch more chests. But even that wasn't enough, we still had some more to go, so back to getting some more birch trees we go. And we finally have enough chests to finish off the storage area. Overall, I think it looks really good. You may have noticed that my chests in the starter base were very unorganized. I wanted to rectify that, so I put signs on each chest to sort out which items would go where. And after this is the final result. I have a couple extras left over in case I forgot anything, but yeah. I then find an Enderman underground here. Not sure if he wanted to be our friend and join us in our base, but I needed his ender pearls, so I took him out. But unfortunately, he did not drop any pearls. That said, I then decided to move our enchanting table down here as well as our anvil, so we created this nice little sunken-in enchanting room. And then I decided it was time to move the hounds over to our underground base as well. So Carl and Kylie and the rest of the gang followed me down into the underground area. And we make them sit down. And then we get to work on a proper entrance to the underground area. I was sick of using that little dirt staircase off to the side. I wanted a proper staircase going down into the underground area, as it was going to become the main part of our base moving forward. So we add a railing out of the blue tinted glass panes, and then we did the same kind of staircase design as we did for the outer staircase. Had to modify the roof in this area a little bit to make sure that you don't bump your head on the way down and lose your speed. And once that was done, I started working on a design for the supports. Ended up just encasing the entire staircase in deep slate tiles, which I thought looked really good. I also added some stairs here and there as a little bit of a tasteful look. And in the back, I made it all out of stairs to add some texture to it. And I thought it looked really good, but we needed to adjust the corners to be full blocks. That made it look a lot better. We also added some more stairs on the front here, as well as a nice little place where we could put down some lanterns in the future. We then got rid of that abysmal dirt staircase now that we had a proper one. And yeah, as you can see, it's looking really good. Very happy with the way that turned out. Next up, we craft a bunch of lanterns. Place 2 of them down on these little stands I made on the end of the staircase. And then place a bunch down in front of our storage chests, so it's always nice and well lit and you can easily read the signs. Eventually I want to replace all the torches down here with lanterns, but yeah, that's going to require a lot of iron that I just don't have, especially without the ability to make an iron farm, since we're being nice to villagers in this playthrough. So yeah, it's going to have to wait, but we put down as many as we could for the time being. And then we decide to adjust how our mine entrance works. I didn't like the fact that it was just running right through the middle of our underground base area, so we rectified that, cleaned up the roof, and then we started to work on how we were going to lay out the floor so it would look good. Eventually I decided on just like a secret little ladder entrance that wasn't very noticeable from up top. Just keep it nice and hidden and tucked away so it wasn't interfering with the nice floor design we had come up with. Make some adjustments in the mine shaft, and yeah, it's looking good. From a distance, you would never even know it was there. And then we decide to break up the day a little bit by going and fishing. And we decide to enchant our fishing rod. We get Luck of the Sea 2, Lure 2, and Unbreaking 3. I had also fished up a Mending fishing rod earlier, so we combine those two and name it the Chill Rod. And back to fishing we go. And we get our first enchanted book from fishing right there, and you guys won't believe this, but this book has Mending on it. How insane is that? What are the odds? The first book I get from fishing has Mending on it. Absolutely fantastic. I'll definitely be saving that for our elytra. And then I decide to do some renovations to the area underneath of our staircase. I decide to make it a bedroom, kind of like Harry Potter sleeping under the staircase. I figured it would be a cool little idea to make a Harry Potter type of bedroom here. So that's exactly what I do. It took me a little bit of time to figure out a design that looked half decent, and I'm still not 100% satisfied with it, but overall I think it looks pretty good the way it ended up here. I was going to try and place down like a chair somewhere, but I just couldn't get it to fit in a way I liked. So just kind of continued messing around with things until I found something I was happy with. Using a workbench, I created a nice little like bedside table. I then created like a little cluster of storage containers in the corner, which looked pretty cool. Then an upside down staircase is a little table to put a lantern on. Got rid of the torches, and yeah, put some fences in the corner just to make it feel a little homey, and then put some more fences down to make it look like they were holding up the shelf over on the side there. But yeah, in the end I think, you know, it looks really cozy, really nice. It turned out pretty good. I then decide I want to add a little bit of greenery down here. Give the place a little bit more life. It took me a while to decide on a design I liked. At first I used these deep slate walls as little posts with leaves on top. But overall I wasn't very happy with that, so I ended up replacing the deep slate walls with composters, and I think that made a big difference. It looks much better with the composters. I then put down some more lanterns, just kind of filling in this storage area. That way I can get rid of all the torches here as well and make it look a lot more clean. And we place down 2 more rows of lanterns. I then decided to replace some of the leaves with moss blocks in an alternating pattern. Just to add some variety. And then we decide to go fishing. Nice rainy day for fishing. They do say fish tend to bite in the rain, like I was mentioning before, and, you know, it seems to be true for me. And as it becomes night, we finish up our fishing, go to our Harry Potter themed bedroom, then we get a good night's sleep, and you won't believe it, but today is day 100. So for day 100, what I wanted to do was I wanted to just kind of give a quick tour of everything we had completed during this first 100 days in Minecraft as a chill playthrough. Obviously the underground area is absolutely gorgeous. Look at all the sheep we have, just a crazy amount of blue and light blue sheep. We still have our basic farms. That's something I definitely want to upgrade if we continue this series. We have our 2 banners signifying our victory against the pillagers. Our nice starting area. I did move some of the furniture down below. Our nice blue railings going around the entire build. Our cozy little fishing area overlooking the lake, with a nice campfire to keep us warm and to cook our fish. And we jump into the water and go across the lake for a view from the other side. And yeah, overall, I'm just loving the way this turned out. I might add some supports mixed in with the green glass panes on that middle floor there, the underground layer. I'm undecided on that. I do think it looks really good the way it is now, too. But yeah, just super happy with the way it all turned out, and the floor below with the light blue and dark blue wool. Everything about it. So we go for one last swim of our 100 Days series. And as we head up our staircase for one final time, I just want to say thank you guys so much. It means the world to me that you guys are here right now. And make sure to comment, like, and subscribe if you enjoyed it. Let me know if you want a 200 Days series, and let me know if there's any other games that you'd be interested in seeing me play. Okay, thank you so much. We'll see you guys in the next one. Welcome to 200 Days in Minecraft. But it's chill. Join me as I expand my base, attempt to survive the nether, upgrade my tools and armor, refuse to use a shield, go fishing way too often, take on the Ender Dragon, misspell the subtitles, and so much more. Thank you guys all so much for being here. If you haven't checked out the 100 Days video, I do recommend that you go check that one out first. And other than that, yeah, let's get right on into it. Alright, so we start off the 200 Days episode with our first major project. And of course that project is to build a mob farm. So that's what I'm working on here. I want it to come directly into our underground base so we can harvest the experience and the resources from the mobs right from the convenience of our own home. So I'm basically going to build a tunnel that drops all the way down into our base here. Place down some chests for automatic collection, and of course we hook up some hoppers to those chests. And then we begin towering up to create the drop chamber. That's going to damage the mobs for us and make them much easier to kill. And I do not know how I actually did this. I almost always fail the old water bucket drop there, but somehow we managed to succeed that time, so that was pretty awesome. Yeah, and then we start filling in the drop shaft with a bunch of light blue tinted glass. Kind of matches the rest of the theme of our base so far. And once we get to the top, we do cap it off with some deep slate tiles. And the next step is going to be to actually work on the area in which the mobs spawn themselves. So we start off by placing some stairs. And once the first layer of our platform is done, we build up the corners. This is where we're going to be placing the water later, so the water all flows towards the middle. And then we build the walls. And then we get to work on the second layer. This is going to be the first layer that actually has the 3x3 platforms that the mobs are going to be spawning on themselves. And we misplaced some trapdoors. Yeah, lots of misplacing. I was a little bit sleepy. I was away on vacation for a little bit there and just got home, so don't blame me too much for any misplaced blocks you see. But yeah, we finish that second layer and then do the same thing for our third layer. At this point, unfortunately, I ran out of wood, so in the meantime, we placed down a bunch of birch trees. I love using birch trees for this because you know they're never going to grow super tall. They're always super easy to harvest. And while we wait for those to grow, we do place down the nether portal. That's how you know it's a chill playthrough when the first 100 days of the gameplay you still don't even have a nether portal. But yeah, of course this is a very chill playthrough. We're not rushing through the game. We're not, you know, trying super hard to max everything possible. We're just having fun. So yeah, we continue working on the mob farm now that the birch trees have grown, and we continue placing down those trapdoors. So we now have 3 layers of spawning platforms, which is all you should really need. We do get to enjoy the sunset from up here as well. And then the next step is to place a carpet right in the middle of each of the 3x3 spawning platforms. What this does is it prevents spiders from spawning. Spiders are not good for these types of mob farms because they don't drop down the chute very well, and they'll kind of get stuck and clog everything up. So you definitely want to make sure you're preventing the spiders from spawning by placing down the carpet in the middle of each of those spawning platforms. And then we place down some gates and make sure they're open so the mobs can pass through no problem, but they're still there to block the water. And speaking of the water, that is the next step. We go ahead and place down some water and you'll see it all flows right to the middle. Everything's looking good. So we head up to the top and we make the roof out of half slabs to prevent monsters from spawning on top. And that takes us all the way to the next morning. We finish off the roof. We do put some torches down on the solid blocks so that no mobs spawn there either. And this is basically what we're left with. So it's already working. As you can see, we have a zombie and a creeper here. And they are just one hit with my axe due to the damage they take when dropping down. And as you can see, we can see the creepers falling through. That is why I wanted to make the drop shaft out of glass. Take out a couple more mobs. Make sure everything's working properly, and as you can see, it definitely is. The mobs with boots on them are a little bit tougher to kill as they do avoid some of that fall damage, but that's okay. Yeah, and then next up we go and decide to explore a cave. This whole playthrough so far, I've been struggling to find enough iron and coal. It used to be the case where you could find a lot of iron and a lot of coal on the same level as diamonds, so you'd only have to really mine on the one level. It seems like since last I played Minecraft, they've definitely changed that, where the coal and iron spawn a little bit higher up in the world. So yeah, it was a constant grind trying to make sure I had enough of those two resources, so I spend some time here collecting as much iron and coal as possible. And then we do find a chest in an abandoned mineshaft. Unfortunately, really no good loot at all. An iron pickaxe and a little bit of redstone, but nothing super useful. We then take out a creeper, fight a cave spider, and manage to take it out. Light up a cave spider spawner, and then we grab some more coal. We find another chest. This time it did actually have a little bit of decent loot in it, including a golden apple, some diamonds, and a bunch more. So yeah, I can't complain about that one. Take out another creeper, then we find some diamonds. And we dig ourselves out, as I had definitely got myself lost down there, but that's okay. We come up in that mesa biome that we're familiar with, and then we decide to cap off the day by fishing in the dark. Found it just really peaceful fishing in the rain, in the dark. Nice and quiet out. No mobs around because we have the place lit up. So yeah, we just kind of enjoy a nice little evening of fishing, nice and relaxing. I did go ahead and read basically every single one of the over 250 comments on the 100 Days episode. I just wanted to say thank you guys so much for the support. A lot of really good suggestions there as well. I'm definitely reading those and keeping an eye on them, so keep the comments coming. It is much appreciated. And we head back inside and take out some of the mobs that our mob farm has gathered. This time just using our bare knuckles. And now that we're level 33, we do go ahead and enchant a diamond helmet. We get aqua affinity on it, but unfortunately that's it. Not a very good level 30 enchant, but what can you do? So we grab our sword. That one ends up being smite 4 and unbreaking 3, so not too bad. And then we repair our pickaxe as well. Alright, and for the first time in this series, we actually head to the Nether. I believe it's about day 110 at this point, so definitely took our time to get here, but better late than never, right? Or should I say better late than nether? Alright, that was terrible. I'm very sorry, guys. But moving on, we do go ahead and collect a bunch of nether quartz. Obviously really good for experience, and it makes a pretty nice building material as well. And so yeah, we just keep on making our way through our nether, grabbing all the quartz we can. You can just see the experience bar filling up as you're mining the quartz. It's such a great option for getting those levels for enchants. And then we go ahead and collect some glowstone using our Silk Touch pick. Right now, most of my base is lit up using torches and lanterns. I really want to get rid of the torches, so having another source of lighting like glowstone is going to definitely come in handy. Then I dig a little 2x1 tunnel. This is going to protect me against Endermen because at this point I want to harvest some pearls. We do need the Ender Pearls in order to find the stronghold, so definitely something that we're going to start focusing on. And this, makes it a relatively safe way to do so. The Endermen cannot get inside as they are 3 blocks tall, so you can just kind of stand inside your tunnel, take them out with your sword, and collect their Ender Pearls once they're deceased. End up finding a little bit more glowstone, so we make sure to grab that. And then we get some more nether quartz as well. And take out some more endermen. I then find a wandering trader. Unfortunately, he does not have anything really useful for us. Not that we had that many emeralds anyway. So yeah, nothing too interesting there. I then noticed that there is a little bit of light getting through in the corners of our mob farm, so I just placed some solid blocks around because I did notice that it was a little bit less efficient than I would like it to be. So I was hoping this would block that excess light from getting in and make the spawner area a little bit more efficient. So this is what it looks like when it's all said and done. We still do want some torches on top because those are solid blocks that mobs can spawn on. But unfortunately that did not work. There was still some light getting through. So we decided to beef it up even more, put another layer on top just to really ensure no light was going to be able to get through. And just like that, we have now sealed the top with solid blocks, and that did seem to work. I then locked the world difficulty on hard. I didn't really realize you could even do that, to be honest, but I was playing on hard this whole time, but I figured I'd lock it in just so you guys know for sure. This is all being played on hard mode. Next up, I do gather some mud. This is another resource that is new to me since I haven't played Minecraft in so long, but I guess it's really good for sugarcane farms and bamboo farms and that sort of stuff, as drops can pass right through it in your automatic collection systems. So then I get to work building a sugarcane farm, just a really small, compact, tight little farm that we can fit in our underground base. So we put down some hoppers, we put the mud down on top. Obviously sugarcane does need water, so we make sure to put some water behind the mud. We then use pistons. That is what is going to knock the sugarcane down. And then we use observer blocks on top, so once the sugarcane reaches 3 blocks tall, the observer blocks are going to be triggered, and they will trigger the pistons below. Of course, we do have to place in the sugarcane itself in order for this farm to work, so we place the sugarcane inside, and that's pretty much it. Yeah, overall I'm pretty happy with it. Nice, compact, fits into our base perfectly. So yeah. After that, we decide to dig out a little area next to our storage room, and then we fill in the walls to make sure it looks good. And then using a combination of hoppers and chests and furnaces, we build a couple of automatic smelters. I was sick of manually smelting stuff down using furnaces individually. This is going to make my life so much easier. So last but not least, we place in the furnaces, and we are set to go with our automatic smelters. So you just place the fuel into the back chest there, like so. It'll automatically filter into the 2 furnaces, like you can see there. And then the stuff that you want to smelt down, you put in the top chest. And again, it'll automatically get filtered evenly into the furnaces. And this, is very nice because now you're not capped at, 1 stack of items before you have to go and manually refill the furnace. You can just fill up the whole double chest full, come back an hour later, and a bunch of it's going to be smelted for you. So then we go back to fishing. I wasn't getting this lucky. This is just how I edited this clip. Would be nice if fishing was this efficient, though, that is for sure. But as you can see, we get some name tags, some lily pads, some enchanted bows, an enchanted fishing rod, and a bunch more stuff. And there we actually get an enchanted book. Ended up with 2 of them by the time we were done, but unfortunately it was just sharpness, and then, they're pretty good enchanted books, but I was just really hoping for mending, and unfortunately they do not have mending. Then we go ahead and enchant a diamond chest plate. Unbreaking 3 isn't bad, but we'd like to see, maybe some protection or something else on there. But nonetheless, we do go back to work in the nether, slaying some more Endermen, collecting those pearls. This guy snuck up on me. End up taking him out. Got dangerously close to dying here, but we got back to our little shelter just in time, and then we finished taking out 2 more Endermen. And then make sure to trigger a couple more. And this is a little bit of a chintzy strategy for sure, but I mean, this is a chill playthrough, so you know, we're gonna take it nice and easy and make sure it is chill. Speaking of chill, we watched the sunset. And after taking in that gorgeous sunset, we get right back to work in the nether, grabbing some nether quartz. At this point I was just trying to get as much experience as possible. We did have the Ender Dragon fight coming up, so I wanted to get as much experience and enchant as much diamond gear as humanly possible. I then made a mistake here, almost fell to my death. We were at literally half a heart. I cannot believe my luck here, but we managed to survive. Take out some more Endermen, keep collecting those Ender Pearls. This dude just came absolutely flying at me. Luckily, as we were walking backwards, we were able to take him out. Went and got some more nether quartz. We then found a bastion remnant, so I wasn't quite feeling prepared and confident enough to take this on yet, but it was definitely something we would return to in the future, and something I was very happy to find. And we continue exploring in the nether, just kind of going different directions, hopefully finding a nether fortress soon, as we do need to kill some blazes in order to find the stronghold. I have this habit, OCD maybe, I'm not sure what it is, but I just have to, you know, go in straight lines in Minecraft, so even if there's a tree in the way, I'm just cutting right through it. I'm making sure the path is completely even on the ground, there's no bumps or anything. And yeah, we just kind of keep expanding different directions in the nether, seeing what we can find, collecting any nether quartz we can get our hands on, and trying to find a nether fortress. Always a little bit risky building these one thick pathways across the nether. You never know when a ghast is gonna pop up. Luckily, you know, this time I get away with it, but Yeah, if we were playing hardcore, this is something that we would definitely not be able to get away with. That is for sure. And as we keep exploring, we find some more quartz. We're up to level 32 at this point, and you can see just how fast that experience bar moves up when you're mining this stuff. We find even more quartz, and at this point you might be able to hear it. We can actually hear blazes in the background, so we know we're near a nether fortress. We're deep underground though, so I was trying to figure out exactly which way I had to dig to find the fortress itself. Eventually I do find my way out of the, you know, huge formation of netherrack, and I find the nether fortress down below. And here is a blaze spawner, so this is perfect. Now we have everything we need to get to the stronghold and hopefully eventually take on the ender dragon. But first we need to kill a bunch of blazes. So that's what we spend the next little bit of time doing, is just taking out blazes, trying to collect as many blaze rods as possible so we can make the blaze powder. That way you can create the Eye of Ender items that you can use to find the stronghold and activate the end portal. And they do spawn very frequently, and there is a lot of them, so I had to make frequent retreats around the corner. At this point I was down to my last piece of steak, so I ate that up and went in for one last little killing spree here. Just being very careful as I knew I was now out of food. At this point I decided to retreat. I was hoping I had some food in my inventory, but I unfortunately did not, so we decided it's best that we head back. On our way back, unfortunately, we run into this skeleton, and I have no food, so I have no way to recover my health. So I kind of panic a little bit. I go inside. I was prepared to build a wall to protect myself, but the skeleton didn't actually follow me into the tunnel. So trying to think of how I can get by him, I decide to pull out some ender pearls and just ender pearl right by him. Luckily it worked, but the only downside is now, because the ender pearls do use up a bit of your health, I only have one heart left. So the rest of the trek back to our portal was definitely going to be a little bit nerve-wracking, especially with these one-by-one pathways I had built myself. But luckily we get all the way back to our portal, so nope. Oh wait, there was a problem. I misjudged the height of the tree I was on top of and fell to my death. Luckily we were right beside our portal, so it was very easy to run back to the nether and collect our items. And after the stressful visit to the nether, I decide we better kind of kick back, relax a little bit, do something a little bit less stressful, so of course we go fishing. And we continue fishing all the way into the night. I love the transitions, especially when you speed up the gameplay footage between day and night. It looks absolutely awesome. And during the intro, I did promise some misspelled subtitles, so I'm going to deliver on that now. Comment below on any misspelled words you currently see. Alright, so as you can see, we got a lot of fish, quite a few fishing rods. We did get an enchanted book. Sharpness 4 on that one, so not a bad enchanted book by any means. But yeah, we drop off all the stuff in our fishing chest here. Keep the enchanted books to put in our storage down below. And just a friendly reminder to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content so far. And if not, you know, no worries. This is just a chill playthrough, so yep, we're taking it easy. So we do head down into our storage room, put away the remaining items that we had left over in our inventory, including those 3 enchanted books. As you can hear all the sheep and cows above us. And the next day we head back to the Nether to continue taking out some more blazes. Got down to half a heart there, but luckily ate a piece of mutton just in time. Another one of the promises I made in the intro was that I would refuse to use a shield. Most of this is just because I'm honestly not too familiar with using shields from when I played Minecraft before, and I just find it takes up so much of the UI that it is a little bit annoying, but yeah, that's just my own opinion. You know, I probably will end up using a shield at some point in this series, but yeah, for now we just didn't bother. Took out a couple of wither skeletons, hoping to maybe get a wither skull so we could eventually fight the wither boss. I think we need 3 wither skulls for that if I remember correctly, but unfortunately none of those guys dropped any. We need to get a looting 3 sword, I'm guessing, before we have much of a chance of getting any of those. So we continue working on taking out some blaze, collecting those blaze rods. At this point, I got myself trapped. There was just too many blaze around me. I couldn't escape, and unfortunately, we do die. But again, it's a chill playthrough, so I don't get angry. I don't get upset. It's all good. We'll just go back and get our stuff, and it's no problem. And that's exactly what we do. After grabbing our dropped items, we head back to our base. And we go and take down a couple more birch trees. We then harvest all of our wheat. The unfortunate thing about dying is, it's not a big deal. I'm not too upset about it. Of course, it's a chill playthrough, but we do lose our levels, and I was trying to enchant as much diamond gear as possible to prepare for that ender dragon fight. So that was one of the reasons for harvesting all that wheat, so I could go and breed our sheep and cows and get some of those levels back. So that's exactly what we do here. We breed some of the sheep. And we give some love to the cows too, no pun intended. Okay, it might have been intended, I'll admit it. After that, we decide that these lanterns in our underground base are just taking up too much of our vertical space. We did only have about 3.5 blocks of height under here, so with the lanterns hanging down from the ceiling, it made it feel a lot more cramped. So I decided to take down the lanterns and instead replace the lanterns with glowstone. So that's exactly what we do. And in the process, of course, we didn't have enough lighting down here anymore, so a zombie did spawn, but we made quick work of him, no problem at all, and get back to placing some more of that glowstone. And as we're placing down the glowstone, we did have 4 creepers collect in our mob farm, so we take them out. Obviously, we're going to need a lot of gunpowder for fireworks later on, which will propel our elytra. So definitely something that we wanted to collect a lot of. And luckily, another creeper spawned shortly after. Plus, he had a friend, a skeleton and a zombie, so, we gave them the same treatment. We do not discriminate. Alright, at this point I ran out of glowstone, but we got more than half of our base covered. So then we head back to the nether to get some more glowstone, some more nether quartz and that sort of stuff. More levels as well. And then we get chased by this maniac, but that's okay, we end up taking him out. And we grab some glowstone. Then tower up so we can grab even more glowstone. And we find some more nether quartz, so of course we grab that as well. Build a nice little platform, just so that we don't lose any of the glowstone as we're mining it, as there was a big cliff below us. Grab a little bit more quartz. Now up to level 22, 23. So yeah, between, breeding the cows and the sheep and mining all that quartz, we did eventually get up to level 30, and we now had enough glowstone to finish, filling in our base with all the glowstone, so we could get rid of all those torches. As you probably can tell by this point, I am not a fan of torches. I don't think they look that good. I think there's much better ways to do lighting in Minecraft, and the glowstone is one of those ways for sure. And just the last 2 spots of glowstone to finish off the entire base go in, and just like that we are finished. Of course, then we do remove all of those pesky torches. And the last torch is removed. And yeah, as you can see, everything is very well lit down here. It looks really good. and there's no torches just littering the ground. So overall, very happy with how that turned out. We then enchant some leggings and get protection and unbreaking, so that's a pretty good enchantment there. We repair our diamond pick, and we go back and do some more fishing. Of course, some pesky phantoms decide that they're going to interrupt our little fishing endeavor, but that's okay. We were able to take care of them relatively quickly. And then we make perhaps the most important tool that there is in Minecraft, and that is a diamond hoe. The reason I needed a diamond hoe is because I had accidentally trampled on one of my farm plots. So yeah, no better tool than a diamond hoe to fix one single piece of land. So yeah, that's exactly what we did. And of course we gathered the wheat and then replanted it as we fixed the piece of land that was no longer tilled. We got back to breeding some more sheep. And while the wool color on all the sheep were different shades of blue, the sheep did have one body part that was certainly not blue after all the breeding that we had been doing lately, if you catch my drift. But yeah, and then again, we make sure to give the cows some love too. And for the first time in the 200 Days episode, we decide to head down into the mines. I had a couple building projects in mind that I was going to need a lot of deep slate for, so that was the main reason for going on these mining expeditions, was to collect as much deep slate as possible, but the diamonds, they certainly did not hurt either. Grab the redstone, mainly for the experience, as we already had a crap load of redstone back at our base at this point. Found some more diamonds. And at this point, I really screw up. I end up falling into this one-by-one hole of lava and then just completely get lost. I can't find the way back up. And unfortunately, I die under lava. So all of my items are officially gone, at least I presumed they were. I went back to just, really hoping that at least a couple of my items survived somehow. But unfortunately there was nothing at all there. So we lost all of our levels, we lost all of our gear, and yeah, not exactly ideal, but again, it's okay, because this is a chill playthrough. We're not in any sort of rush, we're taking our time with it, so no problem at all. I do end up coaling some of our sheep herd and our cow herd in order to get some of those levels back, however. So as you can see, we got a lot of food from that. So we load up the food into the auto smelter to start cooking away. Lots of mutton, lots of beef. Food is not going to be an issue for a very long time. Quite a bit of wool as well. So we put all of that stuff away. And I was sick of having to run outside anytime I needed to refill a bucket with water. So what I did is I created an infinite water source inside of our base. Just dropped the carpet down one layer, and then made a 3x3 infinite water source on top. With the texture pack and shaders, it looks very, very good. And then I figured, you know what, we have an axolotl. Why don't we throw the axolotl inside? It can be its little habitat here. You know, give ourselves another pet other than the dogs that we already had going. We then headed back into the mines, as I still did need deep slate, as unfortunately we lost all of our deep slate last time with the whole lava incident. So yeah, back into the mines we go. Grab some redstone while we're at it. Then we come across some diamonds. Quite a big diamond vein here, which was awesome. Unfortunately, my fortune pickaxe was one of the items that we lost in the lava incident. But yeah, and then as you can see, at this point we do get up to day 126. So we are already more than a quarter through this episode. Time just seems to be flying by. And as we continue mining away, collecting as much deep slate as possible for a build project I had in mind coming up shortly, we do grab some gold as well. And we come across some more redstone. And then we find some iron. Seems like all of the iron veins at this depth are at max like 1 or 2 pieces of iron each. And then we do grab some more gold. And then we grab some more gold. Let me know if you heard that one before. And then we come across some more diamonds as well. Got up to level 20. I always make sure I'm not missing any diamonds, and it's a good thing I did, because there was another one hiding up at the top there. And that finished off our pick, so we head back out of the mines, we mark off the door, letting ourselves know that that shaft is complete, and we head back upstairs. Then I'm gonna let you guys enjoy this sunrise to some nice chill music in the background, and I will see you on the other side. And after enjoying the nice sunrise, no better way to start off a chill morning than some third-person fishing. It's basically normal fishing, but just more chill. And then we head back underground, where 2 creepers are awaiting their doom. So, you know, we let my axe introduce them to their ultimate fate. I then repeated the same build as our sugarcane farm, except this time instead of sugarcane, I put bamboo inside. As fuel was becoming a bit of an issue, and I was thinking, you know, we could definitely use some bamboo as fuel. And as you can see it work in action there. We then decide to do a little bit of decorating around the base. So we put down some pots on our staircase. Grab some flowers and put some flowers inside as well. And on the back of our automatic farms, we have these little slots that are the perfect place for some decorations. So we mess around a little bit, try and find out what works, what looks good. Unfortunately, the decorated pots did not look very good inside of a, only one tall spot. So yeah, we weren't able to use those in this area, but that's okay. End up settling on some blue flowers. And then to keep everything looking a little bit more centered, we moved the lanterns to the outside. And while it's not perfect, and I'm sure I'll make changes in the future, for now I think this looks really good. We then placed down a decorated pot inside of our bedroom. We did make a couple of them, so figured I should probably find some uses for them. I then decided I could line our storage area with some decorated pots between the shrubbery. Overall, I think it looks really good, and I discovered that you can actually have lanterns like sit in the top of the pot. It created a really cool kind of look and provided some additional lighting as well, so we went ahead and did that. We then placed down some lanterns in front of our mob farm. And we weren't going to let the creeper and the zombies trapped inside go unnoticed, so again, our axe introduces them to their fate. Then placed a lantern inside of our little axolotl pit here. He did seem to get stuck on it, but after a couple minutes he managed to free himself and it was no problem. A couple more lanterns down in front of the nether portal. We then placed our brewing stand down. And then what this is I started to dig out the area underneath our base. I noticed that our mob farm was not quite as efficient as it probably should be, and I figured one of the reasons why is there could be some cave systems under our base that all the monsters are spawning in, instead of spawning in our mob farm. So while we are digging out the area under our base to try and find any caves, we do collect some coal. Quite a large vein here. Can never have too much coal, that is for sure, so made sure to mine every last piece. Also good for the experience, of course, as well. Grab some iron. And then all of a sudden, one of my mine shafts opens up into this huge, massive underground chasm that is sitting literally directly below our base. And look at all the mobs down there, so I think I found one of the reasons why our mob farm was not as efficient as it should have been. So yeah, our next goal over the next couple days was just lighting this entire area up as much as possible. It was an absolutely massive area, so it wasn't a small task by any means, but nonetheless we were able to take care of it and start putting some torches down. And at this point I had developed a little bit of a mob of paparazzi, I guess I'll call them. Yeah, they just, I don't know, they must have really enjoyed watching me place down torches everywhere because they just kept following me. And the group got larger and larger and larger as time went on. So doing our best to avoid the paparazzi, we just run, jump, place as many torches as possible. It already seems to be working. Our mob farm is getting even more efficient as time goes on and as we place down more and more torches down here, but there's still a lot of work to be done, so after refilling up our inventory with torches, we head back down and place even more. At this point I made an almost fatal error, but luckily we did have a couple hearts left. That said, there were a lot of mobs down here. I was trying to get the creepers to explode and kill off the other mobs while not taking too much damage myself. But unfortunately that plan did end up backfiring as I got stuck on the zombie, and then the creeper explosion did kill me. So we head back down, we collect our stuff, another creeper explodes, but we managed to avoid the explosion. There's skeletons shooting at me, there's more creepers, there's zombies, it's absolute chaos down here. We're down to 2 hearts, so we make a run for it, just going deeper and deeper into the caves. No idea what's around each corner. Eventually we get deep into the caves and we pause to put on our armor, but as soon as we do that, a skeleton appears and takes me out with its auto-aim. That skeleton's wearing my diamond boots, as you can see, but we're trying to get back to where we died, collect our stuff one more time. And eventually we were able to successfully collect our stuff, put our armor back on, and then get back to work lighting up the underground caves that were below our base. And of course we had to take retribution on the skeleton that killed us and stole our boots. Obviously that is not going to stand, so take care of that little situation there. And head back up to the surface. We then decide to add a 3rd mini farm to our series of automatic farms down here. So we place down a chest as well as a hopper for automatic collection. Then 4 pieces of sand. We put down water in one corner that's going to flow everything towards that hopper. We then start covering the surrounding area in tinted light blue glass to match the theme of the rest of our base. And then we come across this mini zombie. I had lost all the cactus I had from before, and that is exactly what I wanted this farm to be, was a cactus farm, as we had a lot of stained green glass that we had been using for our builds. So cactus was a must. So yeah, I head back to the desert in order to collect some more cactus. Probably should have gone during the day. I was trying to stay awake at nights more often for the 200 days than I did during the 100 days, just to maximize the amount of progress we can make. But yeah, it definitely led to some tricky situations, we'll say. But eventually we get to the desert. We're getting swarmed by the paparazzi again, but that's okay. We managed to grab a couple pieces of cactus, and then we make a run for it. And we place the cactus down inside of our cacti farm. Finish placing the last 2 pieces of glass, and there you have it, a fully operational cobbled deep slate wall farm. Just kidding, of course it is a cacti farm. But yeah, fully operational and ready to go now, which was awesome. We then decide that our axolotl is a little bit low on space. You know, I hate it when I go to the zoo and I see, this absolutely glorious animal, but it's trapped in this small cage, and I felt I was doing a little bit of the same thing to our poor axolotl there. So I decided to expand the area of which our axolotl had access to. So basically, I made a 3x3 area of 3x3 tiles. And that's exactly what you see me doing here, is just digging out that 3x3 area, placing all the water in. And we just keep going until all of the spots are filled with water. And then we line the area with some glass panes. Alright, and just like that, our axolotl has a lot more room to work with. The lighting was a little bit dark beneath the water, so we placed down some lanterns in the center of each one of the 3x3 water pits. We then placed down some lily pads to add a little bit of color. And then we add some compost bins every couple of spots, just to add some texture and to, give the build a little bit more depth to it, I suppose you could say. And then we place some shrubs down on top of each of the compost bins. And now I feel like our little axolotl has a lot better of a life living in this much larger area. As you can see, he's already moved around a couple of spots and seems much happier overall. Next up, I find this absolutely massive lush cave combo with, you know, an abandoned mine shaft at the top. Really cool. I was looking for some more axolotls so we could give our buddy back home some friends. Luckily, I was able to find 2 more while down here. But how cool is this seed? Like, this is just a completely random seed. I did not go out and pick a seed for this world. I just pressed start game, automatically developed a seed, and it gave me, you know, just a mind-blowing seed. Unfortunately, well, I'm not going to talk about it. But we get our stuff back, and then we make our escape. Now that we are back home with our 2 new axolotls, we put them inside of the axolotl exhibit. Alright, and that'll pretty much do it for this build for now. Definitely happy with the way it turned out. Got a couple new pets around. Our lonely axolotl now has some friends and a much bigger exhibit to work with, so we'll call that a success. Back to the Nether to get some more experience and quartz and to try and find some ancient debris, and luckily we did find some ancient debris, which was absolutely awesome. Well on the way to getting some netherite, and not only that, there was a second piece of ancient debris right next to the first one, which was absolutely fantastic. So we grabbed both of those. Go ahead and mine some quartz. A little bit of gold while we're at it as well. And while we're mining the gold, we run into some more quartz. Both of these golden quartz veins just seem to go on forever. Just massive veins of golden quartz. Cannot complain at all. And we find even more quartz. I definitely have a build in mind for the quartz that you will see later on in this episode, so make sure to stick around for that. If I do say so myself, I think it turned out really well. But you guys let me know how you think the base is coming along, if you like the way it looks. Any suggestions, obviously, would be much appreciated. Yeah, and we find some more ancient debris. And you guessed it, we found even more quartz. And as we get back, Enderman is standing in our base, so of course we go ahead and take out the Enderman. Got a little bit close for comfort towards the end there, but we did finish him off. And ever since lighting up that underground area, our mob farm was working much more efficiently. Yeah, and then we decide that it's time for some rest and relaxation, so we go for a nice little fishing spree, hoping to get a mending book. And, yeah, we had a little infestation of phantoms interrupt our fishing. but that's okay. They weren't too much of a problem to deal with. They did knock me off into the water, which was a little bit of a pain in the butt, but not the end of the world. So we swim back to shore. And we head back towards the Phantoms for some vengeance. Now even more of them have spawned in. There's a bunch of them just attacking me. As I'm backing up, I accidentally fall into the water again. I would say, that I was getting frustrated, but I wasn't, because this is a chill playthrough. But I did definitely want some vengeance, even if I wasn't frustrated, so we made sure to take out all the Phantoms. At this point I realized I really should have a bow and arrow going to make this much easier. But that'll come shortly, don't worry too much. Yeah. The next day I decided it would be really cool to kind of light up the river and lake that go around our base. So I spent some time just swimming and placing down lanterns. You guys will see a little bit later, but at nighttime, this turned out really well. I was really happy with the way everything looked once I placed down all of these lanterns and nighttime finally came. We then head back into the mines. We need some more deep slate for that build that I have in mind. So we go ahead and start mining and collecting some deep slate. And on the way we find some redstone. And I know it must look like I am showing you, every time I find iron, coal, redstone, diamonds. But believe it or not, there is, for every bit of mining of ore that I show on the episode, there was probably 10 instances of me mining that same ore off camera. It would have been way too much to include all of it in this video. We're already pushing almost 3 hours for this video, so I didn't want to include absolutely every little bit of ore mining I did. Same with the quartz. I know it probably looks like I've been showing a lot of quartz mining, but most of it actually happened off camera. But yeah, that aside, we keep mining, we keep gathering some resources, find some more redstone. Grab some gold. Find some more diamonds. A little bit of lapis. Then we grab some gold while noticing some mossy cobble, which can only mean one thing. And you guessed it, what the mossy cobble means is that there is a spawner nearby. So yeah, we find the spider spawner here. We place down a torch to ensure no more spiders spawn. And then we go to work taking out the spiders inside. Got up to level 25, we go ahead and loot the chest. This first chest had really nothing in it. Iron horse armor, a saddle, some bones, nothing really of use. Second chest had some nice music discs, including that one I had never seen before. Then find some more diamonds. And we mark off the mine shaft to let ourselves know that that one has been completed, and we head back up. Once back in our base, we place down some levers on the two furnaces here. What this does is it allows us to stop the items inside automatically going into the chest below and allows us to manually collect those items. And when we do, which you'll see right here when I collect this piece of gold, we now get all of the experience out of the furnace. So this just allows us to once in a while collect all the experience that's been gathering in these furnaces. And then we get back to some more fishing, just really trying to get some more mending books. And as you guys watch this fast-forwarded little fishing adventure here, I just wanted to once again say thank you guys so much for all the support. The 100 days in Minecraft video absolutely blew up. I think it's over 130,000 views now. Completely surpassed my expectations. So thank you guys so much. It means the absolute world to me. Absolutely awesome. Very appreciative. And yeah, you know, community is everything to me, so whatever you guys think I could do to make this community a more fun place to be, any suggestions on how I can keep growing, keep building up my audience, please do not hesitate to let me know in the comments, as I will make sure to read every single one. So after fishing, we decide to go and grab a bunch of sand, as that is another key resource that we're going to need for the building project I have coming up here. We're going to need a lot of glass. Something about collecting sand is just so relaxing, especially when the sun is setting like this. Unfortunately, I did not have efficiency on my shovel yet, but don't worry, I do get an efficiency shovel later on and do some more sand collection. So yeah, it's super satisfying once you get that efficiency, oh my goodness. So with a bunch of sand and bamboo collected, we put the bamboo into the fuel chest and the sand into the smeltable chest. Alright, and then we start laying out the framework for the build project I had in mind. So as you can see, it is going to go right outside of our mob farm. The mob farm, as useful as it is, that top part where the monsters actually spawn inside of, in my opinion, it's quite ugly, just like this big floating box at the top. So yeah, I wanted to kind of build a shell that goes around the entire build and makes it look much better. So that's exactly what this is. Using a lot of deep slate tiles as well as some quartz, it kind of creates a little bit of textured look around the outside. This is where we are at so far. Yeah. Overall, I think it's looking really good. There's a little bit of depth to the build. The contrast with the deep slate tile and the white, bright nether quartz blocks looked really good, especially with the chiseled quartz blocks I found. So that's what I was using, was the chiseled quartz blocks. And yeah, we just kind of continue to keep building away. We then use some glass panes to fill in the gaps. And yeah, this is how it's looking so far. Again, really happy with how it's coming along. Let me know what you guys think in the comments, but personally I think it looks great. Head back to base, and of course we're going to take out the goods from our mob farm. Those creepers are so valuable, especially once we get our elytra. We are going to need that gunpowder. And then we get back to work continuing building our latest project, placing down lime green glass panes. Just continuing that green and blue theme that we had kind of developed throughout the rest of our base. Alright, and the first layer was officially done at this point. Again, I'm really happy with how it's looking so far. Of course, we have a lot of work to go if we want to cover the entire mob farm, but we decided to take a bit of a break, and we also needed some more quartz, so we headed back to the nether, and inside of the nether we actually found some ancient debris. And not only did we find ancient debris, but 2 blocks later we also found some nether quartz, so yeah, good little start to our nether mining session here. Have a little bit of a scare with some lava, but we're able to avoid it and block off the flow and continue mining some more nether quartz. At this point, since we don't have a fortune pick, we are using Silk Touch until we are able to get a fortune pick, just so we can get the absolute most nether quartz out of each piece. And as you guys watch me continue to collect an abundance of nether quartz, just wanted to say that I am really enjoying making these Minecraft videos. Originally started off this channel making other games, and then I made the Minecraft video last month, and obviously it just completely popped off. So I think I am going to continue with the Minecraft theme for a little bit, while potentially playing another game here and there just to break it up, but with a main focus on Minecraft. So that said, if you guys do want to see a 300 days episode in this same world, let me know in the comments. Also, please make sure to leave a like. If we get to 500 likes on this video, then I'm going to continue the series and make 300 days in this same world. But yeah, we then find some more ancient debris, so this is quite a bit of ancient debris we've collected so far now. Well on our way to being able to get some netherite upgrades, which is going to be absolutely fantastic. We then go ahead and place down all of those nether quartz blocks that we had mined during our nether expedition. Yeah, as you can see, there's quite a bit of them. We had a pretty good haul, so we take out our Fortune 3 pick, or what's left of it, and mine as much nether quartz as we can before the pick ends up losing all of its durability. I was hoping that I would be able to get to level 30 from all this quartz before my pick ran out of durability. Unfortunately, while we did get close, we didn't quite get all the way up to level 30. But that's okay, we're going to save the rest of this for later once we have another fortune pick. And now, as you can see, we have surpassed day 150, so we are halfway through. Time just flying by, like I mentioned before, at a rapid pace here. So to celebrate being halfway through, we end up going and doing some more fishing. Now, I did have one mending book so far, which I planned on using for the elytra, but I really wanted another mending book so I could make a netherite pickaxe with, you know, the Fortune 3 enchantment as well as Efficiency 5 and Unbreaking 3, just so we could have it, you know, essentially forever as long as I don't die in lava or do something stupid. So yeah, I was really wanting to get that second mending book, which is why you see me doing all this fishing this episode. And then we get back to base and we collect some experience using those levers we added to our auto smelter. Got us up to level 28. We then head back up to find a couple of phantoms trying to hunt us down, so we run away. But unfortunately they are faster than we are, but that's okay. We get to our secondary little mine underneath of our base here. And then we head back down to that massive cave system underneath our base that we had focused on lighting up earlier to collect as much coal as well as iron as possible. I needed a lot of coal to keep smelting down that glass for our build. I also wanted the experience to get to level 30 to try and get another fortune pickaxe. So yeah, we just go ahead and mine every little bit of coal and iron that we can see. Found some lapis as well, so obviously we're not going to pass up on that. And at this point we did get to level 30, which is awesome. And as we keep going, I found some diamonds, so definitely wanted to collect those as well. And the second diamond was hidden, but luckily we were able to uncover it. And then we found another couple of diamonds. And then some more. Now ideally we would have a fortune pickaxe for these, but my diamond supply was certainly not low, so I wasn't super worried about it. And we got up to level 32 now. Found even more diamonds, quite a large vein here. And now that we had the sufficient levels, we enchanted a diamond pickaxe, and we got an absolute beast of a pickaxe here. Fortune 3, Efficiency 4, Unbreaking 3. So yeah, absolutely fantastic there. Couldn't ask for a much better pickaxe, and we get to work using it right away on the remaining quartz we had set up outside. And you can see that experience bar just filling up super fast at the bottom. And by the skin of our teeth, we do get up to level 30 again, which was fantastic. Means we can enchant more, so we go ahead and enchant a diamond helmet. We got Respiration 2, Aqua Affinity, as well as Fire Protection on it, so cannot complain at all about that. And now that we had some more quartz to work with, we got back to building our structure. So yeah, it's coming along nicely. We're working on the second layer now. And for the second layer, instead of using the lime green glass panes, we switched to the light blue glass panes. Start placing those down. Panes are awesome because obviously they're much more efficient than glass in terms of resource collection, but they are a little bit of a pain in the butt to place, but not a big deal. And this is how it's looking so far after 2 layers are completed. Still very happy with how it's looking. So yeah, again, let me know what you guys think, but I'm not the best builder in the world, keep in mind, so for me, I was very proud of this. And through the night, we just continue working on, yeah, this newest structure, this newest addition to our base. And we head back underground. There's some skeletons as well as a zombie to take care of in our mob farm. so naturally we take care of them. And then back to the nether again, because we still need even more quartz. I accidentally used my silk touch pick for the first couple pieces, even though I now did have my fortune 3 pickaxe, so we place those down quickly and destroy them again, but this time with the fortune 3 pickaxe instead of the silk touch. We then find another vein, get up to level 30, and another vein. And like I was saying before, this is a small percentage of the amount of quartz I actually found and mined. You guys are only seeing, you know, a fraction of how much actually was mined. I had to remove most of it, otherwise this video would have been 7 hours, but yeah. We do find some more ancient debris as well. Absolutely fantastic. And with the efficiency in our pickaxe, the netherrack does get broken so quickly. It's absolutely insane. The only problem is it's actually a little bit dangerous because you can mine so fast and just end up walking right into lava or falling into a hole. So you do have to be a little bit mindful of that when you're just digging straight forward. But yeah, I can't complain. It is very satisfying, as you can see there. But yeah, the ancient debris luck just continues. We keep finding more and more ancient debris. Absolutely awesome. We get back to base and there's yet another Enderman waiting for us. It seems to be a common theme now of Enderman waiting for us when we come through that nether portal. We then decide to do a little bit more enchanting once we get back with all the levels we had got from mining all of that nether quartz. Got ourselves a nice bow as well. And yeah, now that we had more nether quartz, we were able to continue working away at our newest building. And now we start placing the glass on the third layer of the building. Again, going back to the lime green. And then on the fourth layer, we go back with the light blue again. So it alternates all the way up. And after 4 layers, we had reached the top of our mob spawner. So it was now completely covered and definitely made our skyline look a lot better. Place down a couple lanterns by the entrance. And then we put down some ladders so we have an easy way to get to the top. And once we're at the top, we fill in the roof. And then we fill the inside in with grass. My plan for this was to build like a nice kind of rooftop garden zen area where we can kind of just relax and chill out. And just to add a really cool aesthetic to our base. And I figured there was no better tree to kind of match that aesthetic and that vibe than some cherry blossom trees. So we go ahead and place down a couple cherry blossom saplings on top of the building. As you can see, we place down some temporary lanterns beside them so they hopefully continue to grow throughout the night. And then we just get a little bit of, you know, lantern happy here. We don't want any mobs spawning up here, taking away from the efficiency of our mob farm. Obviously, we clean all this up later. But yeah. Then place down some of the cherry blossom flowers. We then wait for the cherry blossom trees to grow and the grass to spread. But yeah, as you can see, the building looks really good. go and take out a couple creepers and a baby zombie. We then add a lime green fence, a lime green glass pane kind of fence, I guess, around the garden on the rooftop. And we go and have a look at the building from across the waterway. Overall, I'm very happy with how it has turned out so far. And then once we get back, our first cherry blossom tree had grown. Unfortunately, I needed more cherry blossom saplings, so I had to take this one down and collect the saplings from it. And while we waited for some more cherry blossom trees to grow up here, we decided to place down some benches. Really just trying to create a nice cozy rooftop space. And after that was done, we decided to build some kind of rough paths going to the different spots where the benches were. And this is kind of how it's looking so far. Still definitely needed those cherry blossom trees to grow to really get the full feel for it, but overall I think it was coming along very nicely. While we were waiting for those trees to grow, we headed back inside. We wanted to get rid of the grass. That wasn't going to be a proper floor for a structure like this, so yeah, we just get to work shoveling away all the grass and dirt beneath. A wandering trader does his best to get in my way, but didn't pose too much of a problem. Alright, and then on top of the glowstone that was poking through from our underground base, we put down some cherry blossom leaves, allowing the light to still come through. I ran out of cherry blossom wood, so we, made a little bit of a cherry blossom wood farm outside. Started mining away at the trees out there to get more wood, so we could finish the interior of our latest build. And once we had enough cherry blossom wood, I built some stairs all the way around the outside, and then I did another layer of stairs on the inside ring. And as you can hear, our mob farm was definitely working well. And then we decided to waterlog the stairs to create these little thin strips of water. I thought it looked really cool, kind of resembled something you might find in a Japanese Zen garden or something. Yeah, really happy with the way it turned out. So we just keep working our way through, filling the entire thing up with water. And then we do the same with the outside layer of stairs. And once it was done, it looked really, really good. I was very happy with the way it turned out. Just a nice and kind of peaceful interior, which created a nice juxtaposition with the mobs that were going to be put to death just mere meters away. Alright, and most of the cherry blossom trees on top had now grown, so we got rid of all of the lanterns sitting on the grass and actually hung them from the trees, which looked really cool. Just waiting for that last one to grow to really see how it would look, but so far very happy. And then we see a lightning strike in front of our very own eyes. Then we decide to test out our bow and arrow with a long-range kill on a cow. Pretty good accuracy there, if I do say so myself. Get to work expanding our chicken farm a little bit more. And at this point we decide it's time to take down our... I guess it wasn't our true starter base. We had the noob shack before this, but this was our second starter base, so A little bit sad to see it go, definitely, you know, some nostalgia from way back when we started this world, but, you know, we needed the space for our next build, so it had to go, unfortunately. So yeah, that's what you see here, is just a time-lapse of me taking it down. Alright, and yeah, just like that, the structure had been completely torn down. We fill in the ground with dirt, and it's like it never existed at all. Back on top, we were enjoying our new garden space, still waiting for that last sapling to grow, but that's okay. Really just enjoying it. The cherry blossom petals that were sort of floating through the air just really added to the effect, and made it really a nice place to kind of hang out and take in a good view as well. I then decided to try the water bucket drop one more time. This time it was not successful. Yeah, you know, it wasn't the end of the world, but I did lose some levels there. Maybe not the smartest thing to have done, but oh well. But yeah, at this point we decide that it is time to go find the stronghold, take out the end dragon, and get ourselves a pair of elytra. So we begin our adventure towards the stronghold. We continue on through a stony shores biome, and then into a mesa highlands biome, I believe this is called. An absolutely massive mountain in the middle. I climbed to the top to get a nice view of the land around. We then found these gorgeous mountains covered by the clouds. Looked absolutely stunning as the sun was setting. Then we made ourselves a home inside of a cave and went to bed for the night so we wouldn't have to deal with any mobs as we continue our search for the stronghold. And this mesa biome was absolutely massive. We continue working our way through it. Eventually we find the spot where the stronghold should be, and we dig down towards it. I really need to be more careful when I'm digging, because as you can see, I keep doing this. I really need to just take a second, relax, chill out a little bit, but yeah, it's okay. We only lost a couple hearts. Wasn't the end of the world. But yeah, absolutely massive cave system as we are trying to find the stronghold, and we actually end up finding a deep dark biome. With this texture pack and with these shaders, the deep dark biome looked absolutely awesome. While we were here, we made sure that we would mine some skulk to bring back home with us. So that's exactly what you see me doing now. And as we continued our search for the stronghold, we did come across some more diamonds, so we weren't going to pass those up. We then found a skeleton spawner. Took care of the aimbotters, and then opened up the chest to find some diamond horse armor. This one had a golden apple and a name tag. Nothing too crazy, but can't complain. But yeah, then we do end up finding the stronghold. It was a really cool stronghold. I'm not sure if this is common or not, but it's certainly the first time I've ever seen it. But yeah, it was like a stronghold mixed with a deep dark biome, so it ended up looking really, really cool. So as we explore around, we're looking for the end portal, and eventually we do find it in this room here. I was trying to figure out what kind of mob this was. I couldn't really tell. I probably should have known that it was a silverfish spawner, but I did not. That's why I just kind of was staring at it blankly for a little while and got attacked by a silverfish. So we take out the silverfish, look around, see if there's anything interesting over that way, but there was not. I then used a silk touch pickaxe to mine the silverfish spawner. I'm not sure why. I think I was hoping that maybe it would drop the spawner itself, but I knew deep down that would not happen. But then we activate the end portal. And guys, here we go. We jump into the end. There's the dragon. We spawn on an obsidian platform just off to the side of the island. Use some dirt we had brought along with us to pile ourselves up and create a bridge over to the mainland. Alright, and once on the mainland, the battle effectively commences. We take out our bow to start aiming for the end crystals on top of each tower. If you're not familiar with how this battle works, basically the crystals on top of each tower will chain up with the dragon and heal the dragon. So if you don't take all of these out, the dragon effectively has unlimited health. As you can see, I actually hit the dragon with one of my shots. I was not meaning to aggro him yet, but what can you do? We did end up taking out that end crystal with our bow, so it's all good. We then work on taking out the second one. I think that shot was pretty close, but just missed. Second shot a little bit too low. With the third shot, we are able to hit it, so now we have 2 down already. We then take sight on the third tower, just miss. Second shot, a little bit low. Third shot, nail it. Those were the easiest ones to get. The towers were nice and short. Now we were going to have to tower up to the top of the towers. I get knocked off, but I was somehow able to pull off the water bucket trick, which broke my fall, which I was very impressed with myself. I am not very good at this game, so I was very happy that worked out for me. But don't worry, if you want to see me fail, there's lots of that coming too. But while we were on top of this tower, we had a perfect vantage point of these other end crystals, so we started taking aim and taking those out. We then got down to the last end crystal that did not have a cage around it. I think this one was right at the edge of our spawn distance, or our active interaction distance. You couldn't really see the arrows. They kind of disappeared after a certain length. So it took a couple tries, but eventually we do hit it with this shot right here. Alright, so all that was left were the 2 end crystals that were caged, and then we would be able to start fighting the dragon itself. But first step was first we had to somehow get down from here. So we end up just going onto our dirt pile we had made to tower up here in the first place and digging away. Once at the bottom, you know, I figured I was going to have to tower up these to destroy the end crystal and mine through the fences protecting them. But to my surprise, I actually snuck an arrow through the corner here, and it hit the end crystal and blew it up. So yeah, I was not expecting that. I thought I was going to have to tower up on top, but that was not the case. So we then go ahead and repeat the process for this next one, but not before an Enderman attacks me. Luckily, we were able to take out the Enderman quite efficiently. Then we work on aiming into the small little corner to try and take out the end crystal. We nail it. We have now taken out all of the end crystals. The dragon is no longer able to heal, so we aim our sights at the dragon itself. Now, it had been a very, very, very long time since I had fought the end dragon. I did not really remember what I was doing here. It seems like he would go to the middle once in a while and become invincible. I'm not sure if I should have just waited for him to fly around again, or if I am good to attack him when he's in the middle, how that works. But yeah, you'll see it does create a bit of a challenge for me in the near future here, to say the least. But yeah, he goes back to the middle again, so I take out my sword. I decide to hit him in the head, but I start taking a lot of damage. It was was really just trying to avoid looking at the Enderman. The last thing I wanted to do was aggro a bunch of those guys while I was trying to fight the dragon. We go to the center, hoping the dragon will come to us while taking aim. My aim really sucked, I do apologize. I mean, earlier I was able to hit that cow from like a kilometer away, a mile away, but now, you know, the aim seems to have just gone completely down the drain. Just miss after miss after miss. Pretty brutal. Feel free to roast me in the comments. It is okay. I know I deserve it. This one we get lucky with. It goes up and then comes back down and hits him on the way back down, which was pretty crazy. The Enderman then gets killed, and the Ender Dragon lands in the middle, but he flings me up in the air. I go for the water trick, but unfortunately I'm unable to pull it off, so I did die. Raced back to the end portal to try and get back to my stuff. Made sure to bring a couple blocks with me so I could tower back up. And we get back to our stuff. We were able to recover all of our items, thankfully. And we continue just beating down the End Dragon. Yeah, it seems like every time I hit him when he's perched on the middle there, it does damage to me. He can also fling me across the map, it seems like, if I'm not careful, when he's perched in the middle there. So I went for some bow shots, but he seemed to be invincible to those. So I just kind of, you know, would go in with my sword and try and hit him, but I don't know if I was doing this correctly at all. Let me know in the comments if there's a better way to be doing this. We then bring our bow back out and go for some long-ranged attacks, but I had aggroed an Enderman. Unfortunately, I could not seem to land a hit, and I panicked, and I did end up dying again. So we come back to the end one more time. Go and find our stuff and collect all of it back. And then we continue to just whittle down the Ender Dragon's health. Again, missing basically every shot. Pretty embarrassing. I then get flung up in the air. Unfortunately, I forgot to put my water bucket in my hotbar, so I had no way to save myself. So I died yet again, collected my stuff. At this point, the Ender Dragon's health was whittling down. He did fling me across the map, but this time it was not enough to kill me. For once, my accuracy with my bow was getting a little bit better, and I was able to land a couple shots in a row here. And it was enough to finish him off, and just like that, we had defeated the Ender Dragon. Wasn't the smoothest battle in the world, that is for sure, but again, this is just a chill playthrough. We weren't aiming for that, so, you know, we're all good with it. After that epic little finish there, we grab all of the experience on the ground. It gets me up to level 68. Absolutely insane. I then noticed the dragon egg on top here. I knew that I wanted to put a torch below it to break it, so, you know, I hit it a couple times to try and move it over onto the end stone, but it just fell through the portal and I never saw it again. So, a little bit disappointed that I lost the dragon egg. But you know what? Again, not the end of the world. With those 68 levels, we then went on an absolutely massive enchanting spree, just enchanting a crap load of diamond tools and armor. I knew I was prone to dying, so I wanted to, put all these levels to use before I could waste them. I then crafted up a bunch of firework rockets. I wanted them to be at least duration 2, if not duration 3. So we made a bunch of duration 2 and 3 rockets in preparation of going on a hunt for an end city and finally getting ourselves some elytra. So we get back to the end. We build a little dirt staircase up to the portal. It is not the most aesthetic staircase in the world, but it definitely gets the job done. Perhaps later on in the series we'll come back to the end and clean it up and make a proper end base and all that sort of stuff. But for now the dirt will do. So we throw our ender pearl through the portal, and now it is time to hunt for an end city. So we bridge ourselves across, going between the different islands. We turned our render distance all the way up, and we start looking for one of the cities so we can get our elytra. Unfortunately, I did die. I didn't realize it, but I wasn't recording at the time. Basically, while I was building a little 1x1 bridge across, I accidentally triggered an enderman, and he came and pushed me off and killed me. But again, not a big deal, because we got back, all our stuff was still there, and we were able to continue on. And we did find an end city, as you can see here. So we work on taking out these shulker box dudes. I'm not sure if they have an official name. Maybe shulker or shulks or something like that would be my guess. But yeah, we work on taking them out. When you get hit by them, they make you float. But if you eat the chorus fruit, you can teleport back to the ground. So yeah, we just kind of work our way through this end city, taking these guys out. We definitely wanted to get some shulker boxes going on top of the elytra. Those were the two most important things to grab while we were here, and we were not going to be denied. So yeah, we continue working our way through the tower. These things made absolutely hilarious noises when you would attack them. It was pretty funny. The only frustrating part was sometimes they would teleport to a different location. But yeah, it wasn't really too much of a hassle going through here. Never ended up dying in the end city. Unlike the Ender Dragon fight, it was pretty tame. A lot of floating, but the floating was perfectly fine. In fact, it actually helped me in a lot of cases, so yeah. Wasn't really sure what my next move was here, and then I noticed the end rods on the other side and figured I could probably jump on top of them. And so I get across, and I get hit, and I just float. And that made me realize I probably, instead of trying to parkour, it could have just floated to this side the whole time, but you live and you learn. Alright, so then we do get our very first ender chest. Make sure to use a silk touch pick to mine that up. We then got a nice enchanted diamond sword. And we continue working our way through the rest of the end city. Using our bow and arrow, we were able to take out some more of the shulkers. This chest had a lot of ore in it. Diamond ore, emeralds, iron ore, gold ore. Collected it all. This one really didn't have anything that good. I mean, the pickaxe had a lot of good enchantments on it, but at the end of the day, it's an iron pick. We then towered across to the end ship. Took out our bow to take out the shulkers before we got too close. And just like that, we were able to take them out. So we continued bridging ourselves across. Then we got to the end ship. Had a quick look around. Found a brewing stand. Made sure to grab that even though we already had one. Can't hurt. Did have a couple potions inside of it as well. Over here was a dragon head on the front of the ship. We definitely wanted to grab the head. So we made ourselves a little dirt platform, and thank goodness we made this dirt platform, by the way, because my inventory was full and I did not realize that. So when I go to destroy the head here, what happens is it drops, but luckily it just lands on the dirt because we had built that dirt platform, not knowing my inventory was full and I wouldn't be able to pick it up. So crisis avoided there. And then we head back inside of the end ship after collecting some end rods. Take out the final shulker inside. And of course he teleported. So that was a little bit frustrating, but I was not going to be satisfied until we finished him off. So we did, except he hit me with one more floaty cannon. So just at this point all he was doing was delaying my elytra. But that's okay. Again, this isn't a world meant for speed or rushing. This is a chill playthrough, so a little bit of a delay wasn't going to hurt us. So finally we get back inside the end ship, and we go and we claim our elytra. Absolutely awesome. Been waiting so long to get our hands on an elytra. This was going to make the rest of our gameplay so much smoother. Yeah, really exciting. Inside of the chest there are a couple useful items, some enchanted diamond tools, an enchanted diamond sword, some diamonds themselves, some emerald. So we grabbed all that stuff, and then we put our elytra to the test for the very first time. And we used one of our rockets, and off we went. I was extremely impressed with the range I was able to get on this single rocket. We actually were able to fly all the way back to the original portal we had come from with only the use of one rocket, I believe. As you can see, yeah, we still haven't used another rocket, and we're going to get all the way back to that original portal. I do not remember the elytra being that efficient. Perhaps it's something that's changed, or perhaps it's always been like that. I'm not sure. But yeah, we grab the ender pearl, throw it through the portal, head back to our original end biome, through the portal, and yeah, spawn back at our bed. So mission success. We now had our elytra, we had a dragon head, we had some shulker shells. So we fly back towards our base and take in the absolutely gorgeous views of the mesa biome around us. No, it took me 2 in-game days to walk and find the stronghold, and it took me all of about 30 real-life seconds to fly back with the elytra, so I guess that kind of puts into perspective just how useful the elytra really is. Now we are able to do a lot more exploring and really get a better lay of our land here. But yeah, as you can see, there's our base in the distance with the gorgeous Zen garden on the roof of our gorgeous new structure we had built. You can see our sheep farm and our cow farm and our nice big flat piece of land we had constructed to work with. So yeah, we fly back, end up going up onto the roof here. Figured after the hectic day of, defeating the Ender Dragon, going to the End City, getting our elytra, we could use a little bit of relaxation in the garden. We then place down our Ender chest. We then make 4 shulker boxes, which is the max amount I could. I then tried to place the dragon head down on a little pedestal I had made in our staircase, but it wasn't working and it wasn't looking good no matter what I did. So I opted just to put it on the far side like so, and then fixed our staircase back to normal. And then we decide to do some fishing to cap off the end to a glorious and successful day. And just to, make this day even more productive, as we're fishing here, we do get some very good items, including a mending book. So absolutely awesome end to the day. That is very, very nice to get. Now we have 2 mending books, one for our elytra, one for hopefully netherite pick that we'll be crafting soon. So yeah, absolutely awesome. Do a little bit more fishing to cap off the day, but yeah, was very excited about that. Not sure how this zombie spawned in. We do have a lot of torches and lighting everywhere, but that's okay. He tried to steal one of our eggs. We don't let egg thieves into our base, so we took him out, took our egg back, and yeah, headed downstairs where there were a bunch of mobs waiting for us in our mob farm. Took them all out, grabbed the experience. We then crafted as many netherite ingots as possible. We were able to craft 3, which meant we could upgrade 3 items to netherite, but for now there's only really 1 item I wanted to upgrade. But we were missing a smithing template in order to do so, which meant we were going to have to go to an end bastion. As you can see, I didn't realize you needed a smithing template. I thought you were able to create netherite items in Anvil. That is not the case, but after doing some research, I realized I was going to have to go to the nether, find a bastion remnant, which luckily we had already found that one from earlier, and find a smithing template. So we get to the bastion, immediately we mine all the gold blocks. Perhaps these would become useful for a beacon in the near future. And as we're exploring the bastion remnant, we do get attacked by a hoglin out of absolutely nowhere, so I run as fast as I can to retreat. I tower up a couple of blocks, tower up one more just to be extra safe, and then we take out our bow and we take out the hoglin. He died in actually 2 hits, which I thought was very, very quick. But yeah, ended up being a little bit easier than I thought. We then found our first room with a chest in it, and it had a smithing template, which is exactly what we needed, so was very hyped about that. We then took out a piglin. Dropped a gold sword for us, which we picked up. And yeah, we continued exploring, looking for more chests, which we do find. And the chest here had some crying obsidian for us, as well as a lodestone, so we grabbed those. This piglin comes out of absolutely nowhere. He came flying in. We got down to 2 hearts. I was using my pickaxe to hit him because I was in full panic mode, couldn't switch to my sword. Eventually I do switch to my sword, knock him off the ledge. I then switch to my bow. I can see the corner of his head, eat some food to start healing, and then I hit him. Still doesn't die. Hit him one more time, and luckily we were able to take him out. And yeah, very close call there, but we got through it. We then find 2 more chests. Some good loot in this one, including some ancient debris. This one had a bunch of crying obsidian, as well as some other good loot, so we grab as much of it as possible. And then we head back to our base. I had found out through doing some research that you're able to replicate the smithing template, so I definitely wanted to replicate as many of those as I could. So yeah, we made 7 of them, so that should last us for a long time. Taking some inspiration from the Lord of the Rings, I named our pickaxe the Arcanaxe, and then we turned it into a netherite pickaxe. It now had Fortune 3, Efficiency 5, Unbreaking 3, and Mending on it. So, an absolutely beast of a pickaxe. Very excited to get that. We then added Unbreaking 3 as well as Mending onto our Elytra. Absolutely fantastic there as well. Alright, and I did mention earlier that I would collect sand, but using a shovel with efficiency on it. So that happens now, and as you can see, it is much faster and extremely satisfying to watch. Take out some spiders and a phantom as we're doing so. Then in the distance, we find a spider jockey. We were able to very efficiently take that out in 3 hits, 2 on the skeleton, 1 on the spider, and he was done. The sun rises the next morning as we're still collecting as much sand as we can. And there's that efficiency on the shovel again, just absolutely melting away the sand. Unfortunately, we did use up the very last little bit of our shovel, but that's okay. We collected quite a bit of sand, not as much as I was hoping, but still a lot. It was gonna, last us a long time for sure. So we then grab our shulker boxes. Then we go to a bamboo farm not too far away and collect a bunch of bamboo as we had run low on fuel again. So my plan was to use this as an easy source of fuel. Extremely satisfying, the noise the bamboo makes when you break it and all of the bamboo pieces falling down from the sky. And we get back to base, we load up all of that bamboo into the fuel chest on our auto smelter. We then put the sand in the smeltables chest, and we wait for some glass. And as we wait, we decide to go enjoy our rooftop garden and look at the nice moon. And as you can see down below, I have set up the foundation for our next build. Really excited for you guys to see how this one turns out. I'm very happy with the end result. And to give you a heads up, what this build is going to be is housing for all of our different mobs. So our sheep farm, our cow farm, we'll get a pig farm going in there. Our wolves, our chickens, our horses, all of that stuff is going to be housed inside this new building. That was the plan. So yeah, we get to work on it. As you can see, I had built up most of the first layer now, using light blue stained glass on the first layer. I thought it was coming along very nicely, looked really good so far, and then we just continued expanding upwards. On the other building, the layers went green, blue, so on this one I wanted to do the opposite and do blue, green. So that's why we started with the light blue on the first floor, and the second and fourth floors will be green, and the third floor will be blue. But yeah, just continue building upwards, getting all those layers in place, waiting for my glass to smelt. With this build, because of the circular design, I wasn't able to use glass panes, I had to use glass blocks. So it was definitely going to take up a lot of glass. So that was the main choke point on this one right here. Alright, and that's the third layer, or at least, the structural elements of the third layer finished. And yeah, overall, very happy with how it's looking so far. Obviously, it's going to look much better once the glass is all filled in. But yeah, I think it looks really cool. Let me know what you guys think, if there's any improvements I could make. But yeah, overall, considering I'm not usually the best builder in Minecraft, I'm very happy with how it turned out. And next up, we're still waiting for all of the glass to finish up smelting down, so we start working on the floors of the different level in the meantime. I use half slabs as basically the roof for the floor below, because we're going to be using a lot of dirt flooring in this build due to the fact that it's going to be a mob farm type build. And I didn't want, the roof from the floor below to look like dirt, so I wanted to place a layer of half slabs first. So that's why I'm placing these half slabs down. And honestly, there's just something very meditative or therapeutic about placing blocks in Minecraft, especially when you're placing a lot of blocks over a decent amount of time. You just kind of get into this tunnel vision type mode where you're 100% focused on what you're doing and nothing else in the world really matters. And yeah, I definitely felt that way a couple times during these builds in this episode here. And once the half slabs were all placed, we do place dirt on top like I was mentioning I would be doing before. A couple grass blocks mixed in to make sure that they all turn to grass. Alright, and the end result after finishing that first floor is this. And then our bottom floor, I did build a couple of different pens for different animals as well, so this is how everything's looking so far. I then decided that I'm going to turn this pen into our chicken coop. Then keep building flooring, so this is going to be the floor of our third floor now. So again, we start with the half slabs, and then we will be putting some dirt on top. So we continue to work on placing all of the dirt down on the third floor. And just like that, all of the dirt is finished, and we work on placing down some stone bricks. And yeah, this is what the third floor now looks like. Room for 2 different animal pens. The second floor is a much bigger single pen. I'm going to use that for our sheep, as I do tend to use a lot of wool when I play Minecraft. So yeah, I definitely wanted to have a big sheep farm. We then work on the roof. Again, starting with half slabs, just so when you look up from the floor below, it looks aesthetically pleasing. And yeah, this is basically where we're at. So we have what will be our sheep farm on the second floor. But as I was trying to give a little bit of a tour to you guys, a spider jockey kind of spawns out of nowhere. He's trying to hunt me down. He's dodging all of my arrow shots. He's on fire, but he's getting some shots off. Finally, we get the skeleton taken care of and the spider right after. Down to 2 hearts, but that's okay. We heal up, and we get to work placing dirt on the roof as well. Another wandering trader somehow managed to make his way all the way up to the roof here. Got in our way a couple times, but that's okay. And then on the other building, we made the rooftop railing out of lime green glass panes. So on this one, we do the light blue glass panes. And you can see the other building in the distance there. So I really liked how the Zen garden kind of idea turned out on the first building we had built in this episode, so I planned on replicating that on this building as well to kind of keep the consistent theme going, and because I thought it did look really good. So we torch up the roof just for now, just to ensure no mobs spawn in the meantime. Then decided it's probably a good idea to start lighting up all of the different floors beneath as well, because yeah, it had definitely turned into a second mob farm, and we already had a mob farm. We did not need a second one. So yeah, I tried to take care of these mobs here. Unfortunately, it did not go very well for me. As you can see, I do end up dying here. I tried to jump off and use my elytra to fly, but unfortunately I did not do so properly and met my end. But that is a-okay, as it wasn't a very far commute to retrieve our items and get back to business, so yeah, no problem at all. And we grab all of our stuff, just like so, and we're able to get back to work. Alright, and then we start working on the rooftop garden, placing down some cherry blossom saplings, waiting for them to grow. And then we move our horses into their stables inside. So yeah, the horses are looking really good inside of their new pens. I do have 2 more pens for future horse expansion. And then we get to work building a dirt staircase going up to the 2nd and 3rd levels of the farm, so we have a way to get the mobs up there. Obviously, once they're up there, as long as nothing goes catastrophically wrong, which knowing me is definitely a possibility, but hopefully it won't, and it shouldn't. And yeah, once we have the mobs up there, we don't really need a staircase anymore. So yeah, just a temporary staircase out of dirt just to get the mobs up here, and then we'll remove this staircase afterwards. And now the staircase to the 2nd floor was completed, so we work on expanding it up to the 3rd floor. Tried to make it nice and wide because I know the mobs aren't always the smartest in this game, and there's a very good chance that they're going to fall off the edge. But as long as we get a good chunk of them up there, it won't be a problem. I mean, all we really need is 2, and we can expand from there. But I'd prefer to have a little bit more than 2 if we can. So yeah, I'd go ahead and grab the cows. They are the first ones who are going to be moving to their new home. I found this whole part absolutely hilarious, just this massive horde of cows following me with 1 piece of wheat. Obviously that's not enough to feed, you know, the 20, 30 cows that are following me, but hey, I guess they are too stupid to recognize that, and they are all following me up the stairs here. And yeah, as you can see, some are falling off the side and injuring themselves, but you know what? That's just more beef for me. What can I say? It's not the end of the world. As long as we get a good number of them up, that is all that really matters. And as you can see, we still have a decent number with us by the time we get to the top. So we bring them inside. We bring them to the far side of the pen. Slowly but surely, they make their way along. Moving very slowly for sure. Yeah, I'm really sorry for the puns in this episode, guys. Feel free to roast me in the comments, but what can you do? But yeah, we get the cows up there, we seal off the fence, so yeah, our cow enclosure is ready to go. I do find a couple of pigs not far from our base either, so, you know, we attach some leads to them. The leads were giving me a little bit of trouble, so we switched to holding a carrot for the staircase, and we get them to follow us all the way up. Unfortunately, we do only have 2, but that is enough to start a farm, so no problem. So we get the pigs inside of their enclosure, and yeah, we're basically all set. We did have a cow escape. He must have been on the ground level and climbed all the way up here, because there's no way the cows up here already could have gotten over that fence, so, you know, he made that trek for nothing. I do apologize to that poor cow, but unfortunately he had to go. But yeah, so just like that, the cows and the pigs were done. We could take down the part of the staircase that went all the way up to the 3rd level, as, yeah, we were all finished up there. Mobs in place, and everything is looking good. Next up, we decide to relocate our dogs over into our mob building as well, including Kylie and Carl, who are 2 subscribers from the last episode. Thank you guys again so much for the subscriptions. And I wanted to test our wolves out on that cow, but he was already very low health. He must have dropped from the staircase earlier. But on this cow, we are able to test out the wolves, and they are very loyal and very strong indeed, taking them out very efficiently. So yeah, we continue to lead the dogs towards their new pen. They have 1 more cow to devour on the way so they don't get hungry in their new enclosure. They finish eating that cow, and then we bring them all the way inside here. And just like that, our dogs are in their new home. So we get them all to sit down. And yeah, everything's looking good. Chickens, horses, dogs, cows, pigs, they're all in place. Now we just need to get the sheep up there. But before we can get the sheep up there, we still were waiting on some lime green glass So in the meantime, we took out a couple mobs at our farm. We enjoyed our rooftop garden. This one was coming along nicely. I added some benches, a little table for some socializing there. Maybe we can invite our axolotls and dogs up here for a party at some point. Yeah. And at this point, a good chunk of our lime green glass was now ready, so we started placing that down. As you can see on the far side, I left an opening for our sheep to come and join us up here, which we will get to shortly. But yeah. Alright, and then we continue placing down the lime green glass on the 4th level. This level was empty. I just had this in place for any sort of future expansion, any sort of mob farms we wanted to add in the future. We have a place for it now. So yeah, that is the reason that 4th floor is empty for now. But yeah, it was time to bring the sheep on up to the 2nd level. One cow was trying to disguise himself as a sheep, as you can see at the bottom there, but yeah. Unfortunately for him, I am not that blind, so he would meet his end. But for now, what we were worried about was getting the sheep in place, and in place they had become. So just like that, yeah, this building was pretty much all set up. We had all the mobs in place that we wanted. A couple finishing touches needed to be done, but overall, everything was looking absolutely fantastic. We were now able to take down our temporary dirt staircase for once and for all. And unfortunately, for those who were not able to make it up the stairway to heaven, or I guess opposite of stairway to heaven, they did meet my good friend, the Diamond Sword. Unfortunate, but it had to be done. I did not want a bunch of sheep and cows and random mobs just running around my base, making it look disorganized, causing lags, so yep, the purge had to commence. Alright, and yeah, wanted to give you guys a really good view of those two buildings now that they were both finished. In my opinion, it looks really good. Let me know what you guys think yet again. But very happy with the progress so far. Next up, we did get to work on a little fountain area by our front staircase. I think I may have used a little bit too much deep slate tile in this build. It looks okay in the end, but I think there's a chance I'll be changing it up in the future. Again, any feedback is always appreciated. Let me know what you guys think. And this part was so satisfying. Once we get the last bit of water in, it just completely fills in the entire space. Looks really good, especially with the shaders. And then I decide to add in some tiled deep slate walls with a lantern on top, and then I put some water on top of the lantern to make these fountains. Repeat that process over on both sides, and this is how it looks. So overall, yeah, I do think it looks really good. I do think perhaps it's a little bit too much deep slate. Perhaps a little brighter color palette somewhere in there would look a little bit better. So that is a change that we can definitely make in the future. But yeah, definitely happy with it overall. We then decide to replace the torches on our front staircase with lanterns that go all the way down the steps. Created a really cool look, in my opinion. Was really happy with the way this turned out. Got rid of the torches now that we had the lanterns in place. And then I found the back wall of the fountain was looking a little bit bland, so I tried to brighten it up by adding some lanterns and some birch leaves in an alternating pattern. Kind of created like this little wave design of shelves. And just like the rest of this fountain area, I'm not 100% sold on how it turned out, but I don't hate it either. Let me know what you guys think. So we repeat that process on both sides. And that's kind of what it looks like in the end. Getting towards the end of our 200 days here, we decide to do a little bit more fishing. Just kind of relax, take it easy. As you can see, the lanterns in the water, I think, make a world of difference, especially once it starts to get darker outside. It looks really cool. Brightens up the lake, makes fishing even that much more cozy. Unfortunately, a pesky phantom interrupts our peaceful fishing session. You know, I'm just trying to do some fishing in the dark. This guy comes out of nowhere. But that's okay. If he's not going to let me fish for fish, I'm going to fish him instead. So I tug him towards me with my fishing rod. It doesn't exactly work out very well, but I had fun nonetheless, so who cares? This time it works out a little better, though. I'm able to hook him with the fishing rod, pull him in, and then I get a nice hit off and end up taking him out with my sword. It is now day 198. We go to bed. We wake up on day 199. Now, I have gotten a couple comments, just a couple, about me not using a shield. So I decided to ensure that I do not get those comments again for the 200-day episode. On day 199, I will be making myself a shield and equipping it. So if you leave a comment about how I didn't use a shield, please go ahead and delete that comment now, because I did, okay? So then we name some of our axolotls after subscribers. First we have Slem Bobbin, then we have Maxwell Skellington, next up we have Raison. We have 2 more name tags left, so we're gonna go ahead and name some of our dogs after some subscribers as well. First off, we have Samarth, and then we have Rusted Zeus. Thank you guys so much for subscribing. Make sure to subscribe if you want the chance to have your name in-game on one of our mobs. I'm going to keep this tradition going in future episodes. We then get back to base and take out a couple more creepers. Wouldn't be proper not to end this series with some creeper deaths if you ask me, so that pretty much does it for day 199. We go to bed on day 199, and of course when we wake up, it is day 200. So for day 200, what I would like to do is I would like to go on a bit of a tour about everything we've accomplished in the first 200 days of this world. So starting at the front, of course, we have those fountains that we just recently added, and the official front staircase lined with lanterns. We'll give ourselves another view of the fountain from up top here. Again, let me know what you guys think. And then we'll make our way inside. Of course, we have the Ender Dragon head to signify our Ender Dragon fight, as well as our End City conquest in which we got our Elytra. We do have some more banners. One last creeper kill to celebrate the 200 days. Of course, the axolotl exhibit is also new for 200 days. As you can see, we have our axolotls named after subscribers, enjoying their enclosure. Another thing that was accomplished in this episode are these 3 mini farms. We have cactus, bamboo, and sugarcane. I used up a lot of these materials just before recording the 200-day episode, so there's not much in the chests, but they are actually pretty efficient. Yeah, And then, yeah, as you can see, our absolutely massive underground base here with all the storage chests in the back. And as we leave, we have our nice flat area from the first 100 days and these 2 new buildings that we had created this episode. This one has almost like a little Japanese Zen room at the bottom with the water going around. Of course, the centerpiece of the room is the tower that drops the mobs. And as we climb up, we get a really nice view of the mob farm. And once we get to the top, we have our first cherry blossom Zen garden. Looking really good with the lanterns and the benches and the pathways and the flowers on the ground and everything. Very happy with the way it turned out. And you can see our second building, our mob farm building, in the foreground. So we go ahead and we fly towards that. On the main floor, we do have our chicken coop, as well as our horse pens, and we have our dog enclosure as well. The grass wasn't growing very well in the horse pen, so I placed down those torches earlier and forgot about them, so quickly remove them now. And as we climb up, our second floor has our sheep farm, our third floor has our cow and our pig farm, our fourth floor is going to be used for future mob farms, and on the top we have that second Zen garden with the cherry blossoms. Absolutely fantastic looking. And I know I've said it a couple times, guys, but at this point I can't not say it again. I am so appreciative of all of you. Make sure to leave a like and make sure to subscribe if you enjoyed the content. If not, no worries at all. I understand. Thank you guys so much for being here. Really means the world. And fill up that comment section because I literally read all 250 plus on the first video so far. So I do plan on reading every single comment that you guys leave on this video as well. And yeah. Just thank you so much. Again, if we do reach 500 likes, I do plan on continuing this series with a 300 days episode. Or if you want me to change it up, let me know what you'd like me to do in the future. But at this point, I am going to leave you guys off with the sunset. So yeah, enjoy the sunset, enjoy the music, and we'll see you guys next time. Thank you so much. Welcome to 300 Days in Minecraft, but it's chill. I can't wait for you guys to see this one. There is so much in this episode. You guys are in for a treat. So much building, so much progress. We build some farms. We take on the Wither. There's so much going on in this one. You guys are going to absolutely love it. Thank you so much for being here. If you haven't checked out the 100 days and 200 days videos, I do recommend you watch those first. But yeah. Thank you so much, guys. Let's get into it, and let's survive 300 days in Minecraft. Alright, and to start off on day 300, I did read all the comments from the last couple videos, taking your guys' suggestions, and one of those suggestions is exactly what we have here. McElroy556 suggested putting wool carpets on top of the hoppers in our mob farm. That way the experience orbs don't get stuck in the hoppers. So of course we try this out by placing the carpet on top of the hoppers, and luckily a creeper volunteers himself to be our first test subject, so we take out the creeper and it works like a charm. So appreciate that one, thank you so much. And this next one is from Lilywick's Badger, who suggests that we build a lava farm, since they noticed I was complaining about mining coal last episode. So yeah, we get to work on creating a lava farm. Thank you so much for the suggestion. Definitely going to be useful. But yeah, for the lava farm you do need some dripstone, so that's what you see here is I went out into a cave, found some dripstone, and then I decided to place it right behind my automatic smelters, so the lava's in nice easy reach of our furnaces. We just dig one block down and lower our floor by 1 block so we can place in all the cauldrons. Then you're going to want a 1 block gap above the cauldrons, and you can place any kind of solid block you want. Probably something that doesn't burn though would be ideal. Then on top you just place a temporary block. You put down all of your trap doors. Then you remove those temporary blocks. Now you have a little 3x3 area where you can place in your lava source blocks. Alright, and then you just have to place dripstone above each of the cauldrons. And you'll already start to see the lava dripping into the cauldrons. Over time, that's actually going to fill up the cauldrons with lava. And I'll let you guys see that with this quick little montage here. And yeah, guys, keep up the suggestions. Like I said, I do read all the comments. Really appreciate the amount of support we've been getting. There's so many comments, so many likes. It's been absolutely fantastic. But yeah. Alright, and there we go. It was about one in-game day it took for all 9 spots to fill up, so not too bad. Definitely going to be very useful for us in terms of keeping our furnaces fueled. Alright, and next up we head into the mines as I have a couple of building projects in mind. As you'll see, I've been kind of digging out this long hallway behind our mine shaft. But yeah, I wanted to collect as much deep slate as possible for some future building projects that we're going to get to in this episode. So that's what I do for the next little bit, is just mine a whole bunch of deep slate. And luckily we actually find a decent sized diamond vein during our deep slate mining. Definitely not going to turn down some diamonds, that is for sure. So we grab those up and continue mining out the, I don't even know what to call this, just this long corridor, I suppose we'll call it. And we find another diamond. Unfortunately, this time it was just one, but we'll still take it. As you can see, we've collected a bunch of deep slate at this point, so we put it all in some shulker boxes and head back up. And now we start building our latest addition to the base. Alright, and that's kind of the frame done. So now we start working on building it up. I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but when I'm building something like this and just get into that sort of flow state of building, you know, I find it almost like better than meditating, you know? Your mind just kind of turns off, you're 100% focused on the task at hand, and it's just so satisfying. Let me know if you guys feel the same way. But yeah, as you can see, we're going up layer by layer. I have a really cool idea for the inside of this building that you guys are going to see shortly, so make sure to stick around to see what exactly we put inside here. But yeah, I think it turns out really well in the end. Hopefully you guys agree. Sticking with the blue and green glass theme that the rest of our base has going on, of course. But yeah, I'll give you guys a little look at where we're at so far. We've got the first 2 layers done, and this is kind of how it's looking. Alright, so we keep trucking along, building up this tower. onto the 3rd level now. Alright, and brief time later we had finished up all 4 levels, and this is what we're looking like. So next up we do decide to put the floor inside, quickly take out all the dirt. And then we decide to do a checkered pattern. And for the floor I decide to go with chiseled stone bricks as well as smooth stone. And then yeah, we just place down the stone in the gaps. And this is how it looks all finished. So next up we repeat that same process on each floor of the building. And we take a quick break to kill a skeleton and a creeper. On the roof, just like the rest of the roofs, we do decide to place down some grass. And of course we'll be putting in some cherry blossom trees up here as well to match the rest of the base. But yeah, we'll go have another look at it from the outside in a sec here, but first we get to work on the interior. So yeah, what I'm going to be putting in the interior here, guys, is a semi-automatic farm for wheat, potatoes, and carrots. The planting will still have to be done manually, but we're going to build an automatic collection system that automatically harvests and collects all of the drops into some chests that are located in our underground base. So that's the idea. That's what I'm building now, is the first farm. I do make them 8 by 8 in dimension. Of course, we make sure that each side has a bunch of water source blocks. And we put 1 bucket of water at the end of this little stream we've made at the end here, right after we place down some torches. And then we place a sign at the end, so the water doesn't flow over that block. And we dig it out, and now all the items are going to theoretically fall out of that hole. So we do the same thing on the 2nd level, as well as the 3rd level. And you'll see it goes all the way down to the main floor. Now, to make sure the items don't spill and we don't have any loss, I do decide to build some glass chutes that will keep the items contained. I wanted to make them out of at least partially glass so we could watch the items as they fall from the floors above and down into our underground base. So that's what I'm building right here. Made the frame out of deep slate to match the rest of the build. And then just some clear, plain glass. Alright. We then make similar little glass chutes on the floors above, again just to ensure that no items land on blocks and make the farm less efficient than it could be. Then we added those glass chutes to the other floors as well, and then after that we made our way up to the roof where we placed down some light blue glass panes as a sort of fence at the top, put down some cherry trees as well, and then the next part of this build I needed a bunch of dispensers, but I did not have enough bows in order to make those dispensers, and I did not have enough string to make enough bows. So basically we were short on string, so we head down into that awesome lush cave with the abandoned mine shafts, and we grabbed as much string as possible. While we were here, we couldn't pass up on a couple of axolotls as well. So we head back, put the axolotls in our base in the axolotl enclosure we built last episode. And we put that brand new lava farm to use, using it as fuel for our automatic smelters. And then we craft up all the bows and all of the dispensers that we need to continue on with the build. Alright, and after we have enough dispensers, we go ahead and place them down in our farm building. And then we work on building a vertical redstone wire, so that we can carry a redstone signal all the way up to each floor. Easiest way to do this is you just place a solid block and then a redstone torch and then a solid block and then a redstone torch and so on. And that'll carry a redstone signal vertically, which is pretty cool. Alright, and then we make sure that all of the dispensers are attached to the redstone as we celebrate with some fireworks by accident. But yeah. And after that, we work on the collection system. I want everything to come right into our underground base by our storage area, just so everything's nice and close together. And I am aware that I only need one hopper per double chest. I'm not actually sure why I put 2 hoppers in. I don't think I was thinking really just on autopilot at this point. But later I do destroy a couple of the hoppers that aren't necessary here and reuse them in a different part of the base. But yeah, that's why there's 2. Alright, but yeah, we just carry that hopper line all the way to the base of that chute that we had built from before, where all the items are going to be collected. And then we just quickly patch up the hole we created ourselves. Watching this back, I was going in very slow motion. Oh my goodness, I must have been distracted at this point. But yeah, I'm pretty much done at this point. Last step is to load up all of the dispensers with water buckets. Alright, and after all that's done, we give it a test. I had a lever at the bottom at first. It's actually better to use a button for this type of redstone contraption. So I do change it to a button later. But yeah, as you'll see, everything looks like it's working well. When I hit the lever, the water starts flowing. All the items do make their way into that chute. We did throw a couple items in to test out, make sure all the water flow is working properly. So we go back under base, make sure the test items we used all ended up in the chests, and they did. So everything seems to be working perfectly. We then decide to go kill this lonely zombie, and it's time to put the crops in. So we get to work tilling all of the land. Then we place down all of our seeds. We only had a couple potatoes and a couple carrots to plant, so those levels only had a couple seeds each, but obviously the wheat level, we definitely had enough seeds for the wheat. As we waited for the plants to grow and test out our new farm, I decided to expose all of the glowstone that was sitting as the roof of our underground base. I wanted it exposed for, well, I'm not going to spoil anything, but you guys are going to see why I'm doing this. But basically, yeah, just, you know, there'd be 3 blocks of grass and then a piece of glowstone, and I just would locate all of those glowstone pieces and expose them. And that's what I do for the next little while. And we were not going to be needing this wheat farm anymore now that we had our farm building all set up. So I decided to take this farm out. And of course we take out the pumpkins as well, and the melons. And last but not least, we get rid of all of the stone in the middle. And fill in the gaps of water with dirt. And just like that, the farm is all gone. So we continue exposing that glowstone underneath. 3 blocks of dirt and then the glowstone. Alright, and after some more time, we pretty much have most of our base completed with the little holes where the glowstone is. Just a couple more spots to go. Unfortunately, we were going to have to get rid of our little fishing spot at this point, as we did have plans, so a little bit sad to see that go, but great time to remind you guys to like and subscribe if you are enjoying the content. If not, no worries at all. I understand it's not for everybody. But yeah, once we had finished making all those little holes around, now we filled in the holes with water, which is what you see here. Alright, and after a bunch of hard work, we have all of them filled up with water. This is what it looks like from above. And next we decide to mark out some pathways connecting our 2 staircases to each other. And then I expand the pathway to connect to all of the buildings we've built so far as well. At this point, I noticed a bit of a leak inside of our base, so we make sure to get that cleaned up. And then we continue with working on the pathways. And just like that, now everything is all linked up, looking good. We'll go for a bit of an aerial view so you guys can see what it looks like from above. But yeah, there you go. You'll see the pathway goes to each one of the buildings and connects our 2 staircases. Now you guys get to see the whole reason for all of this, which is basically I plan on just filling in the entire area with an absolutely massive wheat farm. I don't know why I decided to do this, I just thought it would look really cool. And really match the chill vibe of our videos here. Just having a nice massive farm to relax by. So yeah, this is a huge project. There is thousands and thousands of wheat and soil that needs to be tilled, so it does take, you know, many hours of real life time to get this done. I'm only showing you bits and pieces here of highly sped up little parts of me tilling the soil and planting the seeds. But yeah, it was definitely a massive project, that's for sure. Please do let me know what you guys think of how it turned out once we see the end result here. Alright, and many hours later all the tilling was done, so we then decide to move on to planting the wheat seeds themselves. We definitely do not have enough seeds to cover the whole area yet, but we have more than enough to get a really good start, so that's exactly what we do. Alright, and as you can see, we have a huge chunk planted now. But still less than half done. So we decide to beat a couple creepers with my meat. And then after that short break, we get back to planting the seeds. So we take a second to enjoy the product of our farming so far. Really love the way this texture pack kind of has the different sort of plants and leaves and stuff blowing with the wind, just kind of rustling back and forth a little bit. Really, really cool. We then get invaded by some pillagers and make quick work of them. Didn't even land a shot on me. Pretty pathetic, if I do say so myself. But yeah, the first part of all that wheat we had planted had grown, but I had run out of seeds, so we decided to take out all of the wheat, grab all of the seeds we can, and then replant the area that we had just taken out, as well as used all the extra seeds we got from that to continue expanding the farm. And at this point, we decide it's a good time to test out our automatic farm building that we had spent the first part of this video building. So as you can see, we hit the button, and now we'll start seeing all of those different farmable items dropping through the chute, with a carrot at the very end. Now we go underground to the collection system we built, we'll open it up, and you will see that the items are starting to pile in. Again, I didn't have very many carrots and potatoes to start off with, so you're not going to see too many carrots and potatoes, but yeah, everything seems to be working really well, which is awesome. And we just had a few more seeds left, so we go and grab a couple more seeds by destroying some fully grown wheat and quickly replanting it. And now that we had enough seeds, we were able to finish off the last little patch. And yeah, at this point everything was planted. Now we just had to wait for it to grow. You can definitely tell which areas I planted first and didn't reharvest. As you'll see, they're all fully grown. But yeah, everything's planted up, and now it's just a matter of waiting. So while we wait for that, we decide that we need to expand our base for future farms and future building projects. So we start filling in some water here, giving ourselves some flat land to work with. I expand out into the ocean as well. Or sorry, I guess it's actually just a large river, not an ocean, but you get the idea. So we place down a bunch of dirt. I'm not going to show it all, as it would just be way too long and boring for you guys, but I think a little bit of these building clips, you know, in short, they are pretty cool. They are pretty satisfying. But yeah, after a bunch of work, as you can see, we've created ourselves a large flat area, and then we start building some walls to keep the mobs out. And I hate it when people build platforms on the ocean, but they don't build the edges all the way down to the bottom, so it looks like it's just this massive floating piece of land. So I made sure that I made the deep slate bricks go all the way to the bottom, so it didn't have that kind of weird look to it. But yeah, so from above, you guys will now see this whole new area I've been working on. I left a circular hole of water in the middle. We'll be using that in the future for a cool little project. But yeah, that's basically where we're at. We continue placing down that deep slate wall, building it all the way to the floor of the riverbed. And then we placed down some green panes on top of the short little wall that we had built to keep the mobs out. A player can easily jump over this, but oddly enough, mobs don't seem to be able to get past it, so... Alright, and just like that, yeah, we have a nice large new area that we can continue using for the expansion of our base. And from above you get a nice view, everything's looking good. The wheat is starting to come in as well. But yeah, next up we need some quartz for another one of our projects that's going to be going into that new piece of land we just made for ourselves. So we get to the nether, we found some ancient debris, and then we grab as much quartz as possible. And we find some more ancient debris. And right after that we find even more. And yeah, this one was really good because it was actually a vein of 3, which you almost never see. But yep, keep going, find some more quartz. This Enderman spawned in like the only possible place it could have in this entire underground nether area. Literally the only place there's a 3-block gap. But yeah, we found 3 more ancient debris, which is absolutely crazy. I could not believe my luck at this point. And then we find some more quartz. Make sure to mine all that up. And I continued mining in the nether forever, but I didn't want to show all of it. So yeah, you'll see we got a lot of quartz, and then we upgraded our shovel to a netherite shovel as well. And for our next project, I needed some redstone lamps, which means I needed a lot of glowstone dust. So I placed down a bunch of extra glowstone we had laying around and mined it up with a Fortune 3 pickaxe. Alright, and then that circular hole we had left in the middle of our new land, I filled in all the walls with the quartz we had just mined from the nether. Right, and then along the bottom we placed down quartz and redstone lamps in a checkered pattern with redstone blocks underneath, so the redstone blocks would charge up the redstone lamps and make sure they stay lit. So yeah. Alright, and after a little bit of placing, we have a finished product. So this is what it's looking like at this point. I had a nice pet squid, except I didn't want a pet squid, so I had to kill it. And then we fly over to a warm ocean biome with a bunch of buckets on hand. As you can see, the coral looks awesome. I love these biomes so much, so colorful. And then the main reason we're here is for the tropical fish. So we start collecting up some fish. And then we bring all of the fish back to our base here, and we place them in that water feature that we had just created. Basically, this will become an aquarium of sorts. I'm just going to put a bunch of tropical fish inside. Alright, and this is how we're looking so far. We went back and collected some more fish a couple different times, bringing them back. And then we decide to place down some light blue paned glass around the outside of the water feature, the aquarium. Then we went and got even more tropical fish. Place those guys into the aquarium as well. Got a couple of cod as well, just for some variation. We took out a couple zombies quickly. Harvested our farm another time. And this time our potato and carrot numbers were getting up. Almost had enough to plant the full 8x8 farms now. I find it really satisfying just watching the numbers go up for the different crops and the seeds. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but just watching numbers go up always makes me feel good. I don't know if you are all the same way, but yeah. I then came back to my aquarium and found a fish almost dead flopping on the surface, so I decided to raise up 1 block above water level and built this kind of little platform out of stone slabs, and then we replaced down the light blue glass panes on top. I don't know how many times I've pronounced panes as planes in this episode, but I swear I've had to edit out like 27 different mistakes in which I called panes planes, so yeah. And everything's looking really good. I wish the fish would kind of swim around a little bit more. It seemed like they would just get stuck in corners. That was the only really downside to that aquarium, but still overall very happy with the way it turned out. Next up, we decided to do some texturing into our pathways. We used some dirt and gravel to achieve that textured look. But I felt like it was still missing something, so we ended up placing some granite down as well. We go in to see how it looks so far. Just kind of did this first little area as a test, but I was happy with the way it looked, so we decided to expand and do the same with the entire pathway. Alright, now that it's all finished, we have another look from above. And yeah, I was very happy with the way it turned out. Let me know if you guys agree, or if you think it could be improved in any way. But yeah, with all the wheat and everything, it was starting to feel really nice and cozy. We go check in on our fish. They're all looking good. Yeah, and we were running out of building materials yet again, so back into the mines we go. We continued expanding that corridor. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with this. Eventually maybe we'll make like a minecart system that runs all the way down here, or something along those lines. Not sure yet. If you guys have any idea for this super long corridor I've been mining out, let me know. And we were lucky enough to find some more diamonds. This was another very large vein of diamonds. As you can see, seemed like it just never ended. And right when I thought that was going to be the last piece of diamond, there was another one, and then yet another one. So yeah, lots of diamonds from the one vein, that is for sure. I then ran into some mossy cobble and heard a crapload of spiders hissing. So that could only mean one thing. A spider spawner, and there it is. So we make our way inside with our sword equipped, and yeah, there was a lot of spiders in here. Like a lot of spiders. I didn't even know that this many mobs could spawn from one spawner. But eventually we take out all the spiders. It would have been nice to have found this when I needed all that string for the dispensers, but what can you do? That's the way it works sometimes. The chest didn't have anything too crazy inside. We did get a music disc. And a couple of enchanted books, projectile protection, frostwalker, nothing too crazy. Yeah, so we get back to work mining some more deep slate and continuing that corridor. And we head back towards our base. Then we find an invisible spider. Definitely tripped me out a little bit. How do these even happen? Like, did a witch throw an invisibility potion at it? Like, I've never really seen this until I started this playthrough. So if you guys know what causes these invisible spiders to show up, please do let me know in the comments. But next up, we also needed some cobblestone. So yeah, similar to the deep slate, we just started mining out a corridor, except this time a little bit higher up in the world, so it was cobblestone instead of deep slate. And then we get to work on our next project. What this one is going to be is a melon and pumpkin farm, completely automated. So for the base of the build, yeah, we placed down a bunch of smooth stone blocks, and then some smooth stone slabs as well. We then place down one source block of water at each end, and if I spaced it out correctly, that means there should be one block in the middle that is not covered by water, and that's where all the items will drop through. Yep, we did space it out properly, so everything was looking good. We then got the melon and pumpkin seeds planted, and between each of the seeds we placed pistons. Obviously these pistons are going to get triggered when the seed updates, and then they are going to push the fully grown melon and pumpkin blocks into the water stream. And then we placed down observers so that they would sense anytime the seed grew, and that would trigger the pistons. As you can hear in the background, there's a drown trying to throw a trident at us somewhere. I actually didn't even notice this when I was playing live, but I can definitely hear it now. And then we dig out a little storage hallway below, where we can access all of the items that are collected. And then we decide to just kind of up our game aesthetically, making the whole farm look really nice. We decide to use some deep slate brick walls as supports. And then on top we put some slabs. And we decide to build a nice angled roof out of different slabs. And then to fill in the roof, we used a combination of smooth stone slabs and stone brick slabs. Let me know how you guys think this one turned out. Any improvements you think I could make, please do share in the comments. But for a nice simple melon and pumpkin farm, I think it looks very good. And we place in the last layer. Put some lanterns on the roof to make sure everything stays nice and well lit. We also built this little small roof over the entrance to the collection pit. Yeah, and this is how it turned out. So yeah, please do let me know what you guys think of how it turned out. I forgot to place down the redstone on this side, so that was the last step, and basically the build was finished. Next up, I placed down some trees as I was going to need some logs for our next building project. Funny thing is, this is going to be a tree farm, so I had to place down trees in order to build a tree farm. But yeah, we get to work building a little layout for where each tree is going to go. And I decided I wanted to use some shroom lights as the lighting for the tree farm. So we go to the nether and collect a bunch of shroom lights. I love the sound when these things are placed down. It sounds awesome. But yeah, we continue building the floor of the tree farm. Here's where the logs that I needed are going into place. And then we decided to fill in all the little staircase ridges with water. So there's a little bit of water going around each tree. I thought that would be kind of a cool look. And we grab some more logs to continue filling in the floor. And then we get to work building the roof of the tree farm. As you can see, I used the deep slate walls as support beams again, similar to the pumpkin and melon farm. And we'll fast forward a little bit, and then we place down some more walls, just as kind of like support beams going across. But yeah, this is basically how it's looking from the inside and outside so far. Nice and open. Being a tree farm, I didn't want it to be all enclosed. But I did want to have a roof so that these oak trees didn't grow to be 30 blocks tall and have branches going every direction. That is the nice thing about having a roof on top of your trees. You can kind of cap how big they end up getting. But yeah, place down the saplings, and then we have a look at the melon farm here. You'll see it's working. And then next up, we decide that this area is looking a little bit too bland, so we decide to fill in all this extra land with some water features. So for the edge, we used the deep slate stairs, deep slate tile stairs, and then we just fill in the middle areas with the deep slate tiles. And the last step is to fill it all in with water. And that is what it looks like. So I was really happy with the way this turned out. I thought it looked really sharp, so I repeated the same shape on the other side. And yeah, very happy with how it was looking. So then we did the exact same thing for the rest of the land. Just hadn't filled it in with water yet. But I wanted to show you guys how well the melon and pumpkin farm was working, and it was working very well. So then we get to work filling in the rest of these water features with the water. Alright, and after it was all finished, this is the end result. Really happy with the way it looks. Let me know what you guys think. So next up we get to work creating some pathways. Connect the tree farm to the melon farm, and then we connect both to the stairwell. And just like that, we had pretty much finished the pathways. Place down some torches along the edges. Make sure no mobs spawned in. Then we go for a nice little aerial view from above. Alright, and that's how it's looking like from above. So yeah, overall very happy with how it's looking so far. But don't worry, we're not done with this area by any stretch of the imagination. We're going to keep working on it this episode and probably in future episodes as well. But next up, along those same lines, I went to collect a bunch of flowers. Luckily I was able to find a flower biome. So yeah, we go over to the flower biome, and of course we get to work harvesting a bunch of flowers. Alright, and once I had a decent amount of flowers, I came back and I started placing them along the edges of all the pathways. My goal for placing down the flowers was to never have two of the same flower beside each other, but other than that, keep it somewhat random. So yeah, we just kind of kept placing down the different variants of flowers we had collected until everything looked good. And until every spot was full, because I wanted to go over the top with this. Alright, and after lots of flower placing, this was the end result. Just love how colorful it is, kind of brings some life to the area, makes it super vibrant. But yeah, we then go check in on our melon and pumpkin farm yet again, and yeah, it's still working very well. We grabbed some pumpkins and turned them into jack-o'-lanterns. With Halloween coming up, I wanted to place some jack-o'-lanterns around the base, so that's exactly what we do. And after that, we decided to go fishing. I think this is actually the first time in this video where we're going fishing. Yeah, too long if you ask me. Fishing is absolutely awesome. I love fishing in Minecraft. And it's also one of our only ways to get mending books, because we are not doing villager trading halls. So And then we get back to our underground base where our mob farm had collected quite a few mobs, so we take care of those guys. Then we try fishing in our aquarium. It actually works pretty well, although I'm not sure if you get quite the same rate for enchanted books and that sort of stuff. I'm not sure if this is a deep enough and large enough body of water. If anybody knows how that mechanic works, please let me know in the comments, but yeah. And then we go to a different fishing spot and keep fishing some more. This time we put our mending pickaxe in our offhand so that it will heal itself as we fish. After that, we decide to fly to some mountainous areas because we were running dangerously low on both iron and coal. So I figured this would be the perfect place to get some iron and coal, and it certainly was. There was a lot of iron ore veins and even more coal veins. Yeah, I'm really glad that I decided to do no abuse of villagers. As we run into a pillager, that's a different story. We can abuse pillagers all we want. But where I was going with that is, yeah, it's kind of nice not to abuse the villagers and have, you know, automatic wheat farms and automatic iron farms and villager trading halls. It kind of forces you to get out and explore, and if I need iron, I have to go mine it. And that, you know, really just opened me up to finding like these really cool mountain ranges and exploring the world so much more. And there's also something just therapeutic and meditative about just, you know, mining a bunch of ores and taking your time with the game. So yeah, I was really happy with that decision and just kind of enjoying myself, taking my time and having a lot of fun doing it. But after we collected a large amount of iron and coal, we headed back to our base, doing a flyover of a nice village. And as you can see, we got quite a bit of iron. What is that, 6 or 7 stacks, something like that. Lots of coal as well. We then upgraded our fishing rod to finally have Luck of the Sea 3 and Lure 3. We were stuck on Luck of the Sea 2 and Lure 2. Cost 37 levels, so it was no small feat, but with the amount of fishing we do, definitely worth it. So we decided to test out our new and improved fishing rod, and it works very well. You can definitely notice the difference between Luck of the Sea 2 and Luck of the Sea 3, and same with Lure 2 and then Lure 3. At the end of this, I'll show you guys how many enchanted books I got from this fishing session, but yeah, it was a huge amount of enchanted books, so very happy we decided to spend those 37 levels the way we did. And yeah, as you can see, we got a bunch of enchanted books, including a mending book, which was absolutely fantastic. That's what I was hoping for. At this point, my next goal was to get a looting 3 sword. The reason I wanted a looting 3 sword was so we could go fight some wither skeletons in the nether and get their skulls. And obviously with their skulls you can spawn in the wither boss. And that was definitely a goal of mine for this episode. So yeah, I was working on getting a looting 3 sword next. Built a grindstone so I could disenchant a bunch of tools and books that I didn't need the enchantments on to get those levels back and focus on getting that looting 3. Unfortunately, we didn't have much luck getting looting 3. We did get one sword that had looting 2, but no looting 3, unfortunately. So at level 29, I decided to go fish a little bit more until we got back up to level 30, so I could try one more time with another diamond sword to get that looting 3. But unfortunately, we did not get it. So in the meantime, decided to go harvest and replant my semi-automatic farm one more time. Just watching these items fall through this glass chute is so satisfying, absolutely love it. And we'll show you the chest filling up with items again. Now we had the carrots and the potatoes going on full torque. Yeah, we then decided to breed some sheep. Breed up our cows. And breed up our pigs as well. They were having an extremely deep kiss there, that is for sure. They must really love each other, those two. Their faces were literally inside of each other's. But anyways, yeah, we do a little flyover from above, show off the new additions to the base, and then we head to the nether with our looting 2 sword. I figured, you know, if I need XP in order to enchant a looting 3 sword, I may as well get that XP by using a looting 2 sword on some wither skeletons and hope we get a wither skull drop. We did find a couple of chests in our nether fortress that I hadn't found before. Nothing too interesting in them, unfortunately, but yeah. Find our first wither skeleton, and our second one right after that, take him out. Then take care of a couple of blaze that had spawned inside of the fortress, and another couple wither skeletons as well. Take out a couple of these boars. And then, yeah, we just keep running around looking for the wither skeletons and killing them whenever we can and hoping that they drop their skull. Alright, now place your bets. Who wins this fight? Which skeleton's gonna win? Unfortunately, the one on fire does lose. That said, I do appreciate my friend the Blaze over there helping me out and shooting fire at those skeletons. Very good friend for sure. And then we take out another wither skeleton. And yet another one. Obviously, I cut down this footage to just a tiny fragment of what it was, but I probably spent, you know, 10 hours in the nether of real life time trying to get these wither skulls. Yeah, it definitely did not come easy. I'll have to check my stats, but I guarantee you I killed a crap load of them. That is for sure. On the way back, I had run out of food, unfortunately no wither skulls yet. And then I got stuck on some soul sand, and this ghast was just shooting me with his projectiles, and so I kind of panicked, especially with the skeleton up there, and decided to just fly away. Another 2 ghasts over here. Something really fun about flying through the nether, just kind of like gliding between the different floating land formations and that sort of stuff. But eventually we get back to our base, we put away a gold sword that we had collected, and as I put away that gold sword, I realized that this whole time I had a looting 3 sword in my chest. I feel like an absolute idiot at this point, but hey, we'll take it. Better late than never. So we do have looting 3 now, which is awesome. So now with our looting 3 sword and having fully restocked in our food supply, we head back. Still no luck getting a wither skull to this point. I'm not even showing you all of the withers that I killed. I'm just showing you like a portion of them. There was a lot, but unfortunately I did die. The combination of the skeleton and the wither, well, they got to me. They beat me, but we were able to get back to all of our items, so it wasn't a huge deal. And then we continued with the grind for some wither skulls. It's about this point where I was starting to get frustrated, still hadn't got a wither skull, and I needed 3. So yeah, I was kind of getting a little bit worried that we were not going to be able to get this done in time for the 300 days, which would not have been ideal. But we kept grinding, we kept our hopes up, and we killed a blaze just for fun as well. But yeah, you guys can see, like, I'm killing a lot of these withers. And again, you know, I'm only showing about half of the ones I've actually killed. And I still had not got a wither skull at this point. We were running pretty low on time in order to, you know, accomplish everything we wanted to accomplish within the 300 days. So yeah, at this point I was pretty much in a full-on panic. We had run out of food, so we head back towards the base, but on the way back we decided to take on a ghast, and we got the Return to Sender accomplishment, which is absolutely awesome. So back at base, we decided to take a little bit of a break from the wither skeleton hunting and texture up the paths of our new area in the same way that we textured the paths of the upper area. Just using dirt, gravel, and granite again to texture everything up. I also like that there's a very slight elevation change between the full blocks and the path blocks. Definitely helps add a little bit of texture. Alright, and after a bunch of hard work, this is how it looks. Very happy with how it turned out. Then decide that our wheat fields look absolutely awesome, but they're missing just a little something. So I decide to place down just a few cherry blossom trees. And as we did some exploring, we actually came across a mushroom biome with some mushrooms on top. So that was pretty cool. Actually not too far from our base, so I'm sure we'll be coming back here in the near future. And as we continue to explore, I found this really cool kind of crevice. Definitely took a risk by flying through here. I did not know what this cave looked like at all, but it actually worked out really well. Was able to kind of fly through it, do a little loop, and fly right back out. Felt pretty satisfied there. Then we found a desert village. So of course we hop on the camel just for fun. We then go fishing because I wanted to tame a couple of the local cat population that was in the area. And in order to do so, I needed some raw fish to feed the kitty cats. So yeah, fished for a couple raw fish. Then we worked on taming the cat, and we luckily were able to tame this guy. Took out a zombie. And then we tried to tame one more, but were unfortunately unsuccessful, and I did not feel like going fishing again. We then got an Uber ride from a dolphin towards a ruined nether portal that I had spotted in the ocean. Thank you very much, Mr. Uber. Yeah. So we loot up the chest. Nothing too interesting inside, but we'll grab the iron nuggets. And then we fly back, completely forgetting that we had a kitty cat pet to worry about. So unfortunately, our cat did not make it back to base. I feel a little bit bad about that, but what can you do? It's gone now. Yeah. So we head back to the nether. And we continue our grind for those 3 wither skulls. And there it is. Finally, we get our first wither skull. I was so happy. Oh my gosh, it had taken forever to get this thing. The only downside was I still needed 2 more. But we got the advancement spooky, scary skeleton. And yeah, we were now 1/3 of the way to our goal. Please let me know in the comments how many wither skeletons you guys had to kill in order to get 3 wither skulls. Is this normal? Is it always take this long? Were you guys a little bit more lucky? Were you even less lucky? Did it take you even longer? Very interested to see kind of what your guys' experience all were when it came to this. I know that I could easily find like the official drop rate on the wiki or whatever, but I'm looking for actual personal experience. So yeah, I put on a wither skull head to try and disguise myself, but it didn't work. He charged right at me. But it worked as a good luck charm because, oh my gosh, he dropped our 2nd wither skull. So now we had 2. Absolutely fantastic. So now we just needed 1 more. We continued to grind, dodging some projectiles from a blaze in the distance while taking out 2 more skeletons. Then there was a wither hiding right behind a blaze, so I pushed the blaze behind the wither skeleton, used him as a meat shield, or a bone shield I should say, and then took him out. And at this point, I accidentally hit a pigman with one of my sword swings. Angered them all. Definitely not my intention, but it was an accident, man. You don't have to be mad. But they were mad, so I had to kill them. At this point, we were running low on food. Luckily, with the fire aspect sword, I was able to get some cooked pork chops from some boars. But yeah, that was only going to be a temporary solution. Really hoping to get that 3rd wither skull before I had to go back and get some more food and regroup a little bit. But unfortunately, I had run out of food, so I had to go back. Back at base, we decided to break it up a little bit and work on a little bit of an aesthetic construction project. So yeah, we just do a little bit of building to break up the time. If you guys have any guesses what this build is, let me know right now before you see the final result. yeah, we continue just building this latest project here. I don't want to spoil anything, but yeah. Next up, we build some supports. Alright, and this is how it's looking so far. Decided to fill in the supports with some angled pieces to just make it look a little bit more supported and more realistic overall. And I think it turned out really well. And if you haven't guessed it by this point, it is indeed an aqueduct that I am building here. So now the water's flowing down into our aquarium. I think it looks really cool. Let me know what you guys think. I then decide to build a water wheel off the side of the aqueduct. I guess the idea is that the wheel gets turned by the flow of the water, and then it pumps up water from the river up into the main part of the aqueduct, and then the aqueduct carries it over to our aquarium where it spills in. Yeah. Overall, very happy. Again, suggestions, please. Always open to suggestions, but yeah. And you can see our cherry blossom trees have grown in. I was happy with how this looked, added some color. And you'll see our melon and pumpkin farm is just going crazy. We go back to the nether, and guys, this was literally the first wither skeleton I killed on this trip to the nether. And we got our third wither skull. So I was absolutely ecstatic. Back at the base, we go and we fly towards our stronghold. Now, I've never killed the wither in Minecraft before. So I watched a couple tutorial videos and got myself all set up, and I found a pretty unique way to kill the wither's boss that had pretty much no risk at all with the player. But in order to do so, you actually had to spawn in the wither in the end. So we go over to the end biome, and we actually build a staircase that goes underneath the end portal that's in the center of your end biome. And once you get underneath, you're going to clear out a 5x5 area that's directly below the bedrock. So this is how it should look. You then place a temporary block at the bottom, then you place your soul sand on top, and then I was very nervous here, because like I said, I had never killed the wither before, so it took me a couple seconds to summon the courage to place down that third wither skull, but there you go. And then it will explode once its health bar gets full. And now the fight is on. But basically what this does is it spawns the wither into the bedrock above, and he gets stuck and he cannot kill you. He cannot, shoot you with his projectiles, and you can kind of just stand here and kill him. In the future, I'd like to maybe kill the wither in a more legitimate way, but this being just a chilled, relaxed playthrough, I figured this method of killing the wither fit the video well. Plus, I was scared, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, we killed the wither, we got our nether star, which meant we are now able to build a beacon. So that's exactly what I did. I then worked on setting up a little area where our beacon would go, right in the middle of our underground area here. And we dug out 3 or 4 blocks deep in order to fit a gold pyramid beneath the beacon. And now that the area had been all dug out, we started placing down our gold. I used up almost all of my gold on this. I thought I would have way more than enough, but it turns out it was actually pretty close with the 3 gold blocks left. And then we place the beacon on top, and just like that we have a fully operating beacon. We got the advancement for it, so yeah, overall definitely a success. Then just to make sure it looks nice, we filled in the walls of the place we dug out for the beacon with some deep slate and some chiseled stone bricks. And this is what it looks like from above. I used stained lime green glass to make the beacon appear green. And then we filled in the hole that we had made with some light blue glass. And there we have it. We now have a fully operational beacon. I put speed on it so I can run a lot faster whenever I'm within range of the beacon, and yeah, very happy. And as I'm sure you guys are all familiar with now, but we do enjoy doing some good old-fashioned fishing in this series, so that is exactly what we do next. After that, we were running very low on logs, so I went to our tree farm and I harvested all the trees within the tree farm and replanted them. And after taking out a bunch of trees, we decide to name some of our mobs after some subscribers. So first of all, we name a horse Life of Jakey. Then we have Quentin Johnson. Thank you guys so much, it means the world. Now obviously, this next subscriber, Fluffer Pupper, we were gonna have to name a dog after him, so. And there we have it, Fluffer Pupper. And then we have Jessica Troutman. Feel like a fish would be a good fit for Jessica, so we name one of our beautiful fish after Jessica. Thank you so much for subscribing. We then have Rebecca Myers. Thank you so much. Maple Syrup. As a Canadian, I can definitely respect that one, so thank you so much. And last up, we have Roll22. If you guys want a chance to be named after a mob, make sure you hit that subscribe button. I then climb up the stairs to get a nice rooftop view, and I am instantly ambushed by pillagers. I did not realize that they could even spawn up here. Luckily, this guy made it very easy to kill him. Just flung him off the side, and he fell to his death. And next up, we decide to place down a bunch of lanterns in the river that surrounds our base. We had kind of started this project, but never really finished it in the last episode of the series. So yeah, we're continuing to work on that now. I still wasn't able to finish the entire river, but most of it was now lit up with lanterns. This is what it looks like from above. As you can see, it looks really good in my opinion. And it was now day number 299. So with only one day left, we decided to just do some exploring around our base, see if there's anything we miss, see what biomes we have around us. To my surprise, we find a woodlands mansion. Definitely not expecting to find that so close to home, but it actually works out perfectly because I have big plans for the 400 and 500 days episodes of this series. And the Woodlands Mansion actually has something inside, potentially, that could really help out with my big plans. So, yeah, we're going to be coming back there in future episodes for sure. We then find a ruined portal, grab a couple items out of the chest. There's not too much interesting inside, unfortunately. After that, we find a sunken ship. Again, there wasn't really too much inside that was of very much use, but it was still cool to find one. And then we head home on the eve of day 299. And we head to bed one last time. So as you can see, we were now on day 300. So yeah, we'll do a little tour of everything we did this episode. Starting off with the lava farm. Again, thank you for the community suggestions. Keep them coming, absolutely fantastic. We also, along the lines of the community suggestions, added carpet to our mob farm, so it was easier to collect the experience orbs. Of course, we defeated the Wither and built this beacon. Now coming up top, of course, we planted all the cherry blossom seeds, and all of the wheat and the pumpkins and all of that is new. And this entire building is brand new for this episode as well. Our semi-automatic wheat, carrot, and potato farm. We'll hit the button one more time just so we can watch all the items fall through. And yeah, so as you can see on the first floor, this is where we've been planting all of our wheat. On the second floor, this is where the carrots have been going. And on the third floor, that's where the potatoes are. And then we get to the top, and I do have to finish decorating the rooftop a little bit here. I want to decorate it more, but overall really cool. And of course, this whole area down below is brand new. We have our tree farm, we have the melon and pumpkin farm, we have the aqueduct, we have the aquarium, and then the water features and the pathways connecting it all, as well as all the different flowers we had put down. Really happy with how it turned out. We'll go down for a bit of a closer look. Starting off with the tree farm. And we'll go have a look at the melon and pumpkin farm as well. And we'll check in on how it's performing in terms of items one more time. And as you can see, it's already half full, the double chest, even more than half full. Here's the aquarium with all of the new fish, including 4 of them that are named after you subscribers. And there's the aqueduct, transporting the water from the river into the center of our base. And we'll have another look at all the wheat we had planted. And of course we'll have a bit of an aerial view of the whole base now that we have completed 300 days as well. Looks really cool from above in my opinion. At this point, I try and get a little bit fancy with the flying and try and go through the supports of our aqueduct. Unfortunately, I'm not as MLG as I think I am, but what can you do? But yeah, just want to say thank you guys so much. You guys are awesome. Wouldn't be able to be making these videos if it weren't for all your support. I do have a full-time job, as well as a bunch of other commitments, so it is hard to find the time, but you guys definitely make it more than worth it. So yeah, appreciate it so much. Make sure to say hi in the comments. leave a like, subscribe if you want, and we'll see you guys in the next one. Thank you so much. Welcome to 400 Days in Minecraft. But it's chill. And it is finally here. Thank you guys so much for your patience. I am so excited to finally be bringing 400 Days in Minecraft, but it's chill, out to you guys. There's a lot of big goals I have for the future of this series, and I can't wait to go over some of those goals with you guys as the course of this episode goes along. But yeah, mainly what we do today is we build 3 farms that are going to be insanely important to our progress moving forward. As a result, there was a lot of resource gathering I did off camera, so it's going to be a bit of a shorter episode today, but it's all going to be worth it with the things to come in this series. So yeah, I can't wait for you guys to watch this, and I really hope you enjoy it. So, starting out on day 300, we enter our mines. I wanted to collect as much deep slate as possible and figured, you know, I may as well mine for some diamonds and iron and redstone and other useful stuff while we're doing it. So that's exactly what we did. We hopped into our mines right away and got to work. Found some diamonds right off the hop. A little bit of iron as well. And as I'm mining here, I did want to ask you guys, are you planning on watching a Minecraft movie? I know it comes out just later this week, actually, so I'm kind of curious to see if you guys are all planning on watching that or not. The trailers look pretty wild. I'm kind of excited to see, you know, the general reception to the movie. I think it could go either way, but yeah, let me know what you guys are thinking about it. I also wanted to let you guys know that I am planning on making this a full-time Minecraft channel. I've experimented with quite a few other games on this channel, but the Minecraft videos are by far and away the most successful, so moving forward, that's what to expect out of this channel. I may still play some other games on a second channel at some point, but this is going to be full Minecraft content moving forward. And as you guys can see, we're finding a lot of ore as we're mining. Grab some redstone, and then I come across some more diamonds. I grab those, except I'm an idiot and I drop them into lava. It's definitely screwed that one up, whoopsie. But that's okay, we take out our frustration on the first creeper we find of the episode. Not even using a sword, we're just using an axe. And then we take out a spider we come across shortly after. Creeper tries to explode all over me from behind, but luckily we were out of his radius. Take out his buddy as retribution. And then we find some more diamonds, make sure to grab those. Grab some gold as well. I do find that gold is very underused in Minecraft. I know there's powered rails and golden apples, golden carrots, that sort of stuff, but I still feel like it should be able to be used for a little bit more. I don't know what you guys think about that. But yeah, we found some more diamonds, and even more diamonds. Definitely a fruitful mining run, that is for sure. And yeah, you guys probably guessed it by now, but I found some more diamonds. And then we headed back up towards the main part of our base. I find this staircase down to the mines extremely trippy. I can never tell if I'm going up or down, but it definitely makes it more fun going down into the mines. And as you can see, here's the haul from the mining trip. Lots of good stuff, lots of diamonds, decent bit of lapis, a lot of redstone, and of course a lot of deep slate for building, which we'll definitely be using as the episode goes on. But yeah, I'd actually run really low on cobble, so I spent the next little while grabbing a bunch of cobblestone. And believe it or not, we were also low on wood, so I headed over to the tree farm and grabbed up as many logs as I could. And finally, with all that resource gathering out of the way, it was time to start construction of the first farm we're going to be building in this episode. This is going to be a mob farm. I'm mostly focused on gunpowder from creepers. I know we already have one at our main base, but it's not the most efficient just because I think a lot of mobs are spawning underground in caves and all that sort of stuff, so I wanted to build a proper one that was going to be super efficient, so of course we picked an ocean biome where no mobs can spawn nearby, and we built ourselves a nice platform to start from. I then worked on building the collection system using 6 double chests and 12 hoppers. Next up, we place down our torture method, which in this case we are going to be burning the mobs to death. And then I built a tunnel in which all the mobs will fall down. Alright, and yeah, as you can see, the progress is going relatively well so far. So back at the top, we start building a platform. This platform is going to be where all the mobs drop into and then are funneled into the middle and drop down to their deaths. So yeah, we use deep slate for this and just make a nice large platform, and then we'll be putting some water on top to kind of force all the mobs towards the middle. And next up, we had to make a border around the platform we had just created using half slabs. And now it was time to place down the water. Right, and everything was looking good so far. So now it was time to build the platforms that the mobs are actually going to spawn on top of. And there's a dispenser in the middle of each platform, and you put a bucket of water in that, and then what it does is it pushes all the mobs off the platform and then into this collection pit that we've built below. So using half slabs, I built out the first platform here. And this was something that we were going to have to repeat 10 times all the way up, way into the sky. So yeah, at this point you'll see that we had completed 5 and things were looking really good. And while I build the rest of the platforms, I wanted to talk to you guys about my plans for the future of this series. So what I am planning on doing is building a mega base. I know, you know, my starter area is pretty big and it is pretty cool, and I never plan to fully desert it. I'm definitely going to keep it incorporated as a major hub of this world, but I had this really cool idea for a mega base, and I just have to build it out. It's going to take a lot of materials. I'm going to need lots of black dye. I'm going to need a lot of gunpowder. I'm going to need a lot of slime as well. So those are the 3 farms you're actually going to see us build today. Squid farm, a slime farm, and then of course this mob farm, which will help us with the gunpowder. But yeah, based on that information, if you guys can guess kind of where I'm going with my mega base, feel free to leave that in the comments, but I'm not going to give it away. Honestly, I think if anybody gets it right, I'd be very surprised. But yeah, I'm going to throw it out there, and if anybody does get it correct, I will definitely pin their comments and do something for them for sure. We're getting close to being done building the spawning platforms finally. A couple more levels to go and we'll be all finished. And so we skip ahead and you'll see all of the platforms are in place, and now I'm working on a larger platform that goes above all the others. I believe this is just to block the light out in order to increase the amount of mobs that spawn on each individual platform. You can kind of hear in the background that it's already working. There's some spiders and zombie noises going on. Alright, and finally, after a lot of work, the last couple slabs are in place, and next up we get to work on building a redstone clock. What this does is it's going to cycle between having the water buckets come out of each dispenser and flooding each level and pushing all the mobs off, versus turning the dispensers off and having the platforms all dry so the mobs can spawn. So you can kind of hear the water's on right now, and then as the timer goes around, the water will stop and mobs will spawn in before the water pushes them off again the next cycle through. After that, I built an AFK platform way up in the sky. Just to increase efficiency, you want to build a platform way above the actual farm itself. And that pretty much does it. The farm is pretty much ready to go. So of course we fly by to see how well it's working, and as you can see there's a lot of mobs spawning on each platform. Things get a little dicey. I actually fall into the water and a creeper lands pretty close, but luckily we were safe. But yeah, it's working very well. I'm very happy with how this turned out. And so I grab all the gunpowder from each chest just from a 5-minute little test AFK run I did. And as you can see, we had over 2 stacks of gunpowder just from that first little test. And then I let it run for another 10 minutes or so, and you can see I had a lot of gunpowder already, so very happy with how that turned out. Next up, we find a river biome so we can build a squid farm. So I kind of marked out where I was going to build this farm with a dirt X. And then, yeah, the top of the farm is a glass platform, so that's what you see me doing now. And after I ran back to base to resupply on some materials, we get back. And we have to break every second block. After that's done, I expand the glass out a little bit. And next up is the most frustrating part of building this entire farm, which was clearing out all the water. I have no sponges yet. That is something I need to get ASAP. This was absolutely brutal without being able to use sponges. And plus, in order for this farm to be as efficient as possible, I'm actually, at some point, going to have to clear out all of the river around this area. So I definitely need some sponges in the near future, so that's definitely going to be a goal of one of the next episodes in this series. But for now, I was stuck to doing it by hand, just filling every block in with dirt. Definitely a painstaking process, but eventually we get it all done. It made it even worse because there was a massive underground cave that was all waterlogged, so yeah, that made this entire construction process a bit of a pain in the arse, but what can you do? And while I finish filling in the rest of the water, I did want to have a chat with you guys. I've actually been watching a lot of other 100 Days Minecraft series on YouTube recently, just trying to get ideas for my own series, as well as see, you know, what other people are doing, and I honestly just enjoy it. There's a lot of good creators out there. But I've noticed this massive trend right now of all these creators starting their forever world. I kind of wanted to get your guys' thoughts on that. I personally love building, you know, mega bases and lots of farms and giant structures, and that stuff obviously all takes a lot of time, and you need to be in a world for a long time to achieve that. But at the same time, I think, you know, my favorite part of Minecraft is probably the early game, leading up to the Ender Dragon fight and starting your first house and getting set up in a world. I think that's probably my favorite part, so let me know where you guys kind of lie on the spectrum. Do you like creating new worlds more often, or do you have one world you've had going for like 10 plus years? Let me know. For this series, I do want to continue this world for a long time, but I might mix in some smaller series in between. But yeah, let me know your thoughts. And for the next part of the squid farm, what I actually had to do was dig out a massive quarry underneath that roof we had made of glass. But I did run out of wood, and the next part of the farm uses a lot of wood, so I had to go chop down some logs before I could finish. And we were also going to need a lot of hoppers for the next part of this build, and I was very low on iron. So I ended up taking a trip out to the mountain range not far from our base and started collecting all the iron I could find. I think the phantoms might be my least favorite mob in Minecraft. They are extremely annoying to deal with, and I didn't want to sleep because I wanted to maximize the amount of progress I could make in these 100 days. So the phantoms were constant and they were brutal. I did sleep a couple times just to get rid of them, but for the most part I slept very little throughout this 100 days, and the phantoms made me pay for that, that is for sure. And as the sun is rising, we have a gorgeous view from the top of a mountain as we continue mining our iron. And now back at the base, you can see just how much iron I was able to collect on that quick little expedition. Quite a bit. So yeah, that was awesome. Took out a skeleton. Then a couple more skeletons appeared in our experience farm in our base here, so we took those guys out and headed back over towards the squid farm, now armed with some more resources to finish the project. And then I finish building the glass roof and get to work on building some walls for the squid farm. I could have easily left the walls just as the stone and dirt and whatever it was made of from digging out the quarry in the first place, but for whatever reason I always have to fill everything in with at least something. I just can't leave it be, you know, exposed dirt and granite and stone. I'm not sure why that is. Let me know if you guys are the same way, but even if it's something that you're never really going to see, just a place to AFK, anything like that, I always just have to make sure it looks like it was man-made and put my own little touch on it. But yeah, so as we continue building this wall, I'll let the classic music carry me out. And next up, I had to place down a bunch of fence gates. The reason that I needed to place down these fence gates is that there is going to be water falling from all of the holes in the roof I had made previously, and these fence gates are going to catch the water and stop it from flowing further down. You'll see what I mean in a second, but it was a very painstaking process. I had to use a bunch of dirt as a temporary block in order to fit everything into place properly. Not only that, but then you have to make sure all of the fence gates are open, and it can be really hard to tell which ones are open and which ones are still closed. They all kind of blend in with each other, but eventually we got there and figured it all out. I then built a temporary staircase all the way back up to the top. And I started placing water into the holes that we had previously built in the roof. And now I fill in the last two source blocks of water at the top of the farm. Refill my buckets for future use, I suppose. And then I jump back down to the bottom of the quarry that we had dug. Now unfortunately this farm is still far from done. I actually have to dig out the quarry much deeper. The way the farm works is the squids die from fall damage, so yeah, I have to dig this thing a lot deeper, unfortunately, so that's what I do next. These waterlogged underground caves were really starting to be the bane of my existence at this point, but we got it all figured out eventually. And finally, after a bit of fast forwarding and skipping ahead, we finally got to the bottom of the quarry. I filled it in with some deep slate tiles, which I thought looked good. Then worked on getting as much of the wall in as places I could, but I was low on the smooth stone blocks, so unfortunately not able to finish it, but that's alright. We then worked on setting up the collection system, and this is why I needed to mine all that iron earlier. As you can see, it uses a crap load of hoppers. I'm sure there's a better way to do this. Like, I probably could have used a hopper minecart and some powered rails and stuff. But yeah. The tutorial I found did it this way, and I did not want to screw anything up, so I just did it this way as well. And other than the missing chunk of wall, and a proper way to get up and down, the farm was pretty much complete at this point. But unfortunately, very little squids were actually falling into the farm, and I was not getting nearly enough ink sacs for my liking, and that was likely due to the fact that they were all spawning in the river nearby the farm. So I got to work on filling in as much of the water as I could with all the dirt I had. So that's what I did for the next little while. I just focused on filling in the river as much as possible. As I mentioned before, we definitely need to get some sponges. And we fast forward, and as you can see, yeah, after filling in a little bit of the river there, it is working much better already, but it still wasn't as effective as I'd like it to be. The squids would kind of spawn in waves. I'd get 3 or 4 of them to fall down, but it would only happen once every 3 or 4 minutes. So yeah, continued filling in as much of the water in the surrounding area as possible. I literally used my entire reserve of dirt down to the last block, so yeah. Definitely took a long time. You guys are only seeing a small portion of it, but I wasn't too upset because I do enjoy placing down blocks. Just getting into that kind of flow state and just constantly placing blocks over and over again. And just like that, one part of the river was filled in. I still wanted to fill in this side for now, and eventually in a future episode I want to fill in all of the water blocks within like 125 block radius of this farm, but that's not going to happen until I have sponges. And I placed down the last couple of dirt blocks. I filled in a decent chunk of the river, but there's still a lot more to go, but for now it was enough. So yeah, things were looking good. So next up I went and got started on our slime farm. So for the first part of the slime farm, what I did was I dug out an entire chunk, and a little bit wider actually. But yeah, basically found a slime chunk, dug out the entire chunk 6 blocks deep, and then an extra 3 blocks on each side as well. The nice thing about this slime chunk is that it was right under our main base, so I just linked it up to our mineshaft staircase, and yeah, it was only like 7 or 8 blocks away from that, so super easy. And we continued expanding the area we had dug out vertically until it was 6 blocks deep. And as you can see, quick little entrance from the mine shaft, nice and easy there. And yeah, like I mentioned before, it would have been easy just to have left everything as stone and only dug out 4 blocks deep. But of course I wanted to put in a custom roof, a custom floor, and some custom walls in there, so I had to make my life harder. But yeah, I also needed some magma blocks for the farm, so what I did next was go to the nether and grab those. And back at our slime farm, I finished putting in the floor. I then dug out a little room for our collection system. This collection system uses a hopper minecart. Saves me some iron from all the hoppers we used in the squid farm. I probably could have used a design similar to this in that squid farm as well, and it would have saved me some iron, but again, I just wanted to follow the tutorial and make sure I didn't mess anything up. But yeah, after a quick test run to make sure that our collection system was working properly, everything looked good. So the next step was to put an iron golem in the center of the farm, and then we surround the iron golem with those magma blocks we had just collected. So basically the slimes are going to aggro to the iron golem, and then they are going to die on top of the magma blocks, and then the hopper minecart is going to go underneath and pick up all of the slime balls and automatically collect them for us. After that, I built an AFK platform directly above the slime chunk, and that is when tragedy struck. As I was trying to light up the nearby caves to maximize the efficiency of our slime farm, I fell down into a pit with like 1,000 mobs. I took fall damage, and then there was creepers exploding, as well as skeletons shooting at me, and like 4 zombies attacking me, and unfortunately I died. And by the time I got back to grab my items, they had already despawned. So that means I lost my elytra, I lost my mending pickaxe, I lost my shulker boxes. It was, yeah, that was a tough one. I'm not going to sugarcoat it, but hey, at least it gave me the opportunity to go back to the end and get you guys some more end content for this series. So if there's a positive way to spin it, I guess that would be it. So back in the end, I had a tough time finding an end city to replace my elytra. Eventually I did find one, way off in the distance. So we make our way towards it and start taking out some of the shulkers. And then, of course, we have to put our parkour to the test. Wow, I'm so good. MLG Pro right here. Then we take out another shulker, and another one, and just continue our way through the end city. Almost looked at that Enderman, which would have been trouble, but thankfully did not. And yeah, we got some elytra back. I did come prepared with some rockets, so it was a quick flight back. I also got enough shulker shells to make 4 shulker boxes to replace the 4 I had lost when I died. So yeah, we were basically all good other than the mending netherite pickaxe I had lost, which I still needed to replace, but I did not have any more mending books left after putting mending back on my elytra, so... but yeah, we got back to work doing what had killed us originally, which is lighting up nearby caves around the slime farm to make it as efficient as possible. And then we go back to the slime farm and fill in some walls. And last but not least, we fill in the roof. And at this point I was getting pretty worried. I had not seen a single slime spawn within this slime farm yet. Definitely not a good sign. I was double checking to make sure that I was indeed in a slime chunk and I had put the coordinates correctly in and all that sort of stuff, and everything checked out, so I just kind of continued on with the process. I somehow managed to misplace this one block 3 different times. I'm not sure how I managed to do that. Please don't make fun of me too much. And just like that, the roof was in place, everything was all finished. But again, I hadn't seen a single slime spawn yet, so I was getting a little bit worried, and I figured maybe it was because I had put smooth stone as the floor. That might have been the problem. So I took the floor that I had originally put in and mined it all up, and then I replaced it with just normal stone, hoping that would solve my problem. Alright, and now this time we were really done. So I go up to the AFK platform and Went AFK for about 10 minutes. But, spoiler alert, unfortunately at the end of this, I didn't have a single slime ball in the slime farm, even after spending 10 minutes AFK. So I went back to the base and a creeper blew up our mob farm here. Things were not going well, the slime farm wasn't working, creepers were blowing up our base. But that was a quick fix. We quickly put the hoppers back in place and got our farm up and running again. And that's when it clicked for me. Maybe the reason no slimes were spawning is because of this farm. All the mobs are spawning in here instead. So what I did is I went into the farm and lit it up. It's going to be very easy to take out the torches if I ever want to use this again in the future, which I'm sure I will. But for now, I just wanted to get the slime farm operating. So I lit up the mob farm there. And then I went AFK one more time to see if that did the trick. So after about 5-10 minutes, I come back down to the collection room of our slime farm, and thank God there was a stack of slime balls in there. It's not the most efficient slime farm in the world, but it does the trick, it's working. Just remember that you want to build away from any sort of other mob farms you have if you build a slime farm. Finally, I had enough cobblestone to turn into smooth stone to finish building the wall of our squid farm, and as you can see, the squid farm was actually working very well. It's not the most efficient in the world. Again, there's still a lot of water that I need to dry up on the surface, but yeah, it was definitely doing its job. I then got to work fishing. I wanted to find another mending book so I could replace the pickaxe that we had lost in the unfortunate death from earlier. So yeah, that's basically the way I spent a lot of the rest of this episode, was fishing for mending books. And if you guys remember from the first episode of this series, we don't abuse villagers in this world, which means, unfortunately, no easy way to get mending books. So all of our mending books do come from fishing in this world. So given that fact, and given the fact I've been spending so much time fishing for mending books, I decided it was finally time to give myself a proper place to do some fishing. So towards the end of our base, we built a little bridge out. And then we built ourselves a platform, and on top of that platform we built ourselves a fishing hut. So that's what this build is here. I'll let you guys enjoy as I construct the rest of it. And so here it is, completed. I wasn't 100% completed at this point. I still did need a couple more chests, and did a little bit of work to it off camera after this, but for the most part this was the final result. I had a nice little kind of sitting area in the middle with a workbench, some lanterns around for lighting, and then lots and lots of storage, because we do lots and lots of fishing in this series. And just as I was giving you guys that final little tour and placing the final little chests down, I heard the unmistakable sound of a trident, and I really would like to get my hands on a trident, so I went ahead and took out the drown that was wielding the trident. However, he did not drop it, unfortunately. So yeah, after that we get to work fishing and really just trying to find that mending book. I'll let you guys enjoy the fishing to some classical music, and I will see you guys on the other side. Alright, and this was only a tiny fraction of the total amount of fishing that I had done, and unfortunately still not even a single mending book. I had all sorts of enchanted books throughout the fishing, but not a mending book, so yeah, I was getting very frustrated at this point. So to take a break from fishing, we went and visited our chicken coop, and I named some of our chickens after my lovely commenters. First off, we have Nintendo Doob, or Nintendo Dube. I'm not sure how you pronounce that. Same with this one, Sub, or maybe Sube. Then we have Ahan Sajivan. Awesome name there. Next up, we have Monarch. Then we have Flog the Donkey 7. And last but certainly not least, we have Tuna EP. Thank you guys so much for commenting on my past videos. It means a lot, and now you guys have a chicken named after yourselves in my world to thank you for it. So after that, we did a little bit of AFKing at the different farms we had built throughout this episode. As you can see, the squid farm was really doing well, even with only the small amount of river that I had actually covered up on the surface so far. We then spent some time AFK at the mob grinder we had built to stock up on that gunpowder. You can see the redstone clock working all the way down there in the distance. And last but not least, we went AFK on top of our slime farm AFK platform. And after that, we got back to fishing, really just trying to find a mending book. And right as I was about to give up, you know, level 37, I'd been fishing for a long time at this point. Finally, I get an enchanted book, open it up, and yes, it has mending on it, thank God. So obviously I was super happy about that. But now I still needed more experience because I needed to enchant enough diamond picks to get the perfect netherite diamond pick with mending on it. So I went to our mob farm and decided to breed all of our mobs up to try and get some XP from that. And then I collected some XP from our furnaces as well. And finally I was able to create the perfect diamond pick. Fortune 3, Efficiency 5, Unbreaking 3. Of course we add the Mending book to it. Give it a very original and unique name. I'm sure nobody thought of a name like this for a pickaxe before. And then we do upgrade it into a netherite pickaxe. And finally we do have our pickaxe back. And that pretty much took us all the way to day 400, so before we end the episode, I kind of wanted to do a quick little tour of everything we had accomplished today. So we went and looked at that original mob farm we had built, went and checked out the squid farm real quick. And last but not least, we went and had one final look at the slime farm we had created. I still need to finish decorating the hallway and the collection room, but we can do that next episode. And yeah, kind of one final look at our fishing hut as well. And yeah, we definitely did a lot of fishing, as you can tell. But yeah, that takes us to sundown on day 400. So again, I just want to thank all of you so much for watching. Make sure to leave a like and subscribe, only if you think I deserve it. And yeah, I can't wait to see you guys in the next one. Let me know what you guys think. I read every single comment. So again, just thank you so much. Welcome to 500 days in Minecraft, but it's chill. We have lots to go over today, guys. This is an awesome episode. We get started on the construction of the mega base, we build an Enderman farm, we raid some ocean monuments, and there's so much more to go over as a celebration for 500 days. And by the way, thank you guys so much for being part of it. I did something a little bit special at the end of this episode, and yeah, just can't wait for you guys to see this. Grab a snack, grab a cold beverage, and let's get into it. So early on in the episode here, what we focus on first is the construction of the Enderman farm. And I need a lot of leaves for that, because if you weren't aware, mobs cannot spawn on leaves in Minecraft. So we grab as many leaves as we can, and then we head over to our end biome. Jump through the portal, and once we get to the end, we begin placing down those leaves we just collected, bridging ourselves 128 blocks out into the void. Once there, I build myself a little platform out of stone brick. I already misplaced my first block of the episode, did not take long at all. And then we set up a collection area to collect all the ender pearls that the endermen are going to drop. To do so, we place down 9 hoppers. And then we cover them with carpet so that the ender pearls don't get stuck and the experience orbs don't get stuck either. After that, we had to construct these rings that go 13 levels high every 2 blocks. This is essentially the tunnel that the endermen are going to fall down. And while I finish the construction of this tunnel, I have to ask you guys, have you seen the Minecraft movie yet? If so, what did you think? I still haven't seen it myself. I'm not sure if I want to go see it or not. It's definitely meant for kids, that's for sure, but at the same time, it might be kind of fun to one of my commenters put it really well, to kind of connect with your younger self, so I'm still debating it. Let me know if I should go see it. But once we build those 13 rings on the top level, we build a massive platform. This is where the Endermen are actually going to spawn. And as you can see, it doesn't take long. We already have some Endermen spawning. Because we're 128 blocks away from the main part of our island, no Endermen can spawn over there. So they're all going to be spawning on top of this platform, and it's going to get pretty crazy. And as you guys see, just a massive amount of Endermen are already spawning. Something tells me this farm is going to be pretty damn effective. So once that's done, we have to trap an Endermite. I've heard horror stories of people using multiple stacks of Ender Pearls. I literally got an Endermite on my first Ender Pearl. Super lucky there. I named our Endermite Marcus Castane, or Castane, I'm not sure which it is, but nonetheless he is one of the commenters on my videos. If you guys want a chance to be named in this series, make sure you leave a comment. But yeah, next up is to trap the Endermite into a minecart, so I jump into this pit, start losing health pretty quickly here, but luckily after some jumping around he ended up in the minecart, so I dug myself out. Then we destroyed the platform, and we were just left with the minecart on top of some chains, and the Endermite inside. So yeah, that's pretty much it for the Enderman farm. It's pretty easy to build. The only challenging part is getting that Endermite, and it wasn't too much of a challenge for me, luckily. But yeah, the farm is ready to go, so of course we have to test it out. And look how fast the experience and levels are racking up. It's absolutely crazy how efficient this farm is. Literally took like a minute and a half to get from level 12 to level 30, and I just kept going because it was so efficient and I was already here, why not? So satisfying just watching that experience bar fill all the way up over and over again. And the amount of Ender Pearls I was getting was also absolutely insane. So next up we get to work fishing. Obviously, if you guys are familiar with this series, you know that we do not do any villager trading, so fishing is one of the only ways I can get a mending book. So that was the goal. And after doing some enchanting, I had done a little bit of enchanting off screen to get myself ready for some Ocean Monument raids. I went back to the Ender Farm to refill all of my levels. And then I finished enchanting some armor that's really going to assist us with the Ocean Monument raiding that we're planning on doing. Obviously, I talked a lot about the need for sponges in the last episode, so that was going to be a top priority of ours. And along those same lines, I ended up crafting a bunch of 8-minute night vision potions. This is going to make spotting those ocean monuments much easier. So we take off from our base, flying away into the ocean, we drink a night vision potion, and we begin the hunt for an ocean monument. And as you can see with these night vision potions, it's so easy to see all the way down to the ocean floor. And it doesn't take us long to find our first ocean monument. This is actually the first time I've ever taken on an ocean monument in Minecraft. I did watch a YouTube video to try and help me navigate through it, but yeah, I was definitely nervous going into this one. Luckily the armor I had was pretty good for this. giving me a lot of extra breath and a lot of extra speed when walking on the ground underneath water. I brought myself a bunch of doors so I could place them down for an air pocket anytime I needed it, and I got to work killing some of the guardians. That right there was the curse of mining fatigue. Yeah, it's not fun to have. It makes mining blocks super slow, and some of the rooms in the ocean monument are blocked off, so yeah, definitely annoying. But we continued killing the guardians, we killed our first elder guardian, and we kept on marching through the ocean monument. We found our second elder guardian, and we took him down as well. And we finally found the third and final elder guardian and put an end to his life. Unfortunately, that ocean monument did not have the one thing I needed, which was a sponge room, as obviously the whole reason I'm doing this is to get some sponges, so we had to go find another one, but luckily not too far away, especially with the help of the night vision potions, we were able to find yet another ocean monument. So we hopped inside, took out the 3 elder guardians, and luckily, after killing a couple guardians, doing a little bit more searching, I looked up, and I found a sponge room, thank God. After waiting for our curse to go away after 5 minutes, I was able to mine the sponges very effectively, so we grabbed each and every one of them from this sponge room, as it was the only one in this ocean monument. After that, we did collect a bunch of the blocks that are unique to the ocean monument as well, potentially for some future building projects. I also collected these 8 blocks of gold. And then we headed back to our base where I stored all of our new loot that we'd freshly acquired. And then we went to the nether. If you guys didn't know, when you place down sponge in the nether, it instantly dries. So with our dry sponges, we went to the surrounding area of our squid farm and started draining out a bunch of the water around here in order to maximize the efficiency of our squid farm and reduce the amount of area that squids could farm nearby. This was super satisfying to do, the way the water just all kind of disappears when you place down a bit of sponge. Really enjoyed doing it, but it wasn't quite as satisfying as this. Just hearing that sizzle from the sponges when you place them down in the nether was absolutely awesome. So we carried on, clearing out a bunch of the water surrounding the area by our squid farm. We would then recollect all the wet sponges, take them to the nether, dry them all off. Man, I find that satisfying. And then we tested our squid farm to see if all our hard work had been paying off, and luckily it was working very efficiently just from clearing up a little bit of water around the area. And we are going to need so much black dye in this episode, so it was very important to have our squid farm running as efficiently as possible. As you can see, we've already collected a lot of ink sacs, which is going to be perfect for the black dye that we need. Next up, I went and AFK'd at our hostile mob grinder. I was running a little bit low on gunpowder, so yeah, we went and recharged on our gunpowder supplies. And after about 20 minutes of AFKing there, we had a huge amount of gunpowder. So we got back to our base, stored the gunpowder, and then got back to fishing, trying to get a mending book. As a bit of a spoiler, I will tell you guys right now, I am going to need loads of black concrete and black concrete powder for the mega base that we are going to be constructing in the coming episodes of this series. One of the reasons I need another mending book is so I can make a shovel with mending on it, because I'm going to need absolutely massive amounts of sand and gravel in order to make all of the black concrete and black concrete powder needed for this build. But luckily right there we got a mending book, so I went up and crafted myself an efficiency 5, unbreaking 3, mending, netherite shovel, and we were ready to get to work collecting that sand and gravel. First off, we find a desert biome a couple thousand blocks away from our spawn, so we go and we just start taking out as much sand as humanly possible. If there are two materials I need to get a lot of, sand and gravel would definitely be at the top of my list. It's super easy to get, especially when you have an efficiency 5 shovel, and it's also extremely satisfying to do so. The only downside is at night these deserts turned into an absolute mob farm. Just enemies absolutely every direction I looked, as you can see the pure chaos going on here. But yeah, I guess I probably didn't even need to build that hostile mob killer from the last episode, because I should have just gone to a desert at nighttime. It's absolutely insane. And just when I thought it couldn't get any worse, I had 4 of these total idiots fly at me. But luckily we were able to take them all out and get back to collecting as much sand as we could. Worked through the entire night and into the next morning, and got back to base in order to unload all that sand we had collected. As part of the construction of the mega base, I was originally going to build some TNT flying machines that would take out a bunch of the landscape, so we could build a hole that goes all the way down to bedrock to give us enough room to build the mega base. But every tutorial I could find used TNT dupers, and I did not feel comfortable doing that, so all that TNT you saw me construct there ended up being a total waste. But after a quick trip to the Enderman farm to completely repair our shovel, I went on the hunt for some gravel patches around the world, and I found this one in the middle of a mesa biome, so we got to work getting as much gravel as we could. After filling up 4 shulker boxes full of gravel, we headed back to our base, dumped off all the gravel in our storage area, and then we got to work on the construction of a platform that would assist in turning concrete powder into concrete. If you're not aware, concrete powder needs to be touched by water and then it will turn into actual hard concrete. So this platform is going to be used quite a bit because, as I mentioned earlier, there is a absolute crap load of black concrete involved in the construction of the mega base, and yeah, we are going to be using this thing a lot. So I built a platform all the way around with a 1 block high wall around it. I then built a little bit of a collection system in the middle. I then put water in each of the 4 corners. This would help push all of the concrete into the middle where the collection system is. And I know this platform doesn't look fantastic. It is only going to be temporary, although it may last quite a while, just due to the fact that this mega base is going to be a massive project. Of course, you always have to test out your collection system by throwing dirt, so that's exactly what I did. Everything seemed to be working well, so I expanded the collection system, and then I got to work crafting a bunch of black concrete powder. I only showed a tiny portion of it there, but we had collected 4 full shulker boxes full of the stuff, and then I began towering all the way to the height limit in the middle of our collection platform. I did actually not realize the height limit in Minecraft was this high up. I definitely thought it was quite a bit lower. Let me know when the last time Minecraft had an update to the height limit, because yeah, this was much higher than I was expecting. Alright, and after we had successfully constructed a 4x4 pillar all the way up to height limit, we flew back down. Obviously had to have a look at how tall this thing really was. It was pretty insane. Went to one of our rooftop gardens to have a look at it, and then we got to work mining it. At this point I realized I couldn't just mine the same block over and over again, otherwise the concrete powder didn't have enough time to convert into concrete, and I would just end up collecting the concrete powder again. So that's why you see me go back and forth between two blocks like that. And yet again we climb all the way up to the height limit. Make sure that we've built a full 4x4 platform, and get back to work mining the concrete. I had experimented with a couple different shapes. As you can see here, I built a 4-long wall all the way to the height limit. And as we look inside of our collection system, you can see we've already got almost a full double chest worth of black concrete. But we had run out of black dye, so we had to go back to the squid farm and yeah, enjoy watching some squids fall from the sky. And then we went and got some more gravel. The only crappy thing about collecting this amount of gravel is the amount of flint you get. It just feels like, you know, wasted blocks mined whenever one of those pieces of flint pops up. But not much I can really do about that. And then I worked on constructing another tower to height limit, but some annoying phantoms knocked me off. And we got to work mining all of that concrete. We worked through the entire night and into the next morning, just mining as much concrete as we could. At that point our tools needed to be repaired, so to the Ender farm we went. And then back to the squid farm to get even more black dye. At this point, I had a lot of ink sacs, but I was going through them so fast as well. We then went back to work mining the concrete, and then as I was exploring for some gravel pits across our world, I ended up finding this abandoned shipwreck. I was actually able to find 4 coast armor trims, so that was super exciting. That's definitely something we're going to have to apply to our armor once we have a full set of netherite, which will hopefully be in the next coming episodes here. And then I did end up finding some more gravel, so obviously we needed to mine all of that up. And in the middle of broad daylight, I'm just minding my own business, getting as much gravel as possible, and this creeper came out of nowhere. I'm really confused. It was broad daylight out. I have no idea where this thing came from, but thank God I'm not playing hardcore. Now, unfortunately, the gravel pit that I had found, because I had already mined almost all the gravel nearby my base, was thousands and thousands and thousands of blocks away, and I only had one set of elytra, so yeah, we had a little bit of an adventure to get back to where I died. And after a journey that spanned multiple in-game days, I was finally able to get back to where that creeper had exploded all over me, and was able to get all of my items back. So we head back to our base, put all the gravel we had recently acquired into our storage, and get to work crafting even more black concrete powder. And you know what that means? Another tower all the way up to the height limit of the world. And as we look at the storage system underneath, you can see we've already collected about 3 double chests worth of black concrete, including the hoppers. So that meant it was time to lay the foundation of our mega base. Because I wasn't able to use the TNT flying machines as I didn't want to dupe any TNT, I had to build it in an ocean that was large enough. So I found this ocean that was going to be big enough to fit what we were doing, and I got to work. So the first step was to build a massive 256 by 256 square. And just placing the perimeter down of this square took almost a whole day and night cycle. Basically, each length is 4 stacks, which means it took 16 stacks just for the single block wide perimeter. That'll give you an idea of how massive this project really is. And that was the first of many misplaced blocks in the construction of this mega project, let me tell you that. And after the perimeter was done, we got to work filling in as much as we could with the black concrete that we had remaining. Again, working through many days and many nights throughout this process. And after an hour or so of placing blocks down, this is where we were at. As you can see, I've barely filled in even a fraction of the perimeter that we had built, and I needed to fill this whole thing in. So yeah, this was definitely going to take some time. And there was our second of many misplaced blocks, right before a creeper explodes all over me yet again. I don't know what it is with these creepers in this episode, but yeah. Luckily it wasn't super far from our bed, so we were able to get there nice and quickly. And to give you guys an idea of how much had been filled in so far, I flew up in the air and kind of looked around the area. And yeah, it's a very, very, very small percentage was done so far, and I had placed down thousands and thousands of black concrete already. This was definitely going to take some time. So we had placed down all of the black concrete we had available so far, and we needed to replenish our sand and gravel supplies, so that's exactly what we did next. And yet again, at nighttime, the desert turned into absolute chaos, just mobs absolutely everywhere. After dealing with what felt like all of Sauron's army, I was able to get back to work grabbing as much sand as I possibly could handle. But our shovel had almost broken, so we went back to base, crafted as much black concrete powder as we had the resources for, and then flew back to the end so I could repair my shovel. But on the way I died from fall damage. I did not think I was going that fast. You guys watch that back and let me know. But yeah, I was very surprised at that death. And please do not ask me to play a hardcore series. But we got our stuff back, we got to the Enderman farm after all, we were able to repair our shovel all the way back to full health, and then we continued on with resource gathering shortly after. After having another huge batch of black concrete, I ended up going back to the construction of our mega base. At this point I had realized how stupid I was. I was placing down black concrete before instead of black concrete powder, but this whole time I could have just been placing down powder because I'm placing it in water anyways. Yeah, definitely not my brightest moment. And to add to that, you can see how many times I misplaced blocks over the next couple hours just trying to fill this thing in as much as I could. Just an insane amount of misplaced blocks. And after placing down thousands more of the black concrete powder, we still did not have very much progress to reflect on. This was going to be a grind. So back to the squid farm we went. Always a nice way to relieve some stress is just watching these squid fall from the sky to their death. Nothing makes me happier. And a couple fish for good measure. After that, we went to go grab some more gravel. At this point, I had to fly thousands and thousands and thousands of blocks away just to find a sizable gravel pit. And that's what made this next mistake so brutal. You see that shulker box right there? Yeah, apparently I didn't, because I picked up the other 3, but I left that one behind as I took off and flew back home. And remember, this is thousands and thousands and thousands of blocks away, so I fly all the way back to base. And that's when I realized my dreaded mistake when I only had 3 shulker boxes in front of me. So back we went. I got up to cruising altitude above the clouds and yeah, enjoyed my flight all the way back to my missing shulker box. I still can't believe I did that. Eventually we get back to where we had mined all that gravel up, and there it was sitting there right where I left it. So I grabbed that shulker box and then head back all the way to base one more time. But not without a pit stop at the Enderman farm first, as yet again our shovel was nearly depleted. And once we got back, you know the routine by now, we crafted as much black concrete powder as I could. And this is only a fraction of the amount I actually ended up crafting. And so I headed back to the foundation of our mega base where I continued to place down all of the black concrete powder. If you guys have any guesses as to what this mega base is going to look like, please do leave that in the comments. I have a very interesting plan and I think you guys are really going to enjoy it, but I'm not going to give it away yet. Working through the day and night, I placed down thousands and thousands more of the black concrete, but as you can see, it's still really not putting a dent into the amount we're going to need in total. So yet again, we go back to grab some more sand, repair our shovel one more time, then we headed back to the squid farm, where I would collect as much ink sacks as possible, so we could keep making more black concrete powder, keep placing it down, and the cycle continues. After a couple more rounds of collecting resources, turning it into black concrete powder and placing it down, this is how we ended up. You can see just how many tens of thousands of black concrete powder and black concrete I had placed down, and there was still so much work to do, but we were nearing the end of that 500 days, so we're gonna have to save the rest for a future episode. I did have a special project I wanted to do before 500 days was totally complete, so that's what I'm working on here. I don't want to give away too much yet, but I'm sure you guys are able to figure out what this is. And for that special project, I needed lots of different colors of dyes, so I spent the next day collecting a bunch of different flowers. While we're on the subject, let me know what is your favorite flower in Minecraft in the comments below. I just like the simple red rose. I don't know why, I think maybe it's because iron golems drop it, but that is definitely my favorite. Let me know, guys. But yeah, on day 500 we take a bit of a tour of some of the progress we've made. As you can see, the foundation of the mega base is looking good. It is fitting that there's an ocean monument in the middle of it. I then was trying to get a cool shot of me flying around and completely panicked, and in third person mode I completely just stopped my flight path and fell to my death. I am extremely stupid. But luckily I was able to get back to my items before they despawned, so it wasn't a huge deal in the end. But please do not request a hardcore series from me. We then went and had a look at the ender farm that we had created at the beginning of this episode. As you can see, the endermen just falling to their almost deaths in the middle there. Super satisfying to watch. I didn't even realize it at this point, but apparently I had replaced my rockets with green fireworks, which might be a hint at things to come. So last but not least, on day 500 we click this button, and as you can see I'd set up a fireworks show to celebrate 500 days. I just want to take this time to say thank you guys so much. I do read all of your comments. I do get a notification every time one of you leaves a like, and the support has been overwhelming. I just can't say thank you enough. And please do let me know what you guys want to see out of the future of this series. I am planning on extending it to 1,000 days. Obviously, we still have a mega base we need to finish. So yeah, just thank you guys so much. Enjoy the fireworks, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. I've got a hockey game to go watch.